In every battle, there's the hero, the guy who wins riches beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Then there's everybody else. Which one are you? Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Walking into the casino, they had the pictures of all the bounties, and my favorite, of course, is Daniel Negreanu.
Congratulations, sir. Nice job.
To meet him, I can't tell you how much that means to me. We did have an empty seat at our table, and all of us on the table were wondering who the bounty would be. It was Phil Hellmuth. It's an honor to be able to sit at a table with someone that plays poker as well as he does.
Club WPT, playing very well. So far, so good.
This was a true VIP experience. I've got to meet some pros, and I got to play with some pros. You know, one minute you're watching these players on TV, and then the next minute you're sitting at a table with them.
Good job. Congrats. What's your name? Rick. I made it today, too.
I would recommend anybody to join Club WPT. It's something I never thought I would be doing, I would get the chance to, but it could actually be you.
Go all in. For the first time ever in the U.S., don't miss the greatest on the World Poker Tour channel, weeknights at 7, 6 Central on Pluto TV.
There's playing, and there's playing big. There's also plugging in and turning it up till the stacks beg for mercy. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Well, you know what they say, Mike, practice makes perfect. Now, I'm not sure that you can become a perfect poker player, but the more you do play, the better you do become.
And ClubWPT.com is a great place to practice, and practice some more. Just ask Edward All. He's had a VIP membership at Club WPT for the past 3 years, and he plays every day.
On Club WPT, I've won about $10,000 in cash and prizes combined. There's a lot of cash, so I won a lot of $5 prizes, a lot of $10 prizes, $20, $100, $200. You know, there's actually something to win for at the end. Club WPT really trains a player to be a lot better in tournament poker. You know, I don't have a big bankroll. This is the only shot I would have coming here. It's a great opportunity just to win a seat and make it. Listen, if I can win, anyone can win.
Yeah, Edward has won over $10,000 worth of cash and prizes by playing on ClubWPT.com. Isn't it time you started your own winning streak? Start playing at Club WPT for a chance at real rewards that can really add up.
In every battle, there's the hero, the guy who wins riches beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Then there's everybody else. Which one are you? Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Walking into the casino, they had the pictures of all the bounties, and my favorite, of course, is Daniel Negreanu.
Congratulations, sir. Nice job.
To meet him, I can't tell you how much that means to me. We did have an empty seat at our table, and all of us on the table were wondering who the bounty would be. It was Phil Hellmuth. It's an honor to be able to sit at a table with someone that plays poker as well as he does.
Club WPT, playing very well. So far, so good.
This was a true VIP experience. I've got to meet some pros, and I got to play with some pros. You know, one minute you're watching these players on TV, and then the next minute you're sitting at a table with them.
Good job. Congrats. What's your name? Rick. I made it today too.
I would recommend anybody to join Club WPT. It's something I never thought I would be doing, I would get the chance to, but it could actually be you.
Go all in. For the first time ever in the U.S., don't miss the greatest on the World Poker Tour channel. Weeknights at 7/6 Central on Pluto TV.
There's playing, and there's playing big. There's also plugging in and turning it up till the stacks beg for mercy. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Well, you know what they say, Mike, practice makes perfect. Now, I'm not sure that you can become a perfect poker player, but the more you do play, the better you do become.
And ClubWPT.com is a great place to practice, and practice some more. Just ask Edward All. He's had a VIP membership at Club WPT for the past 3 years, and he plays every day.
On Club WPT, I've won about $10,000 in cash and prizes combined. There's a lot of cashes, so I won a lot of $5 prizes, a lot of $10 prizes, $20, $100, $200. You know, there's actually something to win for at the end. Club WPT really trains a player to be a lot better in tournament poker. You know, I don't have a big bankroll. This is the only shot I would have coming here. It's a great opportunity just to win a seat and make it. Listen, if I can win, anyone can win.
Yeah, Edward has won over $10,000 worth of cash and prizes by playing on ClubWPT.com. Isn't it time you started your own winning streak? Start playing at Club WPT for a chance at real rewards that can really add up. Well, you know what?
Hello, everybody. How's Twitch doing today?
Joe, show her my phone.
We're pretty excited. I'm Scott Ball. You guys know me as Rum Cakes probably. I'm going to be commentating this final table here at this WPT final table here at the beautiful Thunder Valley Casino in Sacramento, California. Well, I guess Lincoln is pretty close though. I'm joined by Tyler Patterson.
Hi guys.
Tyler. He's another poker player. I know he doesn't stream very much, but I'll give you guys a little background to him. He crushed my soul at Best Bet Jacksonville with Ace Queen when I had Ace Queen, and then won the whole tournament and won all the money. So he's a good poker player. He's won stuff. And then, of course, you guys all know Nanonoko.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
What's up, Brandon? So, yeah, how are you guys feeling today?
Hey, look at that. There we are. Wow, those are some beautiful people.
I know, right? I don't even know what to do. So many beautiful people. I'm so confused right now.
Let's go back to the Royal Flush Girls. So this should be a pretty long final table here. The average big blind for the stacks is 100 big blinds per person. So we expect a long grind here. 3 people with over 100 big blinds.
We might see some really interesting, crazy pots because of that. We can maybe see some 4-bet pots, maybe some crazy big bluffs and stuff.
So it will be an interesting dynamic. Now there are several people who've only there was a guy with like 27 big blinds, I believe 30 something, and there's a lot of big stacks. I'm curious to see if these big stacks are going to kind of wait around and see them bust or go at each other because they know that, you know, they don't want to be the 6th place finisher before someone who's got way less, right? Those should be pretty interesting here.
With the short stack, I mean, he still has 27 big blinds, so that's not small enough for, you know, just waiting him out.
Yep.
You know, so.
I think this is probably one of the good opportunities if you're a big stack to kind of test the waters and find out if you can pick up chips uncontested to see if the other people are like, well, you know what, I really don't want to bust anytime soon, so I'm just going to let you run the show. So yeah.
Man, who starts the final table with 184 big blinds?
They're all so lax. Look at them. They have so many chips. They're just comfortable, happy.
Life is pretty sweet when you go into it with 184 bigs. My goodness.
Yeah. So the local pros have done really well here at Thunder Valley. Hafiz is from Stockton, so he's a local pro. Last year, Taylor Parr, I don't know if did he win it, I think?
He did. He got second. He got second place.
Yeah, he's a local pro. JC Tran has won this tournament before, and he this thing. He got 10th or 11th, maybe? 11th, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the local pros have done really well.
So a lot of it's a pretty stacked final table here. I actually did play with a few of these players in this event, so I can validate that this is going to be some good action here today. Harrison Gimbel and Marcus, I did play with both of them at my table, so they watched me lose all my chips. But and I'm here in the commentary booth with you guys. But should be fun.
Yeah, you gotta not get it in so bad when you're in tournaments, right? That's pretty important.
The chip leader here is Russell Garrett with 184 big blinds. Second place is Harrison Gimbel with 166 big blinds. Mosin Terrania, 136 big blinds. Marcus Gonzalez with 63, and so on. So $275,000 for first place, the champion. And the sixth place finisher will get $54,970. Definitely a lot of money, right?
Yeah, that's a good day. I'm actually really excited to see Moshe at this final table. I feel like he's has to have an edge in experience-wise in this kind of stage, right?
I would say that Molson is definitely the one with the biggest resume on the table. He's won EPT Monte Carlo for $1.35 million, which is ridiculous. He's made numerous final tables, WPT final tables. So my bet is on Molson right now. That's my opinion. I don't know about you guys. Tyler, you got any thoughts on that?
I mean, I would probably take Motion. He's a buddy. I like hanging out with him. He's funny. Hafiz and Harrison both have over $1 million cashes at PCA. So there's some serious earnings in this final table. There's no newcomers really.
And that's a big deal. Running deep in PCA is like a big accomplishment. Those are some of the toughest tournaments of the year, right? So
yeah,
they definitely must be competent for sure.
Well.
And I mean, I don't know much about Garrett.
Well, so Russell Garrett is the one with the least biggest tournament cash. His biggest tournament cash to date is $36,000 in the WPT Deep Stack. He got second place. So, but he is the chip leader right now, I believe. Let's see if he can kind of maneuver in this final table. It's quite tough.
On that note, speaking of WPT Deep Stacks, they actually have a Deep Stack coming here in just a few weeks, back to Thunder Valley. And those are really awesome events. I love the affordable main events like that for a lot of recreational players. It's really cool.
Yeah, Thunder Valley is getting all the tour stops now. They got every one of them are making their rounds out here.
So it looks like Harrison Gimbel here has open ace-2 suited with the min raise. Over to Russell. I expect him to call here, especially with his stack size. Indeed, he does.
1 for 1, Randy. You're so far.
Well, it's about the aces right now, and they both pair here. Do you guys expect Harrison Gimbel to continuation bet here with the betting lead with the ace here?
It's really become popular to check these back, but I think you'll probably bet.
So I do think that one of the things to think about whether to bet or not is what would you do here with your bad hands? Because if you're only checking back here when you have the pair and always betting when you don't, if someone can figure that out, they're really going to crush you here. So I think Harrison knows that a lot of times he will be bluffing on the ace-high flop, and hence why he put some chips out here.
I also like betting with the flush draw out there too. I mean, you're going to get called by a worse here quite often.
Mm-hmm. And poker is one of those games where you don't always want to be doing one thing with a specific type of hand. Otherwise, you're just if someone can figure it out, it won't be to your favor. But it looks like that is a good turn card for Harrison here.
Both of them more comfortable probably because neither one of them is going to love their kicker at this point.
Yeah, I think both of them want to kind of get to showdown pretty quickly, just in case someone else does have a 7 here. I expect if Harrison does decide to bet here on the turn, well, actually, it looks like Russell is leading out here.
I actually really like this lead.
So he bets 50,000. That's quite a small bet here.
I mean, it looks like exactly like what he has, which is not usually great for you, but.
Well, I think Harrison here in his position right now is probably going to call here and reevaluate on the river. He doesn't really want to bloat the pot with a hand with no kicker.
Do you think he's just leading here so he can set up a lot of big river bets potentially? Try to take it down? Like bluff any diamonds, so to speak, that kind of thing.
I do. Well, he's got ace. He's got top pair, top kicker right now in his kicker split. I think Russell here is pretty happy about his hand. But he wants to be a little bit careful because he wasn't the pre-flop raiser, so he's unlikely to have big aces in his range, like ace king and ace queen, because you expect those hands to re-raise pre-flop. So I think he's going to play cautiously. He does check.
I imagine Harrison's probably happy to just turn it over.
Well, Harrison's he's going to think a little bit. Now, he is happy to turn it over, but when someone checks to you on ace 9, 7, 7 jack, a lot of times they don't have you beat when they call in the big blind because, you know, if he had a better ace than the jack kicker, it's likely he would have re-raised pre-flop. So Harrison might actually be able to bet here comfortably, trying to get called by, you know, a move such as jack 10 or possibly maybe even blow him off of a chop. So I would be actually quite happy to consider a bet, and Harrison is going to do that.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, I can't see the size yet. Do you guys know?
128,000. So I think Russell just needs to make the call here. It's only 6 big blinds. He's got a lot of chips here. Just in case Harrison has like 2 diamonds here, there's no reason to fold here, and you're gonna chop so much.
So the bet size was just looking for some worse hands to call. If he went with more like a 350 or something massive, try to bluff up.
Yeah. So there's basically like two ways Harrison was thinking about going about it. He did opt to go to way of hopefully get called by 9, a jack, and just got chop pot for a first one.
Can we zoom in there? I think that's my name down there on the bottom left. I don't know.
Yeah, is it? Yeah.
Which side, though? Which side, though?
I would love a post-it note to put my name on there somewhere. You know, WPT is it's a great event series, and looking to play more of these. Definitely a good tournament today.
Yeah, they got a big series coming up in Florida. I think there's 3 main events. There's a 3,500 $2 million guarantee. There's a 10,000 $2 million guarantee, and then the Tournament of Champions, which I snuck into this year, which I'm pretty excited about.
Which champion?
yeah. Thanks, Scott.
I donated some chips.
Which tournament was it that you won?
I won the WPT Best Bet Bounty Tournament in Jacksonville. So.
Well, congratulations to you. You get the opportunity to prove to everyone that you're a champion.
Yeah.
Champion commentator right now.
So I did sneak into the Tournament Champions, but I did not sneak into the Top 64 WPT Champions Challenge that they got going on right now. You can go vote on Twitter, I think is where you find this. They're basically like the March Madness. They put a bracket up with the top 64 champions, and it's based on I'm not sure what the criteria was, but you know, money earned, WPT titles, final tables, all that stuff. And yeah, I didn't make the cut. I'm not in the top 64, but if you want to go out there, you can vote on Alan Gehring versus Lane Flack and stuff like that.
So the chip leader Russell has picked up pocket aces here. It's raised to 67,000 pre-flop. Now this is a big raise pre-flop. It is 3.5 big blinds roughly. Hopefully he takes this one down. Looks like that was a small blind, I imagine. I'm not quite sure. But another pot to...
yeah, that would explain the sizing too.
So Hafiz Khan here, Stockton, not too far from here. 2.4 million in earnings. Wow, that's a lot of money. Let's see if he can add, what, 280,000 roughly for first?
It's pretty awesome. Russell comes in this final table with chip leading over 180 bigs, and he has 34,000 in earnings. So today's his best day in poker for him.
Yeah, this is going to be his biggest cash for sure. I'm sure he's excited to do so.
So awesome.
So Derek has opened with King Queen suited to 50,000 chips. Over to Hafiz. The small blind's gonna let that one go. Now I expect Harrison to defend here with the Jack 5 of diamonds because they are quite deep stack. He does like to defend. I'd be quite surprised if he folds here. You know, getting a good price here pre-flop. Now he only has 34%, but you got to consider there is the small blind, the big blind, the antes, the pre-flop raise. But he doesn't let it go. A little bit surprised there.
In those spots, if my opponent plays really well, I probably don't defend as wide as Jack 5 of diamonds if there's other spots on the table that might not. But against most players, I'm definitely going to defend that.
There's definitely merit to calling their pre-flop, but Derek is one of the shorter stacks, so maybe that's one of the reasons why he didn't want to defend as well. Just kind of like he's going to be eyeing to take down the pot more often than, say, the chip leader, because you know, if he loses, say, half a stack, he's going to be so crucial. So it's kind of one of the things that's probably going through Harrison's head.
That makes sense.
So the delay today is only 30 minutes, I believe.
Yeah, 30 minutes, yep.
30-minute delay. And whole cards up. We all love whole cards up, guys.
Gotta have them cold cards.
I'm excited just to learn from these guys today. These guys are some accomplished pros, so usually the commentary goes, you know, we're telling everyone what we think, and which we'll also be doing, but we can also learn from them just watching and seeing what they get to do with all these cards.
I totally agree. It's I feel that my poker has improved a lot doing just some live commentary throughout the events out there, like PCA and Aussie Millions, and I'm hoping to learn a lot more today, but also share with you my thought processes, and hopefully all of us and all the Twitch audience can really just learn together. So say we're going to have a flop here. Molson versus Derek. Both have missed. Molson's the one who raised with Queen 10 offsuit here. He's got the pre-flop initiative. Is he going to go ahead and stab here? Tried to move Derek off the best hand. Looks like he is going to make this bet. Now, do you expect Derek to check call here or check fold, or what's going through you guys' heads?
I think he has about 28 bigs, right?
Yeah, he is a short stack with about 28 big blinds.
That makes this really tough. I mean, usually you want to make them prove it when you have ace high on a paired board. You got to at least see one, but with that stack size, it's going to be pretty tough for him to.
Now, I imagine if you guys were one of the big stacks of 100 big blinds, you're not folding here.
No way.
Because you got the backdoor flush draw. But now you're like, man, do I really want to risk 2 big blinds right now of my 28 and, you know, maybe even be drawing to the ace or not even? You know, he's got a situation where if he pairs his ace, he might actually be up against ace king, ace queen. So it looks like he's just let this one go, and Molson's going to win that pot.
Two other things to add there. Like, one, he's also playing against Mosin in that hand. And Mosin's just going to make good decisions, and I'm sure he knows that he's a very accomplished player. And like making ace high calls when you know that it's very likely he's going to put you to the test later in the hand as well, and not just like make necessarily he's definitely one of the guys that's going to like apply as much pressure as possible, might not make a simple check back in certain spots.
Exactly, and one of the key things to think about when you a lot of times you will just have ace high on these kind of boards is who is your opponent. And we all know, and I know all of the players at the table know that Mosin is an aggressive player. He's, you know, if he thinks he can move you off of ace high and he's got like draws enough, he's going to keep betting. But if you're playing against a passive player, it's much better to call against a passive player who's just going to bet once and just give up a lot. So that's kind of the things you need to think about on deciding how to maneuver post-flop.
We didn't even mention the possibility of a check raise bluff there, which that's a pretty good board for it.
It definitely is, but you know, if you are one of the shorter stacks, you want to be careful on when to take these risks, because if you do it ill-timed and wrong, you're gonna become a short stack, right? If you check raises to say 6, 7 big blinds, now he's down to 20 big blinds, loses a couple rounds of blinds, and you know what? He's gonna be like, oh, man, I wish I didn't check raise.
Yeah.
So you got to be very crafty and just really try to maybe pick up some live tells or something to make a move on a flop like that.
I also feel like that's the wrong player to do it to, potentially. Again, like I like to play a lot, but I think in a table like this, it's really important to try to pick your spots accordingly, especially when you're kind of short. Because like Mosin opened in pretty early position, right?
Now I'm going to find this quite interesting. Russell has open Queen Jack offsuit, who seems to be the one with the least tournament winnings, and Harrison Gimbel has called on the button with King 8 suited. This is definitely not something that is quite normal for a lot of players, but Harrison probably thinks he has got a post-flop advantage against him. He's got a lot of chip stack, he's got the button, so he does make the call here.
And they had a long day playing together yesterday, so they might have built up a little history, or he might have picked up something that he knows about Russell.
Now Russell has given up the pre-flop lead and checked to Harrison on his 10-10-3 flop. It's a little bit surprising to not see him continuation bet here, but I guess when he feels that Harrison is just never going to fold the flop, he might not even fold a hand like king high right now, so betting really doesn't do too much for him. It's probably what he's imagining. And Harrison's going to bet his flush draw here.
Pretty awesome flop for King 8 Hearts.
It's a good flop for him, and he's going to take this one down. Second place, 169 big blinds.
How did you guys feel the first time you made your first big live final table?
You know, the first big final table, like I was like, man, aren't I decent enough to make a final table one day? And I didn't for a long time, but when I did, it was the greatest feeling. And I was on a mission. I was just like, I'm gonna win this because this is like my destiny. So when I went to Macau, that was the first final table I made. I won it. I'm a big deal, guys. But it felt really exhilarating. You know, I've been in a lot of high pressure moments, but my heart was pounding throughout every all in, you know. And some people, they're like, well, you get all in, like, oh, it's poker, I just lost. But I was very happy to win every single all in I got. And, you know, when I lost, it hurt a little bit, but I had to maintain my composure. It's a really important thing when you get to these final tables.
Did you feel like you played your A game and made the right decisions the whole time?
I definitely do. That's very important, but it was a lot of pressure my heart was being the whole time. But I'm like, you know, if I screw this up the one time at the final table, I'm not going to get the payday I want. I'm not going to get the trophy I want.
Yeah.
So,
you know, it can be a long time before you get there again, so every decision matters so much.
Yeah, and, you know, there are times we see on these televised tables where people just kind of blow up and actually, you know, make big mistakes and just kind of brain fart a bit. So, poker really is a mental mind sport, in my opinion. You know, it's just, you're playing for a lot of money, guys. Like, how often do you play for $280,000 for first place?
Yeah, it's awesome.
So we'll go ahead and see Hafiz open here to $45,000 with the ace-10 offsuit. And Marcus, looks like he folded the 7-8 of diamonds, a really playable hand. Looks like he's choosing his spots, choosing his opponents, because I definitely would have considered 7-8 of diamonds in some fashion. But he's going to go ahead and let that go as one of the middling stacks. And we got a flop here.
Oh,
8-6-3.
That nails the 7-8 of diamonds that went into the muck.
Yeah, he's kind of kicking himself a little bit right now. Well, Mohsen has checked, and it's over to Hafiz right now.
Maybe that's part of his strong, dark style that he says he plays. That was his style in his bio. I'm not really sure what that means. I think it's an inside joke.
Well, Mohsen has flopped the top pair, and now there's a queen on the board. I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't decided to put some chips out yet. He's giving Hafiz free cards right now. I can tell you for certainty that if Hafiz does bet here of ace-10 high, but I find it a little bit unlikely, Mohsen will not be folding 8-9 right now.
Yeah, I think Mohsen was just trying to get to showdown cheaply, which is surprising.
Now, if I'm Mohsen now, I'm definitely going to be betting here because when you see someone check down this board with you, they probably have like ace high or a random pair that's really low, and they're probably going to check back the river, so you need to try and get some value right now.
123.
Well, now that's a big bet that is slightly over pot right now, 123,000. He's trying to make it look like a bluff.
Yeah, I love that sizing with 2 missed flush draws.
So it looks like Mohsen has acknowledged that Hafiz has a weak showdown hand, and by betting really big, he's basically saying, I know you have a weak hand. I'm going to make it look like I'm trying to move you off a weak hand, but actually do have a hand.
It's a really tough spot for Hafiz.
Especially with the ace of hearts.
I like this. I think that he is just trying to, well, he's just let that one go. But, you know, definitely a lot of thought into that bet right there. So Mohsen. Third place here, 142 big blinds.
I mean, that's not a spot where people bluff that often, but when Hafiz has a lot less chips, Mohsen has a ton, and it's very clear it's pretty clear what kind of hand Hafiz had. I mean, that really could be a bluff in that spot.
Well, we're gonna definitely. It's gonna be a long final table, so it's definitely possible that Molson's gonna change it up, do it as a bluffs this time and here and there. So let's see how they adjust to each other. 4.7 million in tournament earnings. Wow, that's amazing.
I just know based off Motion's bio, he's just a little sad right now that he can't bust JC Tran again from the tournament.
So Mosen did bust JC Tran, what, in 11th place?
Yeah, which he says is his greatest poker accomplishment ever. Is not there in 4.something million in earnings. It's busting JC Tran in 11th.
Yeah, it just happened a few days ago too. His greatest poker accomplishment.
Yesterday.
So well done, Mosen. Let's see. I think he is happier that he busted JC Tran in 11th than potentially winning this tournament. We'll see his next bio, I suppose.
It makes him such a villain too. JC's a hometown hero.
Yeah. Well, anyways, we got Derek, who's open ace-9 offsuit here to 45,000. Over to Marcus. It's 45,000 to call right now on the button.
These guys love King 8.
He's gonna let this one go. He loves King 8. Now Derek is the shortest stack, 24 big blinds. Russell, the chip leader, is he going to defend the Queen 5 of clubs right now?
Imagine he is.
Now we did see Harrison folded Jack 5 diamonds earlier, but this one's a top notch with a different player. Different players have different mentalities, different strategies. We'll see if he makes the call here. I definitely think it's very fine to call here, especially this. In Harrison's situation, it was a 50,000 chip raise. This is a little bit smaller, so the price is better. You can't fault him for calling with Queen 5 of clubs here.
These guys are not playing quickly. Wow.
Look at that.
Put him in?
Yes, he did. He just put him in.
Now, he's really just leveraging his chip stack and be like, I got chips, if I'm wrong, oh well. I might win the hand, or if I lose the hand, I'm still the chip leader probably. So he's going to put the pressure on the short stack, knowing the short stack, he just needs to have a hand here,
Super tough.
Table talk there was interesting. Did you guys hear what happened to when the hand started?
I'm not here. I'm not on that mic.
Okay.
So
So
no.
he asked how much he had, and Derek didn't pick up his hand, and he asked the dealer how much he had, and the dealer said he can't tell him until he can't count a stack until he's all in, before he ripped it.
Wow.
Well, look at that big move there from the one with the least tournament life earnings lifetime. So
it's pretty awesome.
Showing this guy's here to play poker. He's not here to try to go up the little pay jump right now. He wants $275,000.
I mean, Derek had enough chips to where Russell really could have 3-bet smaller and folded if he got jammed on. He didn't have to put it all in.
Absolutely.
But it takes the play away from him, so.
Yeah, something to think about is say, Derek had like pocket twos. He might like make a move on him seeing someone re-raise, but now he's not going to call in a pocket two. So there's definitely merit to both ways where you re-raise smaller and then fold, but also like putting all in where like the opponent must fade the flop, turn, and river.
Right back at it.
He's not folding these pocket jacks, I'll tell you that.
It's one of those moments you're like, where were these last hand?
So he opens up to 50,000. Now Marcus here with another interesting hand, ace-6 of diamonds. He is up against a short stack of 21 big blinds, so he might consider making a move. He might consider folding. There's a lot of merits to all the different possibilities. Do you ever defend here of ace-6 of diamonds against a 20 big blind stack? Do you always fold? Do you always call? Re-raise? What's going through your head, Tyler?
What position is he in? It's hard for me to tell. I think he's pretty early, isn't he?
Well, Derek must be in first or second position.
So I would not be 3-betting this because if Derek puts it in, you're going to be priced in, and I just don't want to put 20 big blinds in with ace-6 suited. I mean, he might find a fold when Derek shoves, but I don't like that either because you're getting a great price at that point. So I definitely would not be 3-betting this hand.
Well, in my opinion, I would be looking at the stack sizes. This is how I would play the final table. I see a guy with only 20 big blinds open in early position. He probably is opening tighter, knowing that he's going to get played back a little bit more. So because of that, when he first opened raises here, I'm thinking it's a strong hand a lot of times that's not going to fold to a re-raise. So I'd be quite careful to play back at him right now, which Marcus has decided to do. This is going to be a misstep here.
it's going to get interesting when he shoves because the price Marcus gets will probably warrant a call, but that's a big piece of his stack, putting in 20 big blinds when you have 60.
So he has re-raised to 130,000. He is going to make the all-in here.
And he just, quickly
Yeah.
in the muck. So that was the plan from the beginning, which is, that's okay.
I think Marcus probably just saw a lot of, reasonable hands, like 78 diamond stuff, like, well, I passed up on these opportunities, but now I got this one. Like, I'm not going to pass up another one, and actually cost him some chips there. But hopefully he can recover and, kind of get his head straight. Still got a 1 million chips. 54 big blinds, so.
That might feel shorter than it really is just because of the huge stacks on the table.
Definitely. I agree with you guys. I really like a call there over the raise.
Like, it does look quite strong for him for the short stack to open. Now, if Mosen opened with 100 big blinds, this is a completely different scenario.
Yeah.
So one of the things you do need to look at is the stack size of your opponents and in what position they're opening from.
So, Scott, you like calling there in that spot, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
I mean, I'd probably just fold.
You just fold there?
I think so.
I like calling there.
Well, I can say that I think re-raising is probably my least favorite option of all of them because, like I said, I feel like I'm just going to get shoved on too often because he actually has a hand. So having said that, calling or folding are the other two options, and I think they're both viable. You probably won't get bluffed too crazy post-flop because of the stack size situation that we've kind of talked about over and over again.
And with a suited ace, it's not so bad to pick up the big blind to join the party, too, so calling's not so bad.
Now it looks like Russell, he's driving the action here. He's a chip leader, guys. He's put in people all in with Queen 5 suited, and now he's opened up King 3 suited.
I'm really surprised, to be honest. Someone the biggest cash of 34,000 at the first huge final table like this, probably. It's pretty awesome to see him just kind of come out blasting.
Well, look, he's flopped top and bottom pair here. King 3, 91% chance to win. Harrison Gimbel has flopped middle pair here. He's looking for a queen or 8, but actually the queen is the only card he really wants, as we can see.
He's not going to be folding on the flop.
Definitely is not going to be folding on the flop. Should see about a 60,000 chip bet or something.
67.
67 it is.
Did we see what Russell opened to?
Russell did open to approximately a min raise, I believe.
That's
about 40,000 chips.
67 with aces, but he was in small blind. It was blind versus blind, right? But
I believe that was a blind versus blind situation. I don't want to read too much into it if I don't quite remember, but yes, he did make it bigger here. Something we should look for is, say, he does pick up like ace, king, aces, kings, and queens. Let's see all of a sudden make it like 2.5.
I think that was just, it was 3.5, and I think it was just because he was in the small blind versus the big
I believe
blind.
so as well. Well, we are here on the flop, and Harrison Gimbel is definitely going to check call here. Indeed, he does. He does not want to see an 8, I'll tell you that, guys. An ace on the turn. He's actually probably going to save Gimbel because it's a bit scary for him now. He's got third pair.
Such a good barrel card, though. It's hard to fold the queen 8 when you know Russell's betting 100% on this card. Maybe not 100, but a very high percentage of the time he's going to bluff this card.
On that note, though, so if someone's bluffing you on a flop of king-queen, I expect them to be bluffing you also with gut shots like ace-10, ace-jack, and stuff. So I actually think queen 8 will be quite an easy let go at this point, knowing that some of the semi-bluffs actually are value bets now. So it quickly does let it go.
Yeah, that makes sense. Look at that. I like getting these graphics up so often.
absolutely. Almost 200 big blinds, man. Oh my goodness. That must feel just so good right
all
now.
All three guys have so many chips. So this is another one of Savage's 6 at 36 structures, right? That's probably why.
Yep.
When you get down to 6-handed, they switch it up to, or when they get down to 36 players, they switch it up to 6-handed, like they do at the Bay 101 also, and that really makes the stacks grow because they consolidate. The players bust out a lot faster, and the clock stays the same. It's actually 90-minute levels at that point. So because the chip stacks collide, they end up growing just to these giant stacks at the final table.
Yeah, Matt Savage, WPT really does just a fantastic job with their structures, and they innovate a lot of things too, right? It's really pretty neat getting to know those guys.
I think this is probably probably my favorite innovation of his is the 6 at 36.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Did they do that at Jacksonville? I didn't get to know because you busted me in like 40th Kappa.
No, they did not do that in Jacksonville. No, the stacks were definitely not that deep in the Jacksonville tournament when we got down to the end.
So it is small blind versus big blind. Harrison Gimbel has raised here with Jack 3 offsuit. Now the reason he's raising here is because he's raising into the short stacks, knowing the short stack can't really, he needs to wake up with a hand kind of thing. So he does make the play here. And very bad flop for Jack 3 offsuit, I'll tell you that. Derek has defended 8-6 offsuit, realizing that, you know, people are just going to kind of try and take his big blind.
And he gets a good price and he's in position. I think if Harrison knew Derek was defending that wide, he would have just folded the Jack 3.
He is going continuation bet here with no draw, no pair.
This is just a stack leverage thing. Just it's tough to continue with anything but actually having a hand. When you're in Derek's spot, you only have 30 big blinds. But Derek hit that flop pretty hard.
Well, Harrison Gimbel has taken a look at him several times. I'm not too great on the live tell thing, but that could mean something. But he's going to make the call Derek here. Turn a pair of threes here. Now, are you liking your hand now, or I mean, I'm still pretty scared on the, you know, considering if someone calls me on 8-5-2, with a pair of threes, I'm only beating like Jack 10 offsuit, Queen 9 offsuit. Definitely plausible hands. So I don't fault Jack 3 for thinking it might have the best hand, but he's way behind right now. I think we're going to see a check from Harrison. Now, if you're Derek here, what's the game plan? We got top pair, no kicker, but it is a blind versus blind situation. Do you expect a bet? I think I see a bet here on this turn.
Kind of like one of those like 1/3, 1/4 pot size bets, really.
Now, yeah, just at least charge the hands are just going to check fold. You know, what if if your opponent has like 10-9 offsuit with one club, you don't want them to see a free card. You likely have the best hand. You know, if he's got a wheel draw like an ace in his hand, like come on, let's charge him. Well, although the 4 would make a straight, it would make him a better straight.
He wants that card.
So I take that back a little bit. But if he had 8-7 offsuit, I definitely would be betting for sure. But I'm betting here. I just expect to just take this down.
How much would you like to see here? Looks like to be a big bet.
Like 100-something thousand seems reasonable. So 140,000. He is trying to protect his hand, it seems. I think if he does get called here, Derek's probably like, okay, I'm gonna check back unimproved. But Harrison needs to decide how often does Derek just have 2 overcards that has 1 club to make this call.
This is a really awkward pot.
I personally don't think I would be calling it the Jack 3 here. If I had at least a club in my hand, I at least know that, well, in case I'm wrong, I have backup to kind of improve my hand. But being without any clubs in his hand, another 3 or Jack that's a club's not going to be very good for him. So he doesn't make the fold.
Yeah, I just don't expect Derek to be, you know, pushing the action there with his 30 big blind stack. So I'd probably give him credit for having something there.
For sure. I also really like the bet on the turn there because you're also saving yourself a lot of checks on the river. So that's like a lot of times you're just going to get the last action in the hand there. And
you can dictate the action.
Exactly.
And that's what's the great thing about having position in poker is that, like, well, you know, you can decide to bet the turn in on the river. If you improve or don't improve, you can just check back or bet again and things like that. But when you start checking and then, like, scary cards come off, you're like, oh, man, do I have the best hand? I don't know anymore. So that's why you'll often see these players make more moves or play more pots when they do have position in the hand.
Yeah, position and initiative are powerful things in poker.
I mean, we all know 8-6 offsuit is not a great hand, but he was in position throughout the rest of the hand, and that's probably why he decided to defend there.
What do you mean we all know that? Speaking for me now? What the heck? It's the nuts, man.
So it's like Hafiz here. Well, don't tell me he's going to play the 10-3 offsuit. He might be.
He's going to get after it right now. Oh, no. He thought about it, though. He wanted to.
Didn't that hand used to have some kind of famous online?
I'm sure there's some funny lingo. I don't know the name to it. Looks like Gimbal's going to go ahead and open here. Harrison. Marcus here with Queen 4 offsuit. Not an amazing hand, but he is up against a min raise, so he's going to make the call here. He does have the best hand here. Basically just pure pot odds right now to see this flop. So do you guys expect Harrison to continuation bet his inside straight draw right now? I think I do, because you have the initiative here. You can try to move your opponent off of anything, and in case you're wrong, you still hit your 9.
Yep, I definitely like that. If there was 2 of a flush out there, I might not. I don't like to get check raised off gut shot. I like to just peel it, But that board is not inducing check raises very often. So.
Well, Marcus is not folding top pair no kicker. He's not raising a flop because he's kind of either way ahead or way behind. He doesn't want to put more money in by raising in case he's way behind. So he does make the check call, and the turn is an ace. So Harrison has picked up a double inside straight draw here. A king or a 9 is what he's looking for, and the ace is a great card to continue barreling.
I definitely expect a bet here.
You expect him to bet too, Scott, or what do you think?
Absolutely. He's got to barrel this card. It's just like he has way more outs. He also has something else to represent.
And, he easily represents an ace here. If he's c-betting like king 10, ace 10, there's a lot of hands out continuation bet here.
It also gives him more cards to potentially bluff on the river, too.
That's true, too. And also think about this. The big blind has called you. When the big blind calls, they have a lot more hands in their range. Like jack 9, 6-5, things that are going to be really tough for him to call a turn bet here. So I really like this bet from Harrison, 128,000.
This is pretty similar to the pod just a minute ago when Harrison had the queen 8.
Yeah.
Now say the river comes out something like the 3 of diamonds. Do you like to barrel that again?
Are we getting there?
Well, we'll see. Let's see if Marcus can make this call here. I think I do like the call, knowing everything we say. Like, this is a good card to bet on. And when I check call again and check call again, it looks like a lot of times people don't really want to try to move you off of a decent hand. So we'll see. River is the king. Wow. He's got it, guys. 1 of 8 outs.
And yeah, I think if the 3 of diamonds comes, if you're Harrison, I would probably like a big bet.
I would like to mash it.
Well, Marcus does check here, and Harrison definitely is going to bet his straight right now. Now, I don't think Marcus is going to be able to make a call here on the river. This hand is pretty much going to end right here. Yeah, the question is, Harrison's got to think, how much to bet? Well, there's a 4 straight out there. Can I really bet too big? It looks like I need to kind of like get my opponent in to call, right? But if I make it too small, it might also be too obvious too. So it's like, what is that sweet spot number? I don't know. Are you thinking of a number?
Like 175,000.
175,000. What's going through your head, Tyler?
Yeah, you got to find a hand that you're going to get called by. If he had a bunch of big hands in his range, like sets and 2 pairs and stuff, but I don't really think aces up is even really in his range. So you're trying to get called by, maybe kings up.
Right. So. Yeah, because you expect when someone's in a big blind, he's got ace, king, ace, queen, queens, or kings or aces, they would re-raise your pre-flop. So these are the hands you're trying to get called by, but they don't have those hands because he didn't re-raise me pre-flop. So Harrison needs to cater his bet sizing to a more weaker hand, probably a hand that's weak. Queen Jack might be like the best hand Marcus would show up here with.
Yeah, king Jack,
oh wow,
king
he
queen.
Mashed it.
But he is going to go for a pot size bet. He's going to go ahead and try to what we call polarize the range. Either I have it or I don't. So 384,000. This is a big bet here.
Yeah.
But this is interesting because
you're so unlikely to get called with a small bet anyway. So.
Well, it's interesting because we got to remember we are at the final table, so people don't want to take as big of a risk. So these big bets seem to be a little bit less effective, in my opinion, at a final table. So that's why I'm not super in love with betting full pot size bet. But this is getting Marcus thinking here. Marcus is probably was going to snap fold the river, but now we see this big bet. It's like, wait, why are you betting so big? Don't you see how scared this board? If you had a 10, are you really going to bet this big? Something to think about as well. If Harrison had aces here, is he really going to put a pot-sized bet on the river? Probably not, expecting to only get called by a hand that beats him. So Marcus.
Man.
Thing is, though, if you're really thinking about this, like, so many 10x combinations are in Harrison's range too, though, on the button. Like, he's opening so many of those like those combos. So.
Well, one of the things. So on the turn, if he has some showdown value like Queen 10 or 10 Jack, he doesn't have to bluff that ace card. So there are some 10 combos that might be out.
That's true.
I think Marcus is deciding, man, my hand is just too weak here. I don't want to look like a fool calling here Queen 4. So I think he's going to let this one go. That's my intuition, guys. But he's thinking about it. He's like, are you really betting a 10, a pot-sized bet? But something that might be going through Marcus' head is, well, what happens if he's turning a hand like King X on a bluff here and I get called and just show up? Well, oh, yeah, I lose. So he is going to let that one go.
Yeah, that would be really rough.
Harrison's chipping up. This guy, final table of this event, 4th place last year. Looking to improve right now, and he's doing it right here. 2nd in chips.
We should definitely keep an eye on, like, who's really active. He's so active. Him and Russell are both being active. Most really hasn't had a lot of hands to be active with, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that I think that Russell and Gimbal have been playing the most pots so far. Harrison, yeah. Every time Marcus has played a pot, he's not done too well.
So did you and Mosin hoodie shop together? Did you guys buy jackets together?
Yeah, pretty much. We're buddies, you know. No, I've met him once, but
the only difference is you've never busted JC Tran from anything, right?
I've never busted JC Tran in anything. That is correct. JC Tran might have busted me in tournament. Ah, feels bad, man. Feels bad.
JC Tran has busted me on the basketball court a few times.
He's a good basketball player, eh?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Basketball is one of those things I'm pretty awful at. One of many things, to be careful. To be very clear.
Well, there's one thing we got in common, guys. We're all good at poker, right?
Yep.
So why we're here to talk.
I'll stick with that game.
So we got some pretty solid hands here. Harrison's open king queen off, so he looks pretty active right now. And Marcus with pocket 8s.
With the dynamic of that last hand looming over them.
Well, Marcus must feel like he's just losing pots here and there, and it's starting to add up. He keeps on getting some pretty okay hands. He's not getting the premiums. He's not getting the worst. He always gets the middle of the pack. He is out of position in the small blind. Now, are you guys re-raising here? Are you guys calling here? What's going through your head with a hand like pocket 8s in the small blind?
Well, he's got 40 bigs, right?
Roughly. So it looks like he's gone for the re-raise.
I think if you're 3-betting here, because of the ICM pressure, I think you're like just 3-bet folding a lot.
Whoa.
Like to 4-bets, you know what I mean?
Well, thoughts on that, Tyler?
You mean with that hand or just 3-betting in general?
With this hand in general here. When you
with this hand, yeah. I don't put myself in a spot where if I'm 3-betting a value hand, I'm folding it. So if
so are you saying you'd rather call here if you're going to 3-bet and fold, you'd rather call?
Yeah, I think it's either 3-bet, go with it, or just call. If you're I wouldn't ever be in the spot where I'm 3-betting and then folding a value hand.
I would prefer just to call too. I'm saying when he 3-bets here, it's just 40 bigs. What's the pay jump from 6th to 5th? Do you know off the top of your head?
It's probably like $20,000 or $30,000 or so. It's a lot of money, man.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You can buy a lot of stuff with that.
I've got 42 bigs, and there's 2 people with smaller stacks behind me. But we're all close, right?
Yeah. I think Harrison's not folding to king queen.
No, I don't either.
Harrison's probably going to call here. It's a strong hand. He's got position. He is going to make that call. So this could be a very interesting flop coming up. Let's see. Well, that's not the interesting one.
Nope.
I wish we saw like a jack and like a 9 and like a 2.
So you're rooting for Harrison, basically.
Well, I mean, like it's kind of like I like to see the tricky spots.
I want to see
right?
jack 10-8.
Yeah. There you go. I just want to see blood. Just jack 10-8. Let's get it in.
But
blast off.
So we all expect Marcus to he took the pre-flop lead by re-raising here with pocket eights and expecting to continuation bet one of the best flops for him, 6-4-2.
This is actually the reason for 3-betting and then folding to a 4-bet, which is possible, is that you actually can just get called, and play a pot. You have a good hand. You can just play a pot against whatever Harrison wants to defend with.
So he's going to continuation bet 125,000 chips here. Now Harrison's got 2 overcards, a backdoor flush draw here. Harrison, now to a lot of people, they might just be like, oh, I just fold, but Harrison might consider making a move, but he doesn't. He's just going to let this one go.
He definitely can. I mean, he has heaps, right? He has a ton of chips.
He's got a lot of chips. He's probably expecting someone of like Marcus to make a move on him here and there. So I would not hate him for considering that option. Looking for a king or a queen, of course, a club. And, a lot of times what happens is someone re-raises you of like ace, king, ace, queen. He c-bets. It turns like a jack. He's like, oh, I give up. And then you bet. You take it down. So a lot of merit to consider calling on the flop.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of a little surprised that he folded that on the flop.
To be fair, too, I think that's probably like one of the hands when I see. I personally have misplayed king queen like so many times. I feel like when I watch people that are maybe newer or more recreational players play, I feel like that's one of the hands that people float with way too often sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, king queen is not an easy hand to play with in a re-raise pot, because in a re-raise pot, most of the times people are re-raising you with ace, king, and ace, queen, and you're dominated a lot. But I'm not saying that he should have called the flop. I'm saying that it's definitely merit to consider making a move.
I definitely 6-handed with backdoor draw too, and with that many chips, I think it's totally fine, like you said. As long as you're planning on making things happen with your big turn cards, right? Any club.
Well, he did decide to make the fold, and it's all right. You got a lot of chips. Hey, you may call pre-flop, missed. Yep. Oh well.
Did you guys take note of the size of the c-bet?
Well, it's about 125,000 chips, so roughly. The blinds has gone up to 12K, 24K. I believe the blind was 1020 during the last hand. So about 6 big blinds c-bet. And we got ourselves a flop here. Pocket fives versus Jack 4 suited. Look at that flop for Jack 4 suited. Now Mosen has the best hand of pocket fives.
Is this?
But it's actually harder for him to play this hand than Jack 4 suited here.
Is this blind versus blind?
It should be blind versus blind.
Okay.
And Russell is going to make the call here. Turn is the heart. Look at that, guys. And a 0% for Mosen.
It doesn't look like that bad of a card for Mosen, really.
He did pick up a little straight draw here, and Russell now has the flush, Jack high flush. Now, I think I would like to see a bet from Russell here, just because, you can get called by a lot of hands generally here. I don't know if Mosen's going to make the call of pocket fives on this flop. On turn, but he is going to make the call. The river would be fun if it comes a 6 or a 5, but let's see. Well, the 7 rolls off.
That looks like a fine card for Mosen.
It does make Mosen's hand look stronger. And we all know Russell is going to bet here on the river. Now, will Mosen be able to make a call? That's the question.
I would imagine he's going to call here. And I mean, it depends on the size. If Russell really goes for a big bet, he might fold. But
he did bet over half pot on the flop too. I mean the turn. I'm sorry.
I'm expecting around 200,000 here. 180 maybe.
185.
185,000 chips here. Now Mosen, what's going through his head is like, okay, I clearly don't be a hand that's betting for value that's worse than me. Like, I don't expect my opponent to bet a big bet with like ace-4 right now. So what Mosen's got to be thinking, what do I beat? Well, I only beat bluffs, right, guys? So what are these bluffs?
Straight draws.
Straight draws.
And overcards.
So what, like 10-8, 10-jack, 5-8. He does block pocket 5. Looks like he's just going to just call here really quickly. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some pretty random bluffs in there. You are playing blind versus blind. He could just be peeling with ace high and bluffing.
Well, I don't know too much about Russell's game. Maybe they have some history for him to make that quick call of the pocket fives. I definitely probably would have took a little bit more thought into it, because you really do only beat pure straight draw bluffs, in my opinion. Like 10-8, 10-jack, and stuff like that. Your opponent can easily improve at some point. I would have been a little more cautious with the 5s. I'm not excited to call on the river, personally. Like, because, you know, the flush got there, things like that. But I guess Mosin is just like, let me just kind of make sure you're not messing around with me a bit.
Yeah, I think I would have been pretty excited to call with the 5s in that spot. I think that a guy like Russell's going to show up with a hand like King 8 and Queen 6 and just complete air on the river there. I don't think it has to be a straight draw to peel the flop.
Well, looks like Harrison here under the gun with 4-3 suited. He's getting crafty here.
Wow. That's confidence. Takes a lot to, like, want to open a hand like this under the gun.
Well, he is leveraging his stack size right now. He's basically saying, I've got a good stack size. No one's going to play back at me unless they've got a hand. And Mosin here of ace queen.
They're deep enough where he might even be able to call 3-bets with a hand like 3-4 suited.
Is that a call or? Not too sure of the chip denominations here. It might be a re-raise. Is that a call?
Just a call.
That's a call.
Just giving him credit for being under the gun, I guess.
Well, Mosin, now generally ace-queen, 6-handed, this is a great hand. But one of the things that happens in final tables is that we got big stacks, we got short stacks. And these guys both are very deep. And he doesn't want to play a really massive pot here of ace-queen and just like be like, oh, I don't know what to do if you re-raise me again. I think he's playing the more passive route to kind of just see a flop. That way, we don't play big pots unless we have big hands, and then kind of let the smaller stacks kill each other and bust out. I think that's what's going through Mosin's mind.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to be disguised and play a hand in position, too.
Oh, look at that. He's going to catch up here. Pair of 4s now. Is Harrison going to continuation bet this flop, guys? What are your thoughts? Bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. I think I like a bet here, personally. I feel like if you give up the initiative, you're just kind of playing catch-up, and you're not really sure what to do if your opponent continues betting.
What are you thinking, like 90,000? Something a little on the bigger side?
Yeah, roughly like half pot, roughly. So, but it's going to go check. Mosin's happy to get that free card. Well, 2 pair for the 4-3. Now Harrison needs to figure out what does Mosin have to check back the flop. He knows he has the best hand here when he sees check on the flop. But does he think Mosin have like high cards and isn't going to call bet? Does he think he has like a hand like pocket 5s, pocket 6s that would call a bet? That's what Harrison needs to figure out right now.
And she just lets it go right away.
Well, he doesn't have too much there. And Harrison's going to win this pot.
What do you think of checking back that, or just checking that turn to Mosin?
Well, that's the thing, is you need to figure out what did my opponent call me with, what kind of hands will my opponent call with pre-flop, like, and if I checked him on a flop like this, 10-7 high, does he bet bluffs there? So say Mosin has like queen jack suited, king jack, you know, hands that whiff, right? And like ace low that whiffed. Is he the type of player to bet whenever someone checks to him, right? And some of these people will bet the flop, some will not, but they might bet the turn when they see someone give up multiple times. And, you know, and the other thing you need to think about is what would Mosin do if he had a pair, like pocket 8s, pocket 9, you know, like a medium strength hand? Would he, if he got checked to him, does he bet those flops when he has them? If you can figure these things out, then you can figure out what to do with 4-3 suited as the best play. So I guess Harrison thought, well, Mosin, he just would have had some value. I guess if he was bluffing, he would have bet the flop. So that's why he thought he can get away with a bet on the turn to pair.
Yeah, he thought Mosin's not going to bet the turn as a bluff if he didn't bet the flop as a bluff.
I agree with that. I just think that sometimes checking the turn is going to get you called by hands like ace high on the river.
Yeah.
And it gives you a chance to like at least get one street of value, because I think a lot of hands like you did are just going to muck anyways on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. I mean, with 2 pair, you're pretty happy with your hand, and you got to look for opportunities to try to grab some chips here and there. So definitely merit to checking the turn as well. Look at Randy Lou and Scott Ball. Of course, Tyler Patterson's here as well, guys.
He's next. He's next.
There he is.
He's so awesome. He gets his own
I
slide.
could have guessed.
Boom, Tyler Patterson.
That's me. You guys are the pros. I'm just part of Team Thunder Valley, just here, helping out, making the place look good.
Maybe we're the pros. You win stuff.
I did win something one time. Yeah, it's true. I meant you're the professional commentators. Not
You know what event I'm excited for this summer, Tyler? The WPT 500 at Aria again this year. Did you play it last year?
I did. It's a really cool event. Was last year the first, or there was one year before that? I think last year was the.
I think last year was the.
I think maybe it was the second one.
I think it might have been the second. You only have I think it's 10 starting days. This
Yeah,
year
it's
summer.
crazy.
That's so awesome.
And that last, do they still have the last turbo day? We have the information here. The last day, the day of day 2, they have the super turbo morning round or whatever. That's so awesome.
That's such an awesome tournament.
It's really fun.
$500, huge prize pool. I'm excited.
I think Scott Clements got second or third, and he played that turbo round day, so he got up at 5 in the morning to go play this thing, and ends up.
That's so sick.
It's a really cool event. There's a lot of buzz around that event.
That is. And you're playing Aria. Aria is such a comfortable place to play poker.
Oh, what we got going on here?
Well, the blinds are 12,000, 24,000. We got a raise from Mosin, all in from Hafiz. 561,000 chips. Well, Derek's got pocket twos. He's like, I wanted to make a move, but he's going to let that one go. Should see a fold from Mosin here.
Mosin's one of those guys who plays pretty quick, too. I like that.
We do know live poker is known to be a little bit slower than online poker. We can't really fault them to playing a little bit slow sometimes when you're playing for so much money, but it's always nice and refreshing to see a quicker style player and a shot clock style.
Especially pre-flop. Especially when your decisions should be basically almost made instantaneously when you look at your hand 3/4 the time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can see the point of view from both ends, and so I'm never like, oh man, what are you doing? You're taking forever. Like, man, you act too fast. I understand both points of views. That's just how live poker is. But you're always playing for so much money.
One of you guys called the clock on somebody.
I'm pretty aggro with that.
Really?
Yeah.
He's aggro. He's a lag.
I'm an aggro clock caller. I don't like it.
He's not a nit with that. I'll tell you that, guys. You guys should tweet at Tyler. Be like, yeah, you're not a clock nit, eh?
Well, I'm decent at making confrontation just a joke. Saying clock with a smile or explaining myself a little bit. You know what I mean? So usually players don't get too upset about it.
You sure you're not just clock?
Yeah.
Matt Savage, clock.
Usually when I'm calling the clock, it's when someone's tanking for 3 or 4 minutes pre-flop at level 2 of the tournament. I'm just like, my goodness, you have 30,000 chips and the blind's only 150 or whatever.
I generally do give someone the benefit of the doubt the first time, and then when they're a habitual tanker, I'm just like, please, I paid to play as well.
Yeah, I mean, I try to just tease them a little bit so that it's not, so that there's not animosity, but that doesn't always work, of course.
Well, Mosin has took the pre-flop raise here. Queen 10 suited, and Marcus has defended King Deuce suited. Flops top pair. Mosin does not have anything. Is he going to continuation bet here, trying to move, his opponent off of say A6 of clubs or something? And he is going to make the bet here. We do know the King Deuce is not folding.
On these monotone boards, the guy in position just has so much power.
Absolutely, I was thinking the same
I
thing.
I almost always see bet those spots.
And King Deuce just can't feel good here right now. King Deuce of Diamond just can't feel great,
Well, King Deuce isn't going to fold, but if your opponent has pocket fours black, right? He's like, oh man, do I really want to call here? Don't we know what to do on turn river? So we do see a check call here. Marcus is saying, no heart, please, no heart, please, right now. He does get what he wishes. I assume that's what he's thinking through his head. We should see a check from Marcus. I think Mosin, he can really go either way with a bet or a check. If he's betting this turn, I think with a lot of intention to consider a river as well.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys' thoughts. Are you guys just giving up here and just take your free card? Or, in my opinion, I feel like you can bet because if you know your opponent defends wide, which Marcus has been defending a little bit wider than some of these players, he's probably calling hands like 7-8, Ace-5, Ace-7. They cannot handle the heat here unless they have a heart in their hand as well.
I definitely prefer a bet, but I also don't. I think both are totally justifiable. I definitely like barreling river, like especially if the river's like three of hearts or something like something like that. You can rep so much here.
Well, look at this, a big bet, 160,000. It looks like Mosin is, in his head, basically trying to move his opponent off these middling type hands that a big blind would call with. Marcus is actually, he's got one of a stronger hands, a pair of kings. No kicker, though. He's like, oh my gosh, I'm up against an aggressive player. What do I do here?
So if I'm in motion, I like a big bet here on the turn, just because it represents a big bet on the river. So it puts a lot of pressure on your opponent now. And then I probably don't fire the river, but
the river is a 5. I think this is going to stop all the action. Now, if Mosin was trying to move opponents off of a hand, the 5 is not one of them he wants to do it on.
That's a terrible card.
And these graphics are so great. It tells you everything up on the left, everything that happened in the hand. You can go back and look at it.
My Marcus has got top pair. He's going to see check, and nice takedown here. Top pair, no kicker.
Big pot for Marcus. It's a big deal.
He really needed this one. You know, he was losing a couple pots here and there, and see, I feel pretty good about that one.
Oh no, guys, Mosin's going to be sure he's only going to have like 100 bigs. Just kidding.
The level did go up, so they lost a little bit of those giant big blind numbers. Yeah, he's climbing the charts. That's pretty comfortable.
Marcus in 4th place. San Diego, California, not too far from here. Was it like a 8-hour drive or so? Is that right?
8-hour drive. I love San
Not
Diego.
too far, 8 hours. Yeah. Randy Lou commentary. Hey, what's up, everyone? Tyler over there.
I'm a guest, so I'm
he's off the screen right
We need
there.
more guests,
But
we need more guests in here.
Yeah, we have a big couch. We can get 5 or 6 more commentators in here.
Let's just do it. Let's just get like everyone to can commentate.
Sounds good, guys. Well, we got at least 1,200 people in the Twitch chat that can commentate with us.
Oh yeah,
over
have
on
you been talking to these guys?
I've been typing a little bit.
Okay.
Let's do it again. Let's do it again.
Someone says, can you walk away with the money in your hand? Well, you cannot just cash out his tournament. You do need to continue playing until you officially bust out. So you can't just say, well, I've got this many chips, this percentage, let me just take that out of the prize pool. It doesn't work like that at all in a tournament. So no, you cannot do that.
Scott, what's your title at Twitch? You have a position there that...
I do have a position at Twitch, Community Development and Poker Manager.
Okay. Now you work in the office down in San Francisco, yeah?
Yeah, I do when I'm in town, which isn't very often.
Well, I
so
see.
You're kind of a local hero too. San Francisco's kind of.
Well, a hero, that's a big word. I'm a local. I'm a local
Rum
guy.
Cake's in the making, you know. Scott's in the making to be a hero, but I see Scott a lot around the tour, just like different stops and stuff, and so it's good to see Scott here again, commentating, which is something new for us. But
it is. I don't commentate too often.
Yeah.
It's fun. I'm glad I'm doing it with you guys, man. It's a good time.
Well, I'm glad to see Marcus opening King-Queen suited here. 62,000. Mosin is, it looks like a blind versus blind confrontation, I believe, and Mosin's going to call here King-7 offsuit.
I don't play motion for this at all. I'm probably defending the King-7 when I'm playing blind versus blind, but I am surprised by how wide these guys are all defending the big blind.
Well, they are very deep stacking. That's one of the reasons why you're going to be able to get away with defending wide. It's like, well, you're putting a small investment to maybe win a big investment potentially. Marcus has been out-flopped here of King-Queen. Mosin has paired his pair of 7s, but he's going to continuation bet here, just pure King-Queen high. Took the initiative pre-flop, trying to take the initiative post-flop.
Well, Mosin's definitely calling.
So a lot of times people are like, well, I think I have the best hand a lot. And what they do a lot of times is just call the flop when they have mid pairs or like top pair, no kicker, because they don't want to, you know, get blown off their hand per se. So he is going to make the call. The turn is an 8. I expect Marcus to give up on this turn card because it brings a lot of draws in there that probably aren't going to fold, like 8-9s and Jack-9s and 7-9s that probably aren't going to fold. So I think barreling doesn't really make too much sense. Mosin here is going to quickly check back to turn 8, and the river is a 5. Does not hit the queen that he needed. Should see a check most of the time. You know, it went check through the turn. They're both like, Mark is like, I know I lost his hand. And Mosin's like, please don't bet because I just got like third pair. Let me get to the river. And Mosin's quick player. He should check this back pretty quickly. Yep.
Pink chips were 25,000.
No, the green ones are 25.
Okay,
The pinks are 100.
Okay.
And then with the oranges are 5,000 and the yellows are 1,000 chips. Good thing we got great graphics to tell us what their chip stacks are. So we're happy about that.
I like this chip set. It's really easy to tell what the different colors are.
Oh, that's definitely a good point. There are some situations where I've seen like, oh my god, those two colors look so similar, you know?
Yeah.
You know, like, I really love playing poker here, and I'm not just saying that. Thunder Valley is such a comfortable when we're playing. The chips are nice. The tables are, like, I feel like the tables are actually physically larger than a lot of places I play.
You can see that.
The staff is great. It's super, super comfortable.
Yeah, give a shout out to Ben. He's awesome.
Yeah.
The tournament director, poker room manager here.
Really good guy.
Every player here guaranteed $54,970, but of course they want to be the WPT champion. $275,000 for first.
Feels pretty good.
Feels good, man, when you win. Feels bad, man, when you go out in sixth, though.
You know what feels even worse? When you go out in like 75th.
75th.
What did it pay?
Yeah.
72? Yeah, 70.
You know what's worse? Yeah, didn't make the money. Didn't make the money. Feels
Same
bad.
here.
Tyler, did you get deep at all in this event?
No, I mean, I was towards the end of the second day, so I don't know, maybe 85th, 90th, something like that.
So it's outside the money, right?
Yeah,
I think
kind of close to the money, but not really.
Well, there's always next time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I always come out here because I have family here. I'm from Sacramento. I was born in Sacramento. I actually really should say I'm from Seattle. It's where I lived most of my life. But I always come back here whenever they have an event if I can because it's
That's pretty funny. Actually, I grew up in Sacramento as well.
Oh, really?
So, like, I guess we're neighbors practically.
Yeah.
But it's nice to support your local scene. So, yeah, that's why I'm here, too. And look at this. Ace-9. Harrison is open the medium strength hand. Marcus in the big blind. Or I believe it's the big blind. I'm not too sure. But he's got ace-queen. What is he going to do?
Oh,
he's on the button.
He's on the button. He's got like 50-ish big blinds. This is pretty interesting.
So we noticed that Marcus has called here. The difference with the pocket eights was pocket eights he was out of position, but when he's in position, maybe he's more likely to take a hand like ace queen and see a flop. Do you like this call here? Do you rather 3-bet when you get the button, or what's going through your guys' heads?
I usually 3-bet in this spot, but I don't know. Maybe he just likes playing against weaker aces. Maybe he wants to bring Russell into the pot, or doesn't mind it.
Well, he might lose this pot now that Harrison has out-flopped him, pairing his 9. Is Harrison going to continuation bet here, mid-pair into in a 3-way pot? What are your thoughts here, Tyler?
Yeah, I definitely think he's going to continuation bet here. You don't want to just let free cards roll off. There's too many gut shots and things that can too many bad cards.
Not sure which one's the one that's bad for you, right? Like
Right.
the 10, a jack, or queen roll off. You're like, please, why didn't I bet the flop? But Harrison is going to bet the flop, so he's taking your advice, Tyler, here. Half pot here, 75,000 chips. Marcus here of ace queen high. He might get a little stubborn here. He's got, you know, the backdoor flush draw,
nice.
ace queen high, that might be good. You know, I can see him going either way, and he's not going to throw his hand away. He's
I
gonna
mean,
put
you're
some
just
more
kicking
chips.
yourself for not 3-betting if you end up folding in that spot. You
Yeah,
give
I
up
think that's
too
what's
much.
going through his head, too. It's like, well, you know, I didn't re-raise this pre-flop, so I'm not going to fold the flop when it comes pretty decent for me.
Right.
But he's behind right now. Turn is a 7. I expect Harrison to check here on the turn and probably check call if, you know, Marcus does decide to bet. But I think it's going to go check-check a lot.
I mean, I don't hate betting here on the turn.
You don't find that you might kind of, like, get really tricky on the river if you get called again? Or
bloating the pot is not that great in that
right,
spot. Yeah.
because say hypothetically Marcus has like queen jack of hearts, queen jack of clubs, whatever. That's pretty reasonable hands to have. Queen 10, he's not going to fold the turn, right? And then
You might
know,
even raise.
You brick off on the river, and you got ace 9 here. You bet twice, and then that's why I don't really love betting the turn myself with ace 9. It's like those situations happen, and you know when someone's got a flush draw and they miss on the river, and you check to them, they usually bet. They usually don't check it back. So. Yeah, now Marcus is on the side. Do I turn my hand into bluff? Do I just bet because I think I have best hand. A lot of things are going through Marcus's head. He doesn't know what's going on, but he's going to go ahead and bet here.
I mean, this will put a lot of pressure on a hand like 6s or 8s or, I mean, ace-9 even.
I think this works as multi-way. I think he does think he has the best hand, but he also thinks he can bluff better hands off. So he's basically, it's kind of like one of those weird spots where it works both ways. Because if your opponent has a continuation bet like pocket 3s, 4s, or 5s, it's probably not going to call this turn bet. But then again, you know, if your opponent has like 10 jack, 10 queen, you don't want to give him a free card either. So I think Marcus, when he bets here on the turn, if he doesn't improve on a, I think he's just going to check back the river if he gets called here. I don't think he's got much intention to really barrel off here with ace queen high.
I mean, he could. There's not a lot of hands that can call him.
Well, Harrison does have one of 10 that is going to make the call on the turn. And the river is a 6, so a flush gets there. Now, if I was Marcus, and I was if I was considering continue bluffing on the river, the heart is the one I'm going to do it on. You know, when you call flop bet, people put you on flush draws or top pair, right? You know, you bet the turn when it checks to you. Now your flush got there. Man, you can represent that flush so well, and easily you can represent a king as well. Like you got king queen here, like you're probably gonna bet as well. So.
And if you bet a big bet, 300,000-400,000 here, I mean, you could even get a king to fold.
Yeah, it's quite likely. It depends on the sizing, and I think Marcus, you know, at first he's like, well, you know, if a 2 black came off, I'm just gonna check it back. But he's like, wait a second, this is actually a good card to bet.
Another thing people don't consider taking into consideration enough, and a lot of players at least, is that when you're blocking the nuts, you can apply so much more pressure because you know they can't possibly have it, and they always have to potentially hit that you can't.
Well, he's going to give this one up, and Marcus loses the pot. I think Marcus is thinking, you know, I know this is a potentially good spot, but I don't think Harrison's ever going to fold a king. That's the question. Does Harrison have a king or does he not? If he doesn't have a king, I'm betting, but he doesn't know, and I think that's why he checked back.
How much do you think he needs to bet there to get Harrison to fold? 620 in the pot or something like that.
It depends. If he's trying to get him off a king, it's going to have to be like
500,000.
500, yeah.
But if it's not a king, he only needs to bet like 300 or 250 or something like that.
Are there enough hands between that are better than ace queen but not a king to warrant you know, a 250, 300K bet?
Well, the 9 is the main. The 9s are the main one, and the 9s though are pretty likely. You gotta think about it. Continuation bet a dry board, check call the turn. Because a lot of times if they have a king, they're just gonna bet the turn themselves, right?
Right.
So I think he could have definitely potentially figured out that Harrison does have a weaker, you know, holding there.
Maybe even jacks and queens and 10s, and there's a lot of
very possible. I think another thing going through Marcus' head though, if I make a 400,000 chip bet and I'm wrong. God, I might be going out in 6th place pretty soon.
Yeah, that would have been, I mean, that's...
But, you know, if he
like
checks back and give up, and, you know, he's still got, like, a good amount of big blinds, 35, I believe, roughly. So I think that's kind of a thing that goes through your mind in a tournament poker.
That was definitely an interesting spot. You know he wanted to bet now. He's kicking himself for not betting, but...
Absolutely.
He would have had... If he loses the pot after betting 450,000, he would have only had 20 big blinds-ish, even if even that.
Well, Harrison is just opening like crazy, 7-4 suited now, guys. He's moved up though from 4-3 suited.
I love Mosen's call here with jacks.
So why do you say that though? I'd love to hear it.
So I think it's a balance thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think having jacks in the top of your flattening range like this is just going to get you paid off.
Jesus.
Look at that flop.
Sorry to interrupt, yeah.
Well, Harrison, he is still behind here, but for one of the worst hands in poker, he has definitely improved himself here. Looking for a 6 of hearts specifically to make that straight flush. We would love to see that on the WPT here. He's going to make a continuation bet. Quick call from Molson.
I feel like Mosen is so under-repped here, right? Like,
yeah.
By flattening, I think it's a good balance.
Well, look at that.
Showers.
Harrison.
Now I look like a dummy because the other guy got there.
But Harrison has caught up here with 7-4 of hearts. He needs to continue betting here, though, because he doesn't want to let, like, a random heart
Absolutely.
catch up.
But if you're trying to rep something that isn't a flush, I mean, what hands would you be betting here? Are you going to bet 10s, ace, king, aces? Are you betting those hands in this spot?
Something like ace queen with the heart, you know, hands like that probably are gonna barrel off on that.
You went with a check.
Well, Harrison did check. That's I find that very interesting. I don't really like it. I would like to just continue betting here.
Me too.
You know, if I've got like king queen with one heart, I'm probably betting again anyways. Like I should be betting with some good hands. Harrison.
Especially since there's hands like, you know, ace-8 with ace of hearts, things like that.
Well, interesting is this might not be that comfortable for Harrison to be check raising. He's probably just going to call down.
I don't expect Harrison to check raise here because he doesn't want to bloat the pot like for 2 million chips with another chip leader right now. Now, I think Harrison knows he's got the best hand though, but it's just in case your opponent does have a big hand.
That's another reason why he should have bet there, is because he can
control
keep growing the pot without it getting completely out of control.
Oh, wow. The river is a jack, guys.
Unbelievable.
Well, Harrison here, this thing feels like he's under-repped his hand. He's caught up. Mosen's caught up with pocket jacks. River's the top full house right now. Mosen's like, oh, my God. I was thinking about considering checking back to river, but not anymore.
He's going to bomb this river.
Well, Harrison's going to... I imagine Harrison, after he checked the turn and called, he's probably not going to take the initiative, so he's going to check again, which he does. And Mosen. He did that pot size bet earlier with the trip 9s earlier, but it was a really small pot. What is he thinking right now?
Against a lot of players, I would just overbet and go all in because it's just so hard to fold anything.
Well, I mean, I don't know their stack sizes. All in might be a little bit too much.
I think it's like 800,000, and the pot
I think
is...
he bet kind of small. Yeah, I think
the pot's like 5.
He did a little.
290,000.
Yeah.
No, I don't mind this bet from Mosen because when someone... Was it just call?
Yeah. Man, he definitely thinks he's being tight when he's calling, too. He's like...
Yeah, they're both very deep stacked, so it makes sense why he just called with a flush rather than raising. But Mosen... I like the 290,000 chip bet because, you know, when someone checks to me, when a flush comes in, they're telling me they don't have a flush a lot of times. They probably have like one pair or like ace high. So you need to cater your bet to when a river is a jack, it comes an overcard to all of the cards on the board. So if my opponent has like 6s or 7s, which is a mid pair, or like a pair of 8s or 9s, like he does not. My opponent does not want to see a pot size bet right now. So I'm going to cater my bet size to those kind of hands. So I like the bet that Mosen did there with the 290,000.
Yeah, if he had any inkling that Harrison might have a flush, he would have bet a lot more, but it's pretty hard to put him on a flush.
So Mosen's happy with that one, of course. And King 10, you know, one of the folds earlier position. And we got Mosen here with 10-6 offsuit. Russell, ace-9 offsuit, probably going to open here on the button. You know, we saw him raise some looser hands, so ace-9 definitely one of his bigger hands. Goes for the exact min raise, 48,000. Fees Khan's been a bit tight lately.
He did shove that Jack-10 suited.
Yeah, he went.
Yeah, he's kind of like,
awesome.
it looks like he's basically kind of choosing his spots really well and gets a lot of credit.
Yep.
So he lets the Queen 4 suited go. Now Harrison
Has he seen a flop?
Who? Hafiz?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have that big of a chip stack, so he's probably not looking to see too many flops. He's more playing that.
Yeah, I don't think he has either.
Yeah.
He's been playing for almost 2 hours, you know.
And Harrison folded the 9-7 offsuit there, guys. I'm a little bit surprised in the big blind with those stack sizes.
I think sometimes when you're in a situation like that and you lose a big pot like that,
you're just kind of like, oh, let me just cool down a little bit.
Give me a minute. Let me calm down. Let me get my. Let me play again when my thoughts are like, you know, really on point. You might need a second to recoup from that, I think.
I mean, I personally probably would defend a 9-7 offsuit against a button open for exact min raise. Stack sizes were.
So Harrison is not a big defender. He folded that Jack-5 suited out of the big one.
Yeah, that's
also.
true. It was just funny because I was playing with Harrison. He was defending like Queen 4 suited earlier. Maybe
well,
final table.
He thinks you're a fish.
Harrison, come on, man. Give me some respect. My man.
He knows you're a maniac, to be fair. Oh, that guy plays on the internet? He must be crazy.
Pretty sure Harrison's played on the internet, too.
I know, I'm trolling.
This Harrison. Well, Russell's picked up ace-jack offsuit. He's going to go ahead and open.
Russell slowed down a lot, too, didn't he?
Well, you know, he's still playing his
play,
spots. But an ace-jack offsuit, definitely, it might be the best hand he's seen.
Yeah, I think so.
So far at this final table.
He's played really well so far, though, to be fair.
No, I
Yeah,
think
I totally
Russell's
agree.
playing good poker. Derek here probably going to let go of this king 5 offsuit with this shorter stack. Nope, just kidding. It's going to go ahead and make
he's
the
a big
call.
defender.
It's not a bad call by any means because you're definitely getting good odds. Whenever someone min raises you and there's antes, it's never too bad to really call the majority of your hands. So he's going to make the call.
So that's true, but people don't factor in the reverse implied odds. When you're playing against someone who's a good player and you're out of position, the pot doesn't just end. You don't need to just call and then the pot's over. You have to play the pot now.
Yeah, it's definitely true. But, you know, I think the trend has lately been geared towards defending the big blind a lot more.
Definitely has.
And, you know, poker trends do change a lot. But you can't really fault someone for ever defending when someone min raises you. I'm not saying you need to call the big blind at all, but you can never say it's a bad play.
Right.
And we also have no idea when we say someone is a good player, like what other people at the table think of each other as players, right?
Mm-hmm.
Someone that we might assume is two very good players, someone else at the table could assume is not a good player.
Right.
We're happy to play them out of position.
Right, that's totally true.
Well, Russell here is the chip leader, still has increased the stack by about 14% from
He put a
Reading.
suit on for the game.
Yeah, he's looking sharp.
I was thinking that earlier. Props to him for
I heard that the nicer you dress, the more likely you're going to win. I think that's what he said. Someone told him that. So.
Then how come you haven't bought a new jacket in all these
Yeah,
years?
I know. Damn, no wonder I don't cash WPTs.
Take it from Anthony Zeno, who at one point was Motion's favorite player. He wrote that on the bio, but then scratched it out and changed it to Gavin Smith, who doesn't dress quite as well as Anthony Zeno.
But it's close, right? It's very close.
Very close, yeah.
Very similar
Very close.
players, right, guys? Very similar
They're
players.
similar humans, really.
Yeah, I mean, that's so true.
Lots of similarities. I can see the resemblance.
They're definitely like brothers from another mother. That whole
Well, Russell is open here of ace-6 offsuit, mixing it up, actually making it 2.5x this time in an earlier position. Not sure if the sizing is going to indicate the strength of his hand at all.
I'm just glad Moson's folded so we can go back to daydreaming about JC Tran and Gavin Smith.
Well, Derek's going to fold that hand and over to the big blind. I think Mark has been a big defender of his big blind, but 6-2 offsuit shouldn't be one of those hands.
Oh, Randy Lou, you instant defend that. Don't lie. I'm just kidding.
6-2 offsuit. 6-2 suited maybe. Offsuit no. So.
Well, suited, is that even a question?
And if you're wearing a suit.
Oh, they think you're funny, Scott. Look at them.
I know, right? I'm glad at least one person did today. Victory.
So guys, my name is Randy Liu, joined here by Scott Ball and Tyler Patterson here today for our WPT final table commentary. No one has busted in this 6-hand event yet. We are very deep stack. It started off of 100 big blind average stack.
You're looking at the...
Is someone going to bust? Who knows?
I don't know, man.
I think this might be a multi-day final table, possibly.
It really could. It really could be. These guys are
It really could be a
really
multi-day final
deep.
table?
Well,
Oh
I
my
mean,
goodness.
I guess not. The production has to just keep going, but it's, we could be here past midnight, so I guess that makes it a multi-day.
Twitch chat was comparing the smiles between the well-fleshed girls. They're like, left one smiles better. No, the right one. Left one.
We need a straw poll.
Straw poll it. I'm sure next time they see that, they're going to be like, yeah, I picked the left one. No, I picked the right.
As a matter of fact, give me a moment.
Oh, boy. Here we go. This is what Twitch is for, really.
Well, Harrison is definitely the loosest opener of all of them. King deuce suited, not even on the button. No problem. Let me go ahead and raise here. So he is going to do that. Probably 48,000 is what he's been doing. Indeed, it is 48,000. Derek's going to fold. Marcus is going to fold, and Molson. Ace-Jack offsuit is not going anywhere. What are you doing with Ace-Jack here? Snap calling like that?
I like how fast he's playing, but I don't know. I mean, I do like the 3-bet Ace-Jack. It just doesn't flop that well. It's tough to play. But you don't want to make these huge pots against other good players when they.
The main reason is how deep they are, right?
Yeah.
Like, if they were, like, 40 big blinds deep, they're more likely to 3-bet, I think.
Yeah.
But, you know, when they got, like, 100 plus, they're like, well, you know, let's just play small pot poker for now. And, you know, he's disguised his hand with ace-jack here. Comes ace-high. Harrison's not going to be able to put his opponent on ace-jack a lot of times, so.
Oh, man. The votes are coming in. Right now they're almost tied.
I mean, it really is a tie, to be honest.
It's literally tied. Yeah, you guys are literally tied.
Shout out to Jeannie and Maryland and all the great stuff they do for the World Poker Tour.
I can't wait to see that graphic again, guys, so we can let them vote some more. You better keep that URL for us. Anyways, Harrison has continuation bet the flop, check on the turn. The river is a 10, so Molson's got top pair, good kicker, but kind of a nasty board. He's not sure if he wants to value bet here. It's a tough board to value bet on. I think Molson's going to check a lot of times. But he could continue bet and just fold to a raise, and he is going to do that.
He doesn't necessarily have to fold to the raise. He has an ace of hearts. He could bet 3-bet.
Yeah, but I find it unlikely right now. But anyways, Harrison doesn't have anything. Do you like the bet from Molson's point of view? It went c-bet flop, check turn. Now we're here on the river. Do you bet here with ace-jack?
I think it's a spot where you might get a random bluff out of your opponent if you check. So I think
it's better to check maybe.
I think I like the check. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like to check, but I think you're less likely to bluff. You're less likely to bluff because you have the ace of hearts, right?
Well, it's just hoping someone represents the inside straight draw.
For sure.
He lost 3% of his deck.
Nice graphic,
guys.
That was strong.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Well, guys, he's lost 3% of his chip stack. I think he needs to go into nip mode and not open the king deuce suited now, right, guys? Occupation poker player. A lot of these guys are poker players.
Left's got a slight edge right now. The left smile's got a slight edge. It's not big. It's
left
close.
is Jeannie and right was Maryland?
I'm not sure.
Oh,
I don't have pictures. I just have
okay.
I just have vote results.
Yeah, okay. I saw it on the.
I don't know names.
Well, Hafiz is the first one to act. He has not played too many pots, but when he plays a pot, he should get a lot of credit. But he's going to fold the queen 8 suited right now. Harrison, this looks like a Harrison hand, 6-4 suited.
Yeah, I mean, the guy plays cash too, so he likes these suited connectors when he's playing over 100 big blinds deep. He has experience doing that.
And this is one of the few final tables that represents a cash game style with so deep stacks right now. So Harrison's got to feel right at home right now. He's going to open 6-4 suited.
Do you know Harrison's online handle?
Harrison Ford. No, I don't know.
Gimbler or something. I don't remember.
I'm sure he's done well online. I don't know.
Actually, it's probably in this bio here.
I wouldn't be surprised. You know what?
Let's look it up.
Someone in Twitch chat must know, right? Can someone do the lazy work for us?
Twitch chat. Who is he online?
Who is Harrison Gimbal online?
That way we can find out how bad he's crushed in Anoko over the years.
Oh, he's got my roll, guys. That's why he's here at the final table. Well, Russell has defended King Deuce offsuit, guys. It's definitely a weak hand. Russell is not, going to knit it up. And Russell doesn't flop anything. Harrison does flop bottom pair. He's doing a continuation bet here, bottom pair. Harrison's been opening a lot of junky hands, so I wonder if other people are going to pick up on this and start playing back at him. But we see a check. Turn is a 7.
I definitely like the check because you have showdown value now, right?
Well, let's look at it from Russell's point of view. He's the first one to act.
Yep.
Well, the question is basically you're deciding, well, what does my opponent check back? Is it worth ever betting king too high? Nothing. Usually not, but you can definitely I've seen players bet here with the king deuce when they see someone check back here. Harrison's got bottom pair. He's probably trying to get the showdown. Look at that check. Patent check right there. Looking for that king. River's an 8. Now, Russell, king high. He needs to stab here if he wants to take down his pot. I don't think he's going to, but you can really make a case to do so because when someone check down the flop, check down a turn, they probably would have bet a queen or 10 by now. This board is looking scary if you got ace king high or ace jack high or pocket fives. I think Russell, if he really thinks about this, can make a really nice little bluff here and take it down a lot of times, I think.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent is clearly trying to get you showdown, so.
Look at this. Russell is not playing
He's going for
poker.
the full pot.
I like it.
Yeah,
Russell.
that's a good bet.
This guy's playing well. He does have the least tournament cashes of all these 6 players, but he's playing some great poker right now. Pot size bet, just slightly over.
It's like 116 to 138.
Yeah, Harrison's like, bottom pair, flush got there, straights got there. I'm not folding yet because this is suspicious, but I got a pair of 4s. 6 kicker.
But he is trying to say all these hands that you're going to bet more than the pot. What was going through his head is why it could be a bluff. All those hands that can bet more than a pot, straights and flushes, wouldn't they bet the turn? Wouldn't they? I mean, you have these straight and flush draws out there. Not going to take a stab till the river?
Did you see? You guys see the almost? Sorry to interrupt you, Tyler. I apologize.
No,
the relief that Russell had when he physically showed when he folded.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he physically, like, you could see that there was relief when the hand was mucked. He smiled a little bit and was a little happy there.
Oh, I mean, I'd be happy. I just took down, like, yeah, I made a nice play right there. Especially when your opponent tanks a little bit, you're like, yeah, I know I got him to move him off the best hand. Definitely, Scott is you're pretty good at this live tell thing. So hopefully, maybe you can pick up on some intuition and give the Twitch viewers some insight, and some nice things you see here. The thing I noticed is
Harrison's like he's very methodical. If you notice his check, he's always checking the same exact way, one motion with his entire hand.
Yeah, he basically goes pat down one time kind of thing. And
a lot of players will check different ways in different situations a lot, and little things like that. He's been very methodical.
Yeah, it's good advice to kind of just keep things consistent.
In my opinion, when you're trying hard to be the same all the time, that's when you give stuff away. When it's clear that you're trying to do something. If you are casual and relaxed when you're playing like motion style, I don't think you're getting any tells out of motion.
Yeah. Well, I tell you this, it's damn hard to be relaxed here at this final table.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of money on the line, a lot of chips,
and all these guys are capable of like crazy things too. So it's you're going to be in tough spots all day.
Right now they're playing a lot of small pots, but kind of going after them. Harrison's opened a real hand, ace-queen suited. Over to Hafiz.
Oh, man.
Ace-9 offsuit. No.
This is rough.
Well, Harrison's been opening from first position, so Hafiz might not.
Active.
Yeah, I think he's just going to call here just because of the position. And, you know, I got enough big blinds to at least see a flop just in case, you know, you do have a big hand. Why not see a flop? And look at this. Top pair for both of them.
23 bigs, too, going in this hand.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Hafiz to get away. We do know Harrison's going to continuation bet the flop. What is Hafiz going to do here with ace-9? One of the stronger kickers for a big blind calling range, too. Do you guys like a check call, a check raise? What's going on?
Actually, I really like Harrison's sizing here a lot, actually. 51 into like 130 or so. He's leaving room for Hafiz to get crazy if Hafiz wants to, right?
That's true. I mean, Hafiz is like, at first he might have been, well, I might be outkicked, but when he sees a small bet, he's like, wait a second, I might have the best hand. Maybe I should put some more chips in right now. But I think he's going to check call, and he does.
Yeah, check calls this.
Turn is a 6, so
Hafiz gets saved.
Saved there right now. And Hafiz is going to go ahead and check again. Now Harrison, what's he going to do here? He's got top pair, top kicker. But the kicker does not play right now. They're sharing the king. He's going to check it back. River is 6. So they both have a full house. No one's losing this pot. Let's be honest, guys. No one's voting this pot. Even if you put them all in, they're going to get a snap call here.
Do you like the check back on the turn with the ace-queen?
You know, I think the check back on a turn is, I think I might have just continued betting. I don't know. It's because the reason is like, well, if I check, I'm trying to induce a bluff. I'm not afraid he's got me out kicked because we're chopping the board.
So I like it versus Hafiz because Hafiz has been so okay with folding. His big blind in the past, but versus more active player, I really, there's just so many 6X's in more active players' range. So I like betting versus Hafiz, but probably checking back versus players that have been more active that have those like 6X combos in their big blind calling range. Because Hafiz hasn't really shown that yet this final table.
Well, you know, they were looks like they were both just happy to get the showdown really quickly.
Yep.
So Hafiz is down 19% of his chips right now.
From the start of the day. It's crazy to me to see these online heroes from back in the day and his $1 million PCA scores from years ago, and now these guys have gray in their beards. Like, used to be, we would think guys with gray in their beards probably didn't play that well. Now, everybody's a hero.
I mean, I think everyone with a beard plays great, to be honest.
Oh, is it a coincidence that you have a beard, Scott?
Not a coincidence.
Oh, man. Where's mine? Oh, God, I must play bad.
I mean, it's tough for you to grow a beard, probably, to be fair. handicap.
Harrison's covering his beard. He heard you. He doesn't want to admit he's a good player right now.
Derek's almost he's on his way to being a good
He's
player.
like getting a beard.
Derek's having a little trouble. That's why his chip stack's having a little trouble right now. He's gonna fold the queen 8.
Now this guy, whoo, Marcus.
Yeah, there's
Marcus
a lot of beards at this final table.
Marcus has got it going.
We're
Poor Russell though, man.
5 out of 6 beards.
Russell's in last place, but you know what? He's got the chip lead. Over to Hafiz, ace-6 offsuit in the small blind.
All right, so let's see who won our straw poll. Wow, left smile barely takes it, guys. Don't worry, we won't tell them you guys judged.
I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to let them vote again when we see them. So, Harrison, 10-5 offsuit. This looks like a blind versus blind confrontation. Is that a limp from Hafiz in the small blind, trying to trap with a6? Harrison's going to take that free flop.
This level should be very close to the end, too, by the way.
And they both have missed the flop. Hafiz with a6 offsuit. I don't think he has intention to give up the flop. And he's going to bet out here. Takes this one down.
I like those lines from the small blind. You just win the blinds with so much, risking so much less.
You like the call pre-flop?
Mhm.
It's very it's one of the trends that's been coming out lately too. A lot of people are just calling in the small blind, see the cheap flop, and calling with big hands too. That way they can protect themselves when they have like junky hands.
Yeah. See, Derek's from Chandler, Arizona. I saw that he went to ASU. I have recently moved to Arizona. That's where I live now. My girlfriend went to ASU, so now I'll root for Derek.
You're root for Derek?
Root for Derek, yep.
So sounds good. There's no reason. These are all definitely players that are capable of winning this tournament.
My mind's still on Mosin, but my heart's on Russell. I want to see the
Russell.
new kid get a 6 score when he's playing
I like,
well. He's really playing great.
He's playing well. He's dressing well. What is he not doing good?
I know. This kid's got it.
Well, Hafiz is going to go ahead and fold here. Queen 5 suited. Harrison in the small blind. Queen deuce offsuit. Looks like he's going to make a call. Try to see that free flop, that cheap one. Derek's probably going to check back here. When you got that smaller stack, you don't want to raise and get shipped on. So he's going to take that free flop.
Yep.
Emotes in the chat. Love it, guys. 9-9 deuce. Harrison's flop bottom pair, queen kicker. Do you expect him to bet out here, or do you expect him to try and top 2 pair? That is confirmed. Queen kicker. He's going to bet out here, kind of just take it down.
Glass is always half full, right, Tyler?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of he might be doing this with 100% of hands that he was going to limp in with. He might just bet the flop for the minimum bet, just like Hafiz did the hand before. So, I mean, that's really a value hand. He's not just trying to end the pot. He actually wants to get called by overcards, probably.
Of course. I mean, but, when your opponent is a short stack, they probably aren't going to float you.
Yeah.
So the question is, Harrison needs to think, well, if I check, does he take a stab here? And I think Harrison decided that the guy with the shorter stack isn't going to stab on 9-9 deuce, even though it's a good flop, because he knows the other guy's going to know, like, well, if someone checks me on 9-9 deuce, small blind or big blind, he's got more chips than me. He's probably trying to not fold.
Right.
So I think he was just like, well, if I check, he's never going to bet for me, so I might as well bet myself. I'm just trying to win the pot. And of course, if I get called, that's great, but I don't think he expected to really get called.
Can we get Matt Savage in one of these polls on Twitch somehow? Let's.
Matt Savage versus the Well Flush Girls Smile.
Who has the best smile? The Royal Flush Girls or Matt Savage?
GG Matt Savage.
I love Matt Savage, but I got to be honest. I think that's going to be a tough one.
So Hafiz is open now. He hasn't opened mini pots at all. I think this is going to be a lot of credit with the 10-7 suited. Derek he's got a good hand in the small blind with ace-9 suited, but he's like, wait, Hafiz is not open too many pots. And he's kind of short. Do I play to ace-9 suited right now?
This is pretty interesting. He's got about 600,000, right?
Yeah.
25 big blinds.
So, if I'm Derek here, I'm like, oh, ace-9 suited. Wait a second. Who's opening? What's the stack size? And this might, I don't fault Derek to consider, letting this one go. Nope, he's going to make the move, though.
Wow, that surprised me because Hafiz has been so tight.
Yeah, this is a small sample size. They've played with Hafiz all day yesterday
That's
also, so they know that he's capable of
very, very true.
not being this tight.
He's going to go ahead and win that pot. I think Derek just looked down his hands like, my hand's just too good.
Yeah.
I'm going to go all in. If you got me beat, you got me beat.
So I don't want them to zoom in on Tyler's name on the trophy.
It's been scribbled out. I scribbled it out, guys. It was me. Derek, guaranteed $54,970 for all 6 players right now. $275,000 for first.
That's so many pink chips.
Well, Russell, this is one of the few premium hands we've seen this final table. Ace King. He's definitely going to raise this one to $48,000. Or possibly.
We probably have a color up coming up here on the break too, so we'll get rid of all those yellow chips.
So I think this is the last hand on the level, guys. So I think we're gonna have this hand play out, and then we're gonna get a short 15-minute break and show you guys some awesome stuff that we have coming up here in the future.
So Hafiz, pocket sixes. Is he going to make the all-in play here? He's got 25 big blinds now. It's a little bit more than 20. I wouldn't fault him for going all in. This is six-handed.
Wow,
but no, he's going to let this one go.
Wow.
Hafiz is like...
I mean, that's a really rough spot.
I think Hafiz is like, man, I got a little bit too much chips right now. I don't want to make the move right now. Let me just chill a little bit. Yeah. But something to keep in mind is the blinds are going up next hand, so it's going to catch up to him. But Marcus here now, King Jack in the small blind.
Marcus can get himself in big trouble this hand, potentially.
When you're in Hafiz's spot, there's 3 people still that haven't even looked at their cards behind you that can just wake up with something on top of Russell having it sometimes. So I don't blame him for folding.
I don't think it's an absurd fold. It's definitely a tight fold as well. Hope he would have thought about it a little bit more, possibly with the sixes. But, he's moved on, and now we got Marcus here. King Jack is like, what to do? I'm in the small blind. Someone who's raised in first position of King Jack. He's like, I'm unsure whether I want to play this hand or not right now. But let's see what he does. He's probably deciding whether he wants to maybe even re-raise his hand because he's out of position. He is going to do that.
Yeah, he's got 800,000-ish. He did 3-bet, wow.
Well, I got news, guys. Russell's not folding.
Russell's not folding ace king. He's dancing his way to the bank right now to get all his chips in there. The question is, does he... Well, Marcus only has 25 big blinds, so he's probably going to put him all in rather than 4-bet small.
That 25 big blind graphic is now after he's put those chips in the pot. He started the hand deeper than that.
It looks like Marcus... I think Marcus is just going to put them all in.
You mean Russell's going to put Marcus all in?
Yeah. Marcus is going to put himself... No, he's not. But he's going to... He does put them all in, and Marcus has been making some plays, but been ill-timed every single time, roughly. He's got to be a little bit frustrated, but good thing the break is here for him.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah, that might help.
I think now we're going to have a short break here, guys. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
In every battle, there's the hero, the guy who wins riches beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Then there's everybody else. Which one are you? Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
King or 9 is what he's looking for, and the ace is a great card to continue barreling.
I totally expect a bet here.
You expect him to bet too, Scott, or what do you think?
Absolutely. He's got to barrel this card. It's just like He has way more outs. He also has something else to represent.
And, you know, he easily represents an ace here. You know, if he's c-betting like king 10, ace 10, you know, there's a lot of hands out continuation bet here.
It also gives him more cards to potentially bluff on the river, too.
That's true, too. And also think about this. The big blind has called you. When the big blind calls, they have a lot more hands in their range. You know, like jack 9, 6-5, things that are going to be really tough for him to call a turn bet here. So I really like this bet from Harrison, 128,000.
This is pretty similar to the pod just a minute ago when Harrison had the queen 8.
Yeah.
Now say the river comes out something like the 3 of diamonds. Do you like to barrel that again?
Are we getting there?
Well, we'll see. Let's see if Marcus can make this call here. I think I do like the call, knowing everything we say. Like, this is a good card to bet on. And when I check call again and check call again, it looks like a lot of times people don't really want to try to move you off of a decent hand. So we'll see. River is the king. Wow. He's got it, guys. 1 of 8 outs.
And yeah, I think if the 3 of diamonds comes, if you're Harrison, I would probably like a big bet.
I would like to match it.
Well, Marcus does check here, and Harrison definitely is going to bet his straight right now. Now, I don't think Marcus is going to be able to make a call here on the river. This hand is pretty much going to end right here. Yeah, I mean, the question is, Harrison's got to think, how much to bet? Well, there's a 4 straight out there. Can I really bet too big? It looks like I need to kind of like get my opponent in to call, right? But if I make it too small, it might also be too obvious too. So it's like, what is that sweet spot number? I don't know. Are you thinking of a number?
Like 175,000.
175,000. What's going through your head, Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, you got to find a hand that you're going to get called by. I mean, if he had a bunch of big hands in his range, like sets and 2 pairs and stuff, but I don't really think aces up is even really in his range. So you're trying to get called by, I mean, maybe kings up. I mean,
right. So. Yeah, because you expect when someone's in a big blind, he's got ace, king, ace, queen, queens, or kings or aces, they would have re-raised your pre-flop. So these are the hands you're trying to get called by, but they don't have those hands because he didn't re-raise me pre-flop. So Harrison needs to cater his bet sizing to a more weaker hand, probably a hand that's weak. Queen Jack might be like the best hand Marcus would show up here with.
Yeah, king jack,
oh wow, he mashed it.
But he is going to go for a pot size bet. He's going to go ahead and try to what we call polarize the range. Either I have it or I don't. So 384,000. This is a big bet here.
Yeah.
But this is interesting because
it's so unlikely to get called with a small bet anyway. So.
Well, it's interesting because we got to remember we are at the final table, so people don't want to take as big of a risk. So these big bets seem to be a little bit less effective, in my opinion, at a final table. So that's why I'm not super in love with betting full pot size bet. But this is getting Marcus thinking here. You know, Marcus probably was going to snap fold the river, but now we see this big bet. It's like, wait, why are you betting so big? Don't you see how scared this board? If you had a 10, are you really going to bet this big? Something to think about as well. If Harrison had aces here, is he really going to put a pot size bet on the river? Probably not, expecting to only get called by a hand that beats him. So Marcus.
Man.
Thing is, though, if you're really thinking about this, like, so many 10x combinations are in Harrison's range too, though, on the button. Like, he's opening so many of those like those combos. So.
Well, one of the things, so on the turn, if he has some showdown value like Queen 10 or 10 Jack, he doesn't have to bluff that ace card. So there are some 10 combos that might be out.
That's true.
I think Marcus is deciding, man, my hand is just too weak here. I don't want to look like a fool calling here Queen 4. So I think he's going to let this one go. That's my intuition, guys. But he's thinking about it. He's like, are you really betting a 10, a pot-sized bet? But something that might be going through Marcus' head is, well, what happens if he's turning a hand like King X on a bluff here and I get called and just show up? Well, oh, yeah, I lose. So he is going to let that one go.
Yeah, that would be really rough.
Harrison's chipping up. This guy, final table of this event, 4th place last year. Looking to improve right now, and he's doing. Actually, I grew up in Sacramento as well.
Oh, really?
So, like, I guess we're neighbors practically.
Yeah.
But it's nice to support your local scene. So, yeah, that's why I'm here too. And look at this, Ace 9. Harrison has opened the medium strength hand. Marcus in the big blind, or I believe it's the big blind. I'm not too sure, but he's got ace queen. What is he going to do?
Oh,
he's on the button.
He's on the button. He's got like 50-ish big blinds. This is pretty interesting.
So we noticed that Marcus has called here. The difference with the pocket eights was pocket eights he was out of position, but when he's in position, maybe he's more likely to take a hand like ace queen and see a flop. Do you like this call here? Do you rather 3-bet when you get the button, or what's going through your guys' heads?
I usually 3-bet in this spot, but I don't know. Maybe he just likes playing against weaker aces. Maybe he wants to bring Russell into the pot, or doesn't mind it.
Well, he might lose this pot now that Harrison has out-flopped him, pairing his 9. Is Harrison going to continuation bet here, mid-pair into in a 3-way pot? What are your thoughts here, Tyler?
Yeah, I definitely think he's going to continuation bet here. You don't want to just let free cards roll off. There's too many gut shots and things that can... Too many bad cards.
Not sure which one's the one that's bad for you, right? Like
right.
the 10, a jack, or queen roll off. You're like, please, why didn't I bet the flop? But Harrison is going to bet the flop, so he's taking your advice, Tyler, here. Half pot here, 75,000 chips. Marcus here of ace queen high. He might get a little stubborn here. He's got, you know, the backdoor flush draw. Nice. Ace queen high, that might be good. You know, I can see him going either way, and he's not going to throw his hand away.
I mean, you're just kicking yourself for not 3-betting if you end up folding in that spot.
Yeah, I think that's what's going through his head, too. It's like, well, you know, I didn't re-raise this pre-flop, so I'm not going to fold the flop when it comes pretty decent for me. Right. But he's behind right now. Turn is a 7. I expect Harrison to check here on a turn and probably check call if, you know, Marcus does decide to bet. But I think it's going to go check a lot.
I mean, I don't hate betting here on the turn.
You don't find that you might kind of like get really tricky on the river if you get called again, or
bloating the pot is not that great in that
right?
spot, yeah.
Because say hypothetically Marcus has like queen jack of hearts, queen jack of clubs, whatever. That's pretty reasonable hands to have. Queen 10, he's not going to fold the turn, right? And then
you might even raise.
You brick off on the river, and you got ace 9 here. You bet twice, and then that's why I don't really love betting the turn myself with ace 9. It's like those situations happen, and you know when someone's got a flush draw and they miss on the river, and you check to them, they usually bet. They usually don't check it back. So. Yeah, now Marcus is on the side. Do I turn my hand into bluff? Do I just bet because I think I have best hand? A lot of things are going through Marcus' head. He doesn't know what's going on, but he's going to go ahead and bet here.
I mean, this will put a lot of pressure on a hand like 6s or 8s or, I mean, ace 9 even.
I think this works as multi-way. I think he does think he has the best hand, but he also thinks he can bluff better hands off. So he's basically, it's kind of like one of those weird spots where it works both ways. Because if your opponent has a continuation bet like pocket 3s, 4s, or 5s, it's probably not going to call this turn bet. But then again, you know, if your opponent has like 10 jack, 10 queen, you don't want to give him a free card either. So I think Marcus, when he bets here on the turn, if he doesn't improve on a, I think he's just going to check back the river if he gets called here. I don't think he's got much intention to really barrel off here with ace queen high.
I mean, he could. There's not a lot of hands that can call him.
Well, Harrison does have one of those hands that is going to make the call on the turn. And the river is a 6, so a flush gets there. Now, if I was Marcus, and I was if I was considering continue bluffing on the river, the heart is the one I'm going to do it on. You know, when you call flop bet, people put you on flush draws or top pair, right? You know, you bet the turn when it checks to you. Now your flush got there. Man, you can represent that flush so well, and easily you can represent a king as well. Like you got king queen here, like you're probably gonna bet as well. So,
and if you bet a big bet, 300,000-400,000 here, I mean, you could even get a king to fold.
Yeah, it's quite likely. It depends on the sizing, and I think Marcus, you know, at first he's like, well, you know, if a 2 black came off, I'm just gonna check it back. But he's like, wait a second. This is actually a good card to bet.
Another thing people don't take into consideration enough, and a lot of players at least, is that when you're blocking the nuts, you can apply so much more pressure because you know they can't possibly have it, and they always have to potentially think that you can.
Well, he's going to give this one up, and Marcus loses the pot. I think Marcus is thinking, you know, I know this is a potentially good spot, but I don't think Harrison's ever going to fold a king. That's the question. Does Harrison have a king, or does he not? If he doesn't have a king, I'm betting, but he doesn't know, and I think that's why he checks back.
To bet there to get Harrison to fold?
Only had 20 big blinds-ish, even if even that.
Well, Harrison is just opening like crazy. 7-4 suited now, guys. He's moved up, though, from 4-3 suited.
I love Mosen's call here with jacks.
So why do you say that, though? I'd love to hear it.
So I think it's a balance thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think having jacks in the top of your flattening range like this is just going to get you paid off.
Jesus.
Look at that
Wow,
flop.
that's a heck of
Sorry
a
to
flop.
interrupt. Yeah.
Well, Harrison, he is still behind here, but for one of the worst hands in poker, he has definitely improved himself here. Looking for a six of hearts specifically to make that straight flush. We would love to see that on the WPT here. He's going to make a continuation bet. Quick call from Molson.
I feel like Mosen is so under-repped here, right? Like,
Yeah.
by flattening, I think it's a good balance.
Oh, look at that.
Showers.
Harrison.
Now I look like a dummy because the other guy got there.
But Harrison has caught up here with 7-4 of hearts. He needs to continue betting here, though, because he doesn't want to let like a random heart
Absolutely
catch up.
But if you're trying to rep something that isn't a flush, I mean, what hands would you be betting here? Are you going to bet tens, ace, king, aces? Are you betting those hands in this spot?
Something like ace, queen with a heart. You know, hands like that probably are gonna barrel off on that.
You went with a check.
Well, Harrison did check. That's I find that very interesting. I don't really like it. I would like to just continue betting here.
Me too.
You know, if I've got like king, queen with one heart, I'm probably betting again anyways. Like I should be betting with some good hands. Harrison,
especially since there's hands like, you know, ace 8 with ace of hearts, things like that.
Well, interesting is this might not be that comfortable for Harrison to be check raising. He's probably just going to call down.
I don't expect Harrison to check raise here because he doesn't want to bloat the pot like for 2 million chips with another chip leader right now. Now, I think Harrison knows he's got the best hand though, but it's just in case
that's
your opponent does have a big hand.
That's another reason why he should have bet there, is because he can
control
keep growing the pot without it getting completely out of control.
Oh, wow. The river is a jack, guys.
Unbelievable.
Well, Harrison here, I feels like he's under-repped his hand. He's caught up. Mosen's caught up with pocket jacks. River's the top full house right now. Mosen's like, oh, my God. I was thinking about considering checking back to river, but not anymore.
He is going to bomb this river.
Well, Harrison's going to... I imagine Harrison, after he checked the turn and called, he's probably not going to take the initiative, so he's going to check again, which he does. And Mosen. He did that pot size bet earlier with the trip 9s earlier, but it was a really small pot. What is he thinking right now?
Against a lot of players, I would just overbet and go all in, because it's just so hard to fold anything.
Well, I mean, I don't know their stack sizes. All in might be a little bit too much.
I think it's like 800,000, and the pot
I think
is...
he bet kind of small. Yeah, I think
the pot's like 5.
He did a little.
290,000.
Yeah.
No, I don't mind this bet from Mosen because when someone, was it just call?
Yeah. Man, he definitely thinks he's being tight when he's calling too. He's like.
Yeah, they're both very deep stack, so it makes sense why he just called with a flush rather than raising. But Mosen, I like the 290,000 chip bet because, you know, when someone checks to me, when a flush comes in, they're telling me they don't have a flush a lot of times. They probably have like one pair or like ace high. So you need to...
And we're back. Welcome back, everybody.
We're playing 15,000, 30,000 now. The stacks are getting a little bit smaller. They're still huge.
Still have 6 players remaining, 275,000 for first. I'm Randy Liu. We got Scott Ball in the house, and Tyler Patterson. Doing some commentary for you guys. And
hey,
look at that,
hey,
beautiful people.
Yep.
Wow. Oh my God.
Here at Thunder Valley, the Rolling Thunder.
Craigasm, guys. You know, some hot guys.
Whoa. Feels good, man.
Feels good, man. Well, Russell Garrett is our chip leader, 151 big blinds, 4.5 million in chips. He's looking to take down that top prize right there.
Now there's 3 guys who have 20 big blinds each, so they're going to be waiting each other out. We might see some 3-bet shoving pre-flop. It's going to get interesting now.
I definitely think it gets much more interesting, like you just said, Tyler, for sure.
Well, let's see if that happens. King 4 is not going to be the interesting hand to go, but Harrison Gimbel has been raising a lot pre-flop. I expect him to continue doing this as we can continue playing here, especially as people get shorter, but he's going to let go of that Queen 7. Jack 8 suited.
Interesting when you have 20 bigs.
Now, this is normally a good hand to raise if you've got a solid stack, but when you're 20 big blinds, you know, he just lets it go. And wisely so, because Marcus has got ace-10 offsuit on the button. He's going to raise this one up. I'd be quite surprised if he does anything other than that. Now, Marcus has gotten a bit shorter throughout this tournament today. I don't think he's looking to fold his hand if one of the big stacks make a move on him.
Yeah, I think he's
raising
he's
to call it off.
To stick it in, yeah.
Especially if he knows that somehow knows that Russell did that with Queen 5 earlier.
This could be the dream.
And Russell.
Yep, here it is.
It's the dream.
It's all in play there, and I like to see a snap call there.
Ah, he did.
That's a nice call right here. So, 30% chance for Russell to catch up here to knock out Marcus in 6th place.
What a great spot for Marcus. It's not that easy to get yourself in that great a spot with ace-10.
Yeah, I mean, Marcus, he just knew what he's got. Here's the flop. Looking for a king or some hearts. That's a 10 and 1 heart, so he's looking for a king or backdoor heart draw right now.
I'd like the sweat. I want Marcus to win the pot, you know, just keep this game going, but I want to see a sweat.
16.5% chance for Russell to catch up, and here's the turn card.
And here's a turn card.
And the turn?
Turns a deuce. Now, it does give Russell a few more outs to chop this pot.
Yes, it does.
You know, there's another 10 out there.
Deuces.
Here comes the river. River is a queen, so Marcus is going to go ahead and double up here. And a little bit of a misstep by Russell. Can't fault him for making the play of King 10 suited. You know, just put the pressure on him. Marcus just made a great call there with the ace-10, and he's going to double up.
Now, one thing to keep an eye on here now is that, so again, we know that Russell probably is the least experienced at big final tables, or one of the least experienced guys here.
Yep.
Now, let's see if he calms down a little bit, or see if he's still going to blast off with hands like King 10 suited.
Well, he's still the enormous chip leader here with 4 million chips. So.
I agree completely, but I wonder if the mental aspect of, like, will he be willing to keep blasting with hands like that or not, or really slow it down a little bit?
Yeah,
I hope he keeps blasting, to be honest. I hope he does. I think he's been playing great this final table.
You know, he did make that misstep there, but, you know, he chipped up in other spots, so it didn't really cost him as much as normal because he was looking for pots to win. I think he's playing great poker, just, you know, kind of ran into a good hand.
And there's a chance that 20 big blind guys are not raising with, like, they just won't open a hand that they'll fold. But I think that Marcus is definitely still opening a hand like Jack 10 off there, and he's going to fold to the shove, you know?
Yeah.
For sure.
I'm not sure about that with Hafiz. He might not open any hand that he's folding when he has 20 bigs.
Well, we did see him raise the 10-7 suited earlier, so I don't think it's out of question for him to consider it.
But he also saw him fold 6s.
I think I really liked that fold, actually.
Yeah.
25 bigs is just a little too much to be jamming in when there's 3 guys behind you still.
I agree. I like the fold. I just don't know if he's going to raise. Fold, like you said.
Well, Molson's going to go ahead and open here on the button to 65,000. Just 3 deuce suited should be going in the garbage can.
He should probably just give him back to the dealer. I think he'll get a penalty if he throws him in the garbage can. Matt Savage is tough.
Matt Savage is a rough one, huh? Hope he's not watching this stream. No, we all love Matt Savage. He's a great tournament director. We're here in the WPT. And Molson, he's up 9% from the start of the day. You know, it's a solid little grind up. 4.7 million in earnings, guys.
He's going for his 3rd WPT title, I think. There's not very many people who have that.
Yeah,
Gus
2
Hansen,
WPT titles.
He had another line in his bio that was something along the lines of, like, random fact you want people to know, and it was like something along the lines of that I'm sad that Anthony Zeno has more WPT titles than me.
Yeah, I mean, This guy's a troll, guys. Well, I'm reading his bio right now.
Flip the page over. The next page is the funnier one.
Yeah. Let's see.
He's an awesome troll.
I mean, his special talents is coolering JC Tran, guys. Okay, guys, this is a real. Here's superstitions. Left-handed dealers. Has anyone identified if this dealer is left-handed or right-handed yet? Because he might be changing his play.
That could explain the just flat calling with the ace-queen earlier.
What's your playing style? Whatever works. I do like that. Whatever works, guys. Mosin. Chicago Cards 1 is his nickname. I'll just let you guys know he is available for dating, according to his bio. So he is available, guys.
That's not what it says. It says relationship status dating circle because he is dating.
Oh.
Sorry, Mo's girlfriend.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Sasha, don't hate us, please.
He's not available, guys. Wow, I guess I should just stick to commentating poker hands. So that is what I'm going to do.
Not reading bios.
Not reading bios. And Hafiz is calling of pocket sevens here. Can't fault him here. Should see a bunch of folds.
So Russell limped this hand, and then Hafiz jammed.
So mixing it up with the limp. I guess he sees some short stacks like, oh, they're going to shove on me a lot. Let me just like risk a little bit less to see a flop.
I actually really like it. Because winning the blinds and antes usually means so much in poker tournaments, but when you have 130 big blinds, picking up 3 more doesn't do that much.
Well, Hafiz has taken this one down. Good play there with the pocket sevens. And look at that, dead even in last place. Hafiz and Derek both with 21 big blinds exactly.
Wow. Well, that's a big move, really. Just winning the blinds and antes and 1 extra limp is pretty strong when you only have 20 big blinds. It's a big jump.
I definitely really like Russell's limp there, like you guys were saying at this point. When there's this many 20 big blind stacks, especially if it's a balanced range, right? I'd love to see him like limp some fairly premium hands as well potentially here.
Yeah, now that he's done that.
Mm-hmm. Tony Grigg says.
Let's limp this one too. Let's just start limping all of them.
Sometimes you gotta hit him with the limp, you know?
It is true.
Hit him with it.
But Russell's gone back to the raise. He's decided limping doesn't work, so I'm going to raise Jack 3 suited.
You know, earlier we were talking about how Matt Savage has done a lot to innovate poker and poker tournaments in general. I think, like, again, we can look at something like the WPT 500 this summer in Vegas and think about how innovative that is. You know what the guarantee is on that this year?
I don't. Do you?
I don't know. I'm going to look it up. It's going to be something ridiculous because in 10 starting days, $500 to play. Like, it's just such an affordable tournament with a massive prize pool. It's kind of
when everybody's there,
you spend $500 on it, it changes your life. So kudos to them, and please check that out this summer. I know I'll be playing. You can see me there. I'm sure Randy and Tyler will be blasting off of that event too.
Hey, blasting off.
I try to win tournaments, but they just end up taking my money and giving it to first place.
Yeah, okay, so we got the dates here too. We got Monday, June 27th, all the way till Tuesday, July 5th. I guess there's some breaks in there somewhere. Oh, no, it's every day. That's a lot of days. So anyway, we're all going to be there in the summer, so go over to Aria for that big one towards the end.
Well, we got to hear ourselves a flop here. Looks like Derek has defended the Queen 5 offsuit pre-flop, knowing that Russell's been opening a bit wide. Russell checks back the flop with mid-pair, no flush draw. Derek's got Queen 5 high. He's like, let me just see a free card and hopefully hit my Queen or 5. He's probably going to check here. Maybe he's considering a stab. Nope, he'd go ahead and check. Russell should be betting now. You know, when we see 2 checks, well, he checks it back. I would like a bet here because there's a lot of, you don't want to see a club roll off. Whoever is a 6.
He's trying to induce a bluff, I guess. It might work.
I mean, I think Russell's just playing a little bit cautiously. He's got no kicker with his second pair. But, so we're going to see a check from Derek, unless he decides to. I don't think he's going to all of a sudden try and take this down. I think if he was trying to take it down, he would have bet the turn. So he's going to go ahead and check. And Russell just checks this down. Doesn't even put a single bet here with mid-pair.
Wow.
A little bit surprised.
And, I mean, just for the fact that now you have to show the Jack 3 that you opened with, too.
Yeah, I mean,
bet you don't have to.
Just playing a little bit cautiously there. But there's something to think about. If you're opening a really weak hand in a weird position, you might want to disguise your hand if you can sometimes. But, you know, has to show down Jack 3 suited.
$275,000. Someone today is leaving home with $275,000, or leaving for home with $275,000.
Guaranteed about $54,000 if that's what I remember.
Yeah, guaranteed $54,000 right now. But that $275 sounds pretty good.
15 of that 275 goes into the Tournament of Champions, in April at Hard Rock. So one of these guys, I mean, Mo's already in it. Anybody else up there already in it? I don't know if Harrison or if Hafiz have won one of these things. I don't think so.
Well, guys, we can confirm with you guys we do have 409 entries into this tournament for those that were asking in the Twitch chat. And Russell's opening ace-2 offsuit. Harrison's got king-queen suited. Very good hand. Everyone loves to play king-queen suited. Is he going to re-raise? Is he going to call? What's going through his head?
I don't know. What do you think in the spot?
I like just calling here.
Well, the main reason of the call is that we're just so deep stack pre-flop. There's a lot of short stacks out there. I think we're gonna see this until the short stacks bust amongst the bigger stacks. And Marcus, is he gonna come along here with the 8-7 offsuit? Definitely has a good price to do so. Marcus is a defender.
Russell went away from the min raise and moved it to 80,000 instead.
He's been mixing up his pre-flop raise sizes throughout this tournament so far, so it's hard to read into it. And we got a three-way flop coming up.
I mean, if I get if somebody calls my open from the big blind with the weak hands that Marcus was calling with earlier, I can't remember what they were. Maybe
King deuce suited
off,
and queen. Yep.
Yeah, I might make my sizing a little bigger.
Well, it's over to Russell, the pre-flop raiser. He's flop bottom pair. He's going to go ahead and continuation bet here. This should kick Harrison out of the hand. Now, is Marcus is probably going to check call to flop. It'll be interesting what happens on the turn.
Harrison's not giving up so easy.
Well, Harrison does have a lot of backdoor draws. He's going to play these backdoor draws with a call right now.
He's been given a good price.
Didn't he also fold in a similar spot here earlier with king queen?
It was a re-raise pot though,
Okay,
so it's a little bit different.
Okay, you're right.
I think this one, I'd rather call the re-raise pot than this one because we got the big blind who's going to hit these middling cards more than most. And you know, when someone continuation bets this flop, they usually don't have like queen 8 or some like just pure air because usually someone has a piece.
It's a whole lot of like random ace high hands that are ahead of you.
Marcus didn't even fold mid pair when someone else bet and call. So like,
exactly.
Well, the bet was really small, guys. They're getting like 4 or 5 to 1.
Right. Well,
it's hard to fold.
The turn is a 6, and Marcus has the best hand, but he suspects he has the best hand, but he's not confident he has the best hand because, well, you got 3-way pot on the turn, bets going in on a flop with mid pair, no kicker. So everyone's like a little bit scared now. Russell knows he doesn't have the best hand, so he's actually going to turn his hand to a
There's
bluff.
one guy who's not a little bit scared.
Look at this. Russell's just going for
He's
it.
staying after it, man.
250,000. This is a strong bet. This looks strong. He doesn't have anything. He just got bottom pair right now. Can he get Marcus to fold the best hand right now? Marcus looking, if he does make the call, would want a 7 and 8 most of the time, or a club. But even then, all those hands are kind of tricky. You know what I mean?
Can he really love a club, though?
I mean, it's the thing.
Not really.
There are cards that improves him, but he's also like, do I love it? I don't know. That's the tricky part about playing out of position. Exactly. Out of position, you're like, well, if I make my hand, I still might have to worry about another bet. So Russell here is
so rough.
using those chips right now and really trying to pressure his opponent.
With the 2 guys with 20 big blinds sitting around, you don't want to just let them. You don't want to bust out with those guys sitting there.
Now, if you're playing against a player who's very aggressive post flop, that's when defending weak in the big blind it doesn't work out so well. And Russell is doing just that. He takes that one down. Look at that bluff. Three-way pot. It's really, this guy's playing good poker. I'm really becoming a fan of Russell right now.
Yeah, it's been very surprising, to be honest. I didn't, having read the bios yesterday, right, I wouldn't have anticipated this coming into these.
Well, I read the bios and I was like, you know, Russell might be the most least experienced player here, but he's playing like a champion right now. He's playing good poker, chip leader. He's got 144 big blinds, 4.3 million chips.
Yeah.
Hometown is Reading. I don't know how far that is.
3 hours from here, I think.
Not too far, so.
Small town.
Yeah, a lot of people from Reading come down and play these things.
I heard it's beautiful up there.
It's nice.
Well, I'll tell you this, more people from Reading are probably coming next year if they see this guy win it.
The moneymaker effect.
It's the local moneymaker effect, yeah. It's like 300 more entrants. They're all from Reading.
Hafiz Khan's going to go ahead and let his hand go over to Harrison. He's going to fold, and Derek's probably going to fold the 7-4 offsuit on the button. Big blind is 30,000 chips now. The third level of today. And Marcus in the small blind. You know, he's getting kind of short. He's like, probably wants to limp, but he's also like, man, people might punk me around. He's got that funny stack size that you don't really like to see in the small blind. Looks like he's going to do a limp right here. And Mosin in the big blind. He's got 7-4 suited. Is he going to raise?
Yep.
Look at this. Now Mosin doesn't think he has the best hand when he raises here. He's trying to make him move him off of a hand, but Marcus is like, I call.
I actually like the play there by Mosin too, because Mosin hasn't been out of line at all this whole final table, right? I mean, obviously everyone knows he's capable, but he's really been very straightforward.
And look at his flop, King 10-9. Mosin doesn't have anything. Marcus has a piece, but not a good piece. They're both kind of like, oh man, what'd I do? But Mosin's, you know, he raised their pre-flop. He's going to try to represent ace-king, like those big cards that people would raise with pre-flop.
Those middling Broadway cards like this, it hits a limp calling range. So I don't think Mosin's going to keep firing. I think this is a one and done.
Well, he bets 70,000. This is a small bet, hoping your opponent just doesn't have too much. But Marcus is not going to fold to a 70,000 chip bet. Mosin.
Unless maybe a club comes. I don't see Mosin making another bet in this spot.
3 of diamonds is a blank. It's not going to improve anyone's hand, usually. But another bet would take this pot down. But Mosin, if Mosin could see Marcus's cards, he would bet again.
Yeah, definitely.
There's no question about that. But Mosin's like, okay, he limped, I raised him. He called. What does he have? I don't know, maybe like 10, 8, Jack 10, King 7, King 8. These hands make a lot of sense. Mosin's trying to figure out, does he have these middling cards I can bluff off? He doesn't really know, so he's just going to check and give this one up.
Yeah, there's just too many pair gut shot combos or king random. There's just, that board just hits the limp calling range too hard, I think.
Well, the river is a 4, and now that Mosin's paired his bottom card, he's definitely going to check this back. Occasionally he beats ace highs, so I think this is going to be check, check, show, muck. There's the show, there's the muck, guys, so right on.
And oh, I should have bet on the turn face. I don't blame him.
We all know that face way too well. I've been it a few times this week.
We're always the best poker players when we see the cards after.
Yeah.
I know, man.
But Marcus is,
stripping up.
ever since he doubled up with the ace-10, he's back to pretty solid stack, 42 big blinds. Hometown is San Diego, California. It's a beautiful place.
California swing. This is the
Tyler, where's your name?
I know, where is it?
Man, we almost had it.
Do you actually know what your name is on the trophy? Did you find
No,
your
it
name
might
on the
not even
trophy?
be on there yet. I don't know.
Oh, that's true. You might not be on there yet.
You sure you didn't, use a permanent marker and try to put your name on there, Tyler?
I should.
That's what I would do. So Hafiz is first to act pocket sixes. This is different action because he is the first one to play the pot this time. He's going to open raise.
Now, how many big blinds, how short do you have to be to just open shove there?
Roughly 15 big blinds in my opinion. What is your kind of stand?
That sounds about right. Maybe a little less.
Yeah, well, Marcus is like not going to fold his hand, I don't think.
This is
Unless he's probably thinking though that Hafiz is not open mini pots. He's raised from first position. He's basically asking, find out how many chips do you have, because would you raise here and fold very often? And would he, if he making a play? He's got him one notch up.
I would actually fold in Marcus' spot here.
You would fold the pocket sevens?
Mm.
I feel like Rum Cakes wants to call or something.
No, to be honest with you, I actually agree with Tyler. I think I fold here.
Marcus doesn't agree with you guys. You see this?
I know. Well,
this is so tough to play.
That's why he's in the tournament. I'm not, I guess.
Yeah.
But no, I think this is so hard to play because like Hafiz has initiative again here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, it's definitely a tough hand. Well, it looks like Marcus was just. He's like, I've got a strong hand. I don't know whether I should re-raise you. I don't know if I should fold. I'm going to just go in the middle because I know it can never be terrible. So he does make the call. 7. Look, everyone actually has a really good hand here. Molson's coming along. Russell in the big line, king, queen offsuit. He's probably going to come along. There's a chance he'll go crazy. No.
Whoa.
He's going crazy right there. Just throwing chips
crazy.
at Hafiz.
There's a chance he goes crazy.
We got a 4-way pot. Marcus in the lead, 35.6% chance to win.
6-7 queen.
2 hearts.
2 hearts. The dream.
That's probably not going to happen, guys. But there's the queen. Queen 8-5. This is actually no one has too much besides the king queen. The king queen does not have a backdoor draw. Now usually 7s and 6s looks pretty solid on this kind of a flop, but the key factor is this is a 4-way pot, not a heads-up pot, so it's more likely someone has a piece. Russell's going to go ahead and bet out here with top pair, second top kicker. It's a small bet, 75,000 into 250. It's a very wet board. I think it's kind of a feeler bet. It's like, well, I usually have the best hand, but I'm going to bet out here because I don't want people to get a free diamond draw or like, an ace rolls off. Let me just bet out here and see what happens. And I think this is just going to take it down. No one really wants to make a play at the chip leader either. I mean, Marcus, though, well, he's like, the odds are so good. Maybe I am going to make a call here. And look, he is going to do that. Pocket sevens. He's like, I either have the best hand, or if I'm wrong, I can still hit a diamond or a 7. So it's kind of like a double way to think about it. Turn is a 3. I think you guys like to see Russell bet here again, I believe. Because when you bet small here on the flop, your opponent now will probably have a lot of cards that, like pocket 9s, right? Like things like that are going to call the flop. I think when you bet small on the flop, so hands that you might expect to fold if you bet really big. So I think I would have bet again.
Yeah.
It's getting kind of scary out there, but it's a safe river for him. Now
Marcus also looks so strong flatting on the flop. Like I feel like if Russell does check, he probably could have bet small on the turn and then mashed river if he wants to get aggro. Because it's pretty hard to call off with one pair in that spot, to be honest, in my opinion.
It is, and the main factor is that it's a 4-way.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think both guys have very strong ranges. These are on the lower end.
And Russell's playing a little passive with his pair, but he takes that one down. So Russell's been checking some spots that you kind of expect maybe him to bet at least another street, but he's also been betting in spots like multiple streets when you expect him to give up. So kind of, mixing it up a lot, a little bit unpredictable. And could use that to his advantage. And guys, my name's Randy Liu. I'm joined here by Scott Ball.
And I'm a guest commentator.
Tyler Patterson right there, guys. Look at that. Text graphic.
And you're such a good guest, let me tell you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on your show.
on our show. We're all guests here.
Oh, my goodness.
Harrison, 8-5 suited under the gun. He's going to let this one go. Toning down some of his opening range. Derek with King Jack offsuit.
What do you do with this one when you have 20 bigs? And
when you got 20 big blinds, I think I'm going to open this one up. You got to open sometimes. You can't just only play hands where, like, I'll go with it if I raise. Otherwise, it's, like, too obvious, right? So we got to mix it up sometimes, and I like this open of King Jack offsuit.
Whoa,
Hafiz
graphic change there.
He's probably not going to fold the big blind of 10-9 suited.
He's got my favorite hand.
He doesn't want to make moves too often with his hand because he's got a good price. He got the big blind. I see a flop. Why not?
I think so, too.
He's probably looking at his stack size right now, deciding, okay, what is Derek? Is he opening here often? With what? Probably trying to decide, should I go all in here or just call? I think he's going to call here. But look at these stack sizes. Derek's got 15 big blinds remaining. Hafiz's got 17 big blinds remaining. Oh, Hafiz is going to let this one go.
Wow.
So really just, I guess he's just really analyzing certain stack size in certain situations and making his plays off of that. I'm a bit surprised. I would have seen a flop there. It's only one big blind more to me.
The 17 big blinds number is interesting because you want to have some 3-bet fold equity, and if he just that one more big blind, if he calls there and loses that pot, it might go down to a lot less. His 3-bet fold equity might go down a lot less.
Yeah, but it's still, I think your hand is just too good for one big blind.
Yeah, I'm definitely calling there. I'm just trying to come up with.
I think Hafiz is just kind of like, I haven't seen him open too much. He's pretty short stack. He probably got a big hand, so I'm going to just give this up. That's probably what's going through his head.
Problem is the hands like 9-10 suited have so much equity literally versus everything.
Right. If your opponent's opening like like ace king, ace queen, you're still doing really well. So I don't think I'd fold the 10-9 suited. It's not like you're committing, once you flop bottom pair, you commit your stack on ace high. Of course not. So it's something people kind of misjudge their hand a little bit sometimes.
That's definitely one of those things where if this goes on for a few hours and these players are getting information from friends or whatever on the rail on breaks,
so they kind of adjust their play.
Super exploitable, you know.
But look at this, Russell opening 8-5 offsuit. Russell's really mixing it up. Hafiz is
going in.
He's going all in here.
Yeah, 100%.
Hafiz really chooses his spots, and if he's choosing his spots, this is it. This is an all-in play. I think this is a no-brainer from him. He is going to make the all-in play. 510,000.
Has announced himself all in.
He's going to scoop it up on the next one.
Now all in. And both players fold. Please will pick up those pot hands.
I like how he's playing. That 9-10 suited was probably a little tight, but he's really thinking about every spot, and I'm sure there's some ICM stuff going on in his head too.
And he's playing some solid poker. He is down a little bit of chips from the starting stack, 16% to be exact. But he's playing, he's still in there. There's still 6 players remaining. This guy definitely knows what he's doing. He's got 2.4 million earnings lifetime. Guaranteed $54,970 right now. He seems a little stressed. He's like, But
yeah, he's definitely showing it more than other people for sure.
Playing for a lot of money, $275,000 for first.
For one of the smaller buy-ins on the World Poker Tour, this has a lot of earnings at this final table.
It's a stacked final table, and the player with the least amount of earnings is our chip leader, and he's playing great poker. He's got Jack 5 suited. He's going to go ahead and raise this one up.
I mean, it really is time. It's good time for him to start firing pre-flop with all these 20 big blind stacks just handcuffs everybody.
A fees of ace-10 offsuit right now.
Here it comes.
He should be going on in here, especially against a chip leader who's been raising often. There's a chance he thinks something that we don't. Nope, he's going to go all in. I like this play a lot.
There are 2 people behind you still, but that's good enough.
We just don't pick up hands and Nolan and hold them too often.
Yep. When Al Russell's opened and folded his shoves on back-to-back hands, I wonder if that's going to slow him down at all. I don't think it should.
I don't think it will, to be honest. I thought that earlier too, and he's still been blasting pretty hard. He's doing a great job keeping his composure for sure. Dylan as well. He's just been kind of relaxing with his chips, understanding the ICM pressure and all that stuff.
Who is that?
Or is his name Dylan? Or Derek.
Derek,
Sorry, Derek, my bad. Names are tough.
Let's see, Mosin's the first one to act here. Queen 6 is going to let this one go. Russell, pocket aces, guys.
Right after opening and getting shoved on twice.
Chip leader, pocket aces. People know you're raising a lot, and you want to have these hands.
So size in here. Chris, is our sizings again?
I think it's bigger.
It is bigger.
Hafiz with queen jack
Oh,
offsuit.
man.
He might make a play here. He might not because he's reshoved all in so many times. He might like, oh,
Yeah,
I'll pass up
thinking.
on one. But if he makes this move all in, this is going to be pretty bad for him. No, he lets this one go.
He did let it go.
So Harrison, small blind, 8-6 offsuit, no button. Couple more folds and yep, looks like this one's over. Oh, queen 7 offsuit.
Defender.
He's gonna let this one go.
He might have got some action if he would have made it 70 instead of 80 there. From the big blind. Marcus does like to defend.
I mean, quite possibly. I think Russell's kind of putting his pre-flop raise size all over the place a little bit.
As long if there's no...
Not too much to really read into his pre-flop raising at the moment from what I've gathered. Hafiz just really choosing the spots. We saw him take some plays that, we saw him shove Jack-10 suited right in the beginning, and, we saw him make some tighter folds, but Queen-Jack offsuit definitely wouldn't fault him if he went all in, but, I like his fold there. Just kind of like, I kind of been moving all in on people too often. If I make a move again with a weak hand, I might get called eventually.
Yeah.
Over to Harrison, 10-7
We'll
suited.
be opening this one.
I mean, I think he's passed up a little bit of opens that he normally would make, so yeah, he shouldn't be passing this one.
It seems he definitely made some adjustments on the break. I wonder if he's doing that preemptively because he knows that people are getting feedback. Highly likely that the people are getting feedback. So
I mean, it's a good strategy to do. You know your opponents are probably trying to get that information. 10-7 suited. It's going to go in there. Pre-flop. And Molson, Queen 3 offsuit. He's going to go ahead and see the flop here. Basically, it's not because you think Queen 3 offsuit is a great hand. It's because we both got a lot of chips, and it's just a min raise, so he's getting pot odds to call here. And look at this flop. Queen 10-6. They both have a piece right now. I think I'm going to see a check here. Harrison, we saw him check the bottom pair earlier with the pair of 4s, so I wouldn't be surprised he checks here with the pair of 10s. But he does.
That's definitely the trend to check back any showdown value on the flop.
Turn is an ace. Of course, we're going to expect Mosin to check here. Now, is Harrison going to bet here now that he's picked up more outs, or he's going to check it back?
It's interesting with having 10 because the ace is a good bluff card. So if he was trying to get, if he didn't have anything, it'd be a good spot to try to get Mosin to fold. But he does have something, so he doesn't necessarily have to. Instead, he's betting, I guess it's for value.
Yeah, should be for value and also to kind of like not let those jacks or kings roll off. So Mosin's not going to fold a pair of queens right now. River's a 7. River's 2 pair to overtake Mosin. Mosin's going to check. Harrison was probably going to check back that river, but he's got to be pretty happy here with 2 pair. Should be betting here. He needs to figure out what does Mosin most likely have. How do I bet to get that hand to call?
There's a lot of aces Mosin can have, so I think it's not going to be a big bet, I don't think. But
now, I agree with you that Mosin can have a lot of aces. And the reason is it went check on the flop, so he got a free chance to kind of hit an ace, which is very possible. So I think Harrison should size that he think like a ace rag will call, like an ace 5, an ace 8.
I think based off his previous sizings, my guess would be something like 200 to 215 or something. He's been
I think 184,000. It's a nice size bet here. Let's give, if Mosin has a queen, which he does, he might be like, well, the ace looks like a good card, and you're betting again. Yeah, I can see myself making a call of queen 3, and it's going to be wrong, but I think Harrison does a really nice bet here, and the sizing is quite sharp.
yeah, this is a tough one for Mosin. The ace on the turn has come like 4 times already tonight. That barrel card just keeps coming.
So Mosin's going to make the call, and Harrison's going to win that pot. 2 pair. 10s and 7s.
I think part of that promotion there is thinking that if Harrison had ace high, if he had the ace, he probably would have bluffed the flop. And since he checked back the flop, it's less likely that he has an ace.
Well, I'm not sure I quite agree with that. I do think a lot of people do try to check down their ace highs when they can. I guess most things like, well, one of the best hands I have here is a queen, and the ace is kind of scary for that. I'm just going to cry and call. I've got a lot of chips in case I'm wrong. Oh, well, kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's probably more the logic that's going through their heads. I mean, yes, he lost that pot, but it wasn't a big pot by any means.
Russell's still with over 150 big blinds.
4.5 million chips.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
I mean, earlier he got knocked down to 4 million chips when he lost the King 10 versus Ace 10, but look, quickly chip backed up. So this guy's playing good poker. Fees is going to let go to Queen 10 offsuit from first position.
Derek's kind of shut it down for a little while, so he's been gotten short. He hasn't really had any spots to get involved.
Marcus of King 6 offsuit, deciding if he wants to open the spot. He is going to open it up.
And Marcus with a raise of 65K now. 65,000 to go.
Molson in a small blind of Queen 7 suited.
Then we'll fold in the small blind.
Lets that one go, and Russell is going to go ahead and defend here with the 10 deuce suited.
Russell in the big blind.
Russell definitely one of the splashier players at the table, but chip lead.
We haven't seen Russell play out of position much yet.
Well, he doesn't flop very well here, and Marcus has got king high, ace 9-4. Do we expect a continuation bet, a check? What would you like to do here, Tyler?
This is interesting because you do have some showdown value with just king high, so check back's not too bad. But usually just ace high boards are ones where you get like a quick check fold like that from the big blind.
Yeah, so I do like a bet on the flop, just kind of.
I think I do
You know,
too.
the big blinds are defending so wide, especially when they're chip leader. They're just gonna have like, you know, hands like Queen 5 suited or just don't have anything. Might as well take it down. And Marcus, fourth in chips, 1.14 million chips.
When you have that kind of stack, those little pots mean a lot too.
I mean, Marcus has been, you know, he's playing okay poker. And he's playing pretty good. It's kind of like chose some spots that kind of haven't turned out so well for him. But he's still definitely in it, fourth place right now. Just shy of 1 million in earnings, but this will guarantee he passes the $1 million earning mark.
That's pretty cool.
So milestone for him. I think he would love a WPT title to add to it.
Does anybody have 4 WPT titles? Anybody know? Maybe we can ask Twitch.
All right, Twitch. You heard the question. You heard the man. Does anyone won 4 WPTs? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think
That's
Motion,
so many.
Motion is trying to join the top. Like, there's only
Motion
3
has
guys with
2
3.
WPT
has
titles,
Zeno
right?
done it?
Yeah, it's 2. Yeah, Zeno has 3, I think.
Okay.
And, well, I'm not sure about that. I think Zeno has 3, and Carlos Mortensen has 3, and Gus Hansen has 3. I think that's it.
4. That's so crazy.
And guys, I have 0. Just saying. And I'm trying to teach you guys poker, but guess what? I have 0 WPT
Guys,
titles.
I'm tied with Randy Lou. Yes.
Did
I'm
you
way
know,
better than these
I
guys.
just got my first cash in WPT in the Shooting Stars, so
Your first
Oh, wow.
cash.
first ever WPT cash.
How many did you brick before that? Do you know?
Maybe like 5 or so.
73.
I was
73.
I do have a title, but I was 0 for my first 16.
Oh, for
It took me
16.
17 to cash, not to win. It took me 17 to cash.
To cash. Well, hey, sometimes it doesn't work out, but eventually it does if you just put your heart and dedication into it.
I think I only have 1 WPT cash, too. I think.
It feels good, though, when you do, right?
Yeah, it does. Especially when you lose to the guy that wins it all. Especially. At least they don't waste your chips then, you know?
Yeah, I put them to good use. I got it in terrible again and won, and then then I had enough to play okay.
So yeah, 3 players had 3 WPT titles according to some of the Twitch chat in there. Doesn't seem like anyone has
Except
4.
for this guy, he has 15. Okay.
Some guy has 15. Probably hasn't even played 1.
Sorry, man, I don't want to be mean, but the Club WPT titles do not count. I love Club WPT, but it's a little different.
Club WPT titles.
Club WPT is pretty cool. I actually made an account just for helping train my girlfriend, and it's cool because you can go back and watch all the old videos, all the old footage. It's all there.
Yeah.
On top of winning prizes and all that stuff for free is great.
Dude, satellites are an amazing thing, and they run satellites for pretty much everything, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty rad.
And Harrison with a call in the big blind.
Got King 6 versus Pocket 3s here. Pocket 3s has a little straight draw now. Russell has the pre-flop initiative. Is he going to bet King high here?
It's the same kind of situation we just had. It was also King 6.
This board is even drier than the last one. See a bet King 6 high. Now Harrison's not going to fold here. He's going to see a check call. Two of the big stacks. They don't want to play big pots with each other, but they kind of want to stab at the smaller ones.
Wow, someone just said Gus has 7 final tables.
Wow.
I love Gus Hansen. I miss that guy. I wish he still played a lot more poker.
Wonder what he's doing.
Well, the turn is a 2, so Harrison's going to feel much better about his pair of 3s right now. But he's got to be a little bit cautious. Of course, an opponent who raises pre-flop can have an ace in their hand. So check, check. Russell's going to give this one up.
You will see a free figure card with 10 of spades.
So river's a 10. Should go check, check. I think Russell's just going to give up here. Occasionally chop it up, but it's going to lose this one to Pocket 3s.
Both players check. We got a showdown.
Yep, you got it right.
Pocket 3s for Harrison, giving him 2 pair of 3s and deuces.
Do you know what time these guys finished up yesterday, Tyler?
Jeez, I was waiting around.
Was it pre-midnight?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it wasn't even that late. Let's see, there was a dinner break and then a couple hours. I think it was probably 10:30, my guess.
This is going to be a long day, so it'll be interesting to see who starts to kind of falter later in the day.
Some of these guys came out to the bar last night, so I'm not going to name names.
I already know who that some guys have to be. But, you think about it, and, people, a lot of times it's hard to comprehend how difficult and draining it is to actually play poker for, 12 hours at a time live.
Yeah.
It's very mentally exhausting.
Especially when there's pressure like this.
Absolutely. Every decision's so huge.
So Russell's going to open the ace-2 offsuit. He really does not care which kind of ace he has. This is the worst of them all. Hafiz is probably going to fold the king-5 of clubs. Hasn't been too out of line. But maybe he's a little bit suspicious right now. No, he's going to let this one go.
It's a fun hand in the small blind, but Harrison lets it go.
Is Derek going to defend the queen-5 offsuit right now? He's defended some weak hands, so I can really see him go either way, and he's going to make the call. The min raise.
But Harrison did not even think about calling with the 6-8 suited.
Yeah, I guess he didn't want to play out of position. Now Derek is the short stack. He's going to flop something, wants to, but he does not. Both have nothing. Who wants it more is going to take this pot down.
Imagine, wow, he doesn't fire at it.
Well, it's a
That
connected
really
board.
surprises me.
It is a little bit connected board, so I don't fault him. Derek now turns a little straight draw. I think I like to see a bet from Derek. If you're calling with queen-5 high, you're not going to flop too well, so you might as well take some stabs here and there. If someone checks 10-8-4, they are going to have ace-queen, well, ace-queen's not going to fold, but ace-king hands, or ace-2, which he does have.
Yeah, all the aces.
I think I like to see a bet here. If you're wrong, you can still hit a queen, a 9.
The other thing, too, that happened there is Derek acted really, really, really fast on the flop.
So maybe scared Russell a little bit.
Yeah, Russell could perceive that one of two ways. He just missed totally and wants to fold immediately, or he,
just wants to hurt. Oh, I have a piece, but I'm a little bit weak. So look at this nice bet from Russell. I'm from Derek here. Take it down with the queen-5 high. I like it a lot because you need to look for opportunities to take down pots if you're defending wide from the big blind.
So the real question is, does that jacket actually have random colored lint all over it? It was built that way?
I think it's built that way.
I think it's built that way too.
Or
he spilled some Lucky Charms all over it.
It's some Fruity Pebbles this morning, and they just kind of splashed around
Fruity
the
Pebbles.
jacket.
He's playing for a lot of money. I hope this is a.
I think it's glitter from the club last night.
The WPT trophy. Right
He came straight from the club.
275,000 first. Everyone's guaranteed roughly $55,000. Trying to get their name etched in there, eh?
I feel like someone should give whoever like gets six $30 just so they got 55,000.
Yeah.
Maybe they can make a deal.
Make a deal for 6th place. Well, he won't be sad that he got 55,000 roughly. It's a lot of money. Over to Harrison on the button, 9-4 offsuit. Yeah, it looks playable. Let's just raise this one up on the button. So he is going to make the raise. 60,000 min raise. Harrison just really leveraging his big stack against these short stacking the blinds. Marcus is not going to fold this 10-9 suited. I do not think he's going to do what Hafiz did. Marcus is more of a defender. And let's go ahead and come along here. So it's not too often you're dominating with 10-9 suited, but he is.
Wow.
Flops to straight.
Just flops to straight.
Now don't jump out of your seat, Marcus. Just make the check. Let's trap him. Now Harrison with the inside straight draw. Is he going to bet here? Is he going to check? Do you think he's going to bet here, or what do you guys think?
Yeah, I do think he's gonna bet. You can just peel a gut shot sometimes, but he did check it back.
Maybe do a delayed continuation bet.
We talked about it earlier. 9-10, pretty good hand, right?
Yeah, 9-10's pretty good.
It's a good hand. Now, should Marcus bet out here with his straight? He knows he has the best hand because whenever someone checks the flop to you on this, and you just have the best hand. The question is, does he bet and try to get value? And he is going to try to do that. Try to get called by like an 8 or queen or jack.
I'll be honest, I don't really love the bet because the hands that would have, I feel like any queen or any jack would have probably bet on the flop. So I feel like you're better off just checking and letting your opponent try to bluff, or trying to get one bet in on the river. I feel like they're just folding almost all turns if they check the flop back.
Yeah, I don't mind checking there on the turn. I guess maybe Marcus was thinking, well, Harrison, he's checked some bottom pairs and things, and maybe he's just going to check back to 8, so let me just start charging him now. Maybe I can get 2 streets rather than 1. Got a little greedy there. Yeah. But hey, it's okay. You won the pot. Sometimes you don't make the right decision, but
you can do some fun things there. Check turn, like mash river, confuse people a little bit.
I mean, people have
super small and deuce.
People have shown signs where they've checked down to the river and they pot size bet and they've had bluffs. They've also shown out they had it, so it's getting really tricky.
Exactly.
You can really see them mixing it up. And look at this, Russell of ace-king offsuit in first position. He's going to raise this one up. How much he's going to do it to? I mean, we've seen different sizings from him. I've seen 60,000, I've seen 80,000, 70,000.
It's weird how much he's tanking about the sizing right now. Like it's
almost a bad thing
already.
because it's kind of telling you, like, I have a good hand, I just don't know how much to make it.
Yeah, he made it a little bigger again too, I think, than he was earlier.
Well, he's made it 80,000 right now. I'm not sure if the players are reading into the sizing too much. They might not be focused on that. They might be focused a little bit more on their hands. But there's probably some information to be found there. Just don't know what exactly. Molson in the big blind. He's going to make the call here. 6-5 offsuit. Now, it's not a great hand, but just given the antes and the blinds, he decides that I'm deep enough to make the call. They don't flop anything. But Russell does have the straight draw there. He's going to continuation bet. Do you guys often continuation bet ace-king high over here, or do you guys check it back?
I often continuation bet, but against the big blind defending, ace high's just so likely the best hand. You maybe even get a bet out of him later with it. Use it to trap.
We'll see a check from Molson.
I'm on the same page too. I continuation bet there a lot.
Well, at this point, he has checked back the flop. He's checked back the turn as well, so just trying to get the showdown cheaply. River's a jack. Ace-king high is the best hand. I think Molson's not going to fire this one. Too often your opponent is just not going to fold. Check, check. And it's got the nut high almost versus almost the nut low. Nut high card, at least.
Just a nice, easy one. Playing against a guy who has a ton of chips. Don't want to cause any problems. Just check it down with ace king and scoop it up.
I think we're about 10 minutes from the next level. The blinds are going to get even bigger, and these shorter stacks are going to have a lot of pressure.
So you think that somebody might bust out in this tournament?
I mean,
someday.
Well, I think around next Thursday, we might still be in this room.
So it looks like Hafiz is the first one to act. 8 deuce off, so it's going to go into the muck.
Harrison's been open a lot of these kinds of hands too right here.
I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised to see him open this 3-5.
No, he does fold. I mean, he was opening a lot of hands, and he started to fold these types of hands, so I guess he started to make a little bit of adjustment. Derek, however, has ace-jack offsuit. He's not going to fold this hand. The question is, looks like he's going to raise. I don't know his stack size at the moment.
I'm glad he didn't rip it there because he hasn't done that yet. And yeah.
Does he have 20 bigs?
I think he has like 17 bigs or something like that.
Oh, wow.
So over to Molson's going to make this fold in, and Russell does defend his big blind a little bit more than others. 7-4 offsuit. This might be one of those one that he doesn't defend, but he's thinking about it. He knows he's got pretty good price to see a flop.
He has all the chips. I think
And he is going to see a flop. 7-4 offsuit. Can't fault him. You know, if it comes with a bunch of low cards, he's going to win the spot, or like middle cards, maybe he can bluff it. And, well, he does flop a piece, but Derek has flopped top pair, jack kicker. Should see a bet and a call. Derek only has 18 big blinds right now. Still a decent amount of chips, although he is the short stack. I expect him to bet about, you know,
So
70,000, 75,000, maybe 80.
Even fourth place has over 40 bigs.
So he does bet pretty small. I did expect him to bet a little bit smaller because this board is kind of dry.
Bet 6, it's real small.
It's kind of like your opponent either has an ace and is going to lose a lot of chips anyways, or he has nothing. Maybe he'll make a move on me. So, yeah, I don't think Derek actually thinks his opponent has a 4 very often. Right. So if he does hit a 4, it will be quite disguised. 5. It brings a little straight draw out there. And let's see, is Russell deciding to lead out possibly? He is thinking of it. He's going to check. Now, is Derek going to bet here on a turn?
I would imagine he's going to check. You don't want to get shoved on here.
You don't get shoved on by, like, say, 6-7 of clubs.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, I can see. The 3, it's not that scary because not too many people have a 3 in their hand besides ace-3 or pocket 3s, I suppose.
I mean, if he has 7-4, he could have 6-3.
I mean, it's definitely possible. I don't think Derek knows he's defending as weak as 7-4 offsuit right now. So he's going to make the check. The river is a queen. Russell doesn't have anything. He's going to need to bluff at this pot if he wants to take this down. I don't think that would even work. I think this is going to go check. And Derek should feel pretty good about his ace-jack. Should probably consider a fire. Try to get some value out of a weak ace, I think would make a lot of sense. Like 100,000, is that what you guys think is a good bet? Or?
Yeah, I was thinking like 100 to 125K.
Right, yeah.
I do like that. Russell just, he's a little creative. I don't really want to open the door for him to shove. But he's probably not doing that often enough. I think I would probably bet 100,000-ish.
If he does shove, are you folding?
Probably. I mean, I would hate it.
Do you think? Wow, check.
Just kind of play a little bit cautiously in case your opponent's trying to trap you with a flush. So.
That is a pretty terrible run out for his ace-jack hand, but I still think like.
I think he could have got away with a value bet there.
Yeah, for sure. I think he could have gotten away with a value bet. And I think even if he does jam, like it's a gross spot, but like he's super short and his hand is super kind of underrepresented too, and I don't know. Definitely a tough spot.
Yeah, but I mean, this probably doesn't happen too often when someone just jams whenever a flush hits there.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, if he has 14 bigs behind, though.
Right, I'm just saying it's not a common spot that probably happens where someone actually does follow through with the flush, the pretend I got a flush jam.
Right.
But it's definitely a spot that everyone thinks is quite creative, and it's not too many people actually pull the trigger so much. But I mean, it would be great to see that. I would love to.
Yeah, that's
love
true.
To see it.
I probably fear that a little too much, but it's just when it's a guy that you know is capable and has already made some stack pressure plays, I would fear it.
Well, Marcus is opening 9-8 offsuit. Not a great hand in the cutoff. And Mosin hasn't been aggressive pre-flop yet. Maybe he's thinking about it this time with 4-3 suited. I mean, let's go.
Let it go.
But Russell.
Calling from a small blind.
Suited ace. He's got the best hand right now. And he doesn't flop anything. Marcus has overtaken him with a pair of 9s. Should see a check from Russell on the flop.
Do you like Marcus's open here with 40 bigs?
Well, I think Marcus is thinking like, you know, I haven't opened too many pots. I'm going to get more credit. Let me just try and take one.
But he's opening it. It was Russell's big blind, yeah?
No, it was Hafiz's big blind.
Okay.
Russell was a small, so that I think that makes it a good open.
Well, Russell has bet out here with his backdoor flush draw, ace high, 75,000 chips. I mean, it is credible for him to lead here and get like a better hand to fold, because when you call pre-flop raise, a lot of times you have like 10-9, Jack-10, hands like that. So it is credible, but he doesn't have it. Gets quickly called by Marcus. Turn is a club.
Wow.
So this is an interesting one. Improves both players' hands.
Gives him an open ender too.
Like gives them more draws. Russell now can hit a club or an ace to improve his hand. 27% chance to win. He does make a check. Now Marcus has improved too. He's got a straight draw looking for a 7 or a queen. He's going to check here. The river is a 5, so they don't have anything. At this point, probably should just go check. I mean, Russell's just got ace high.
Yeah, trying to come up with hands that Marcus might fold is difficult there.
Marcus is going to take this pot down with 9-8 offsuit. Now, something to keep in mind is that he did open this in the cutoff with 40 big blinds, as Scott said, so people did see his cards, and I think Marcus should probably make the small adjustment of not opening so loose in early position for a little bit, because Mosin's probably like, okay, I'm gonna take care of this guy.
And he has a stack that is like 3-bets are tough to deal with. When you have 40 big blinds and you get 3-bet, it's really tough to play.
Especially when people are playing this well. At this table, like no one's really making big mistakes right now, and people like Moser and even Russell are going to put and Harrison, all three of them are going to put so much pressure on that.
We actually haven't seen any light 3-bets except for people just shoving all in.
Yeah.
It's a pretty tough spot to do it, actually.
Marcus is going to fold the queen deuce offsuit. Motion with Jack 9 of clubs. I do not expect him to fold this hand.
That was a pretty one.
He's going to raise it up.
Those are such fun hands to play in general.
And motion will raise to 65,000 now.
A little less fun now if you knew that.
Harrison's going to fold the 10-3.
All players will fold. Motion picking up those
I haven't seen very many
long
raises and take-its. These guys defend the big blind.
$76 big blinds. Last hand of this level. Blinds are going to increase pretty soon.
Hobbies, tweeting at Matt Salzberg.
Well, guys, that might be one of your hobbies as well.
That was pretty good.
I actually tweet at Matt Salzberg a lot, too.
He's got a great Twitter.
Yeah.
So I think that's a legit hobby. This is actually a truth that Mosin has written down.
Hobbies, busting JC Tran, tweeting to Mount Salzburg.
So this is the last hand of this level. Blinds will probably be going to 20,000, 40,000 shortly. But Russell's opening King 3 offsuit in the cutoff. I think he's identified that Hafiz is not attacking too much and punishing him too much, so he's going to kind of create his own button in the cutoff. So he does raise. Harrison's got Queen 10 offsuit in the small blind. It's an awkward position, but it's a decent hand, but he's going to let this one go. Over to Derek, 10-5 offsuit. This one's pretty bad. He has been defending pretty wide, even to his stack size, and he is going to make the call here, just based on pure pot odds alone. It is a min raise, so you know he doesn't have a great hand, but he's got 40%, so he is making the correct call here pre-flop. It does come Ace 9 Deuce Rainbow, and checked over to Russell. You know he's been continuation betting these flops when he had King High. Don't see him stopping anytime soon.
So another thing that I think is worth pointing out is Derek has been acting very quickly when he's just bricked flops. He's definitely acting a little bit slower when.
Well, this definitely is one to act quickly on. He doesn't have anything, but it's a good thing to point out.
Hand, though, too, that wasn't, it was a little more.
Yeah, so I'd love to actually see the same situation, but maybe see Derek pick up like top pair or like a set, and then we'll see if it changes at all.
Yeah, for sure.
But these are you want to look for consistencies and patterns. If you can find some kind of subtle change that's different, and then you see him like have actually a good hand or he's got a bluff, that's how you make live tells and really like try to maximize your play. Something that Scott really just kind of looks for. You know, it's kind of one of the things you like to pride yourself on, right? Like just some live tells and you know strategy, things like that.
Here we go. We got the big blinds update. Now this is looking like a normal final table at this point.
Well, chip leader still has 104 big blinds. Pretty absurd. But the short stack does have 17 big blinds, and that is Hafiz right here with King 9 offsuit. 40,000 is the big blind. He's in the cutoff. It's actually a decent hand in the cutoff. It's an awkward stack because he's only got 17 big blinds. He's a little bit like, well, do I raise and fold? Do I go all in? He's like, oh my god, I don't know what to do. So he's gonna let this one go. And Harrison on the button of Ace Queen offsuit.
It also made it a little more awkward when you have Marcus in the big blind who defends super wide, so you can't just steal the blinds by making it, you know, a min raise right there.
Harrison's going to go and open Ace Queen offsuit. Is one of these short stacks going to pick up a hand? Nope. Marcus is going to make a call here of Ace 5, I'll tell you that.
At least.
I think of his stack size, it's actually it's okay enough that, you know, he doesn't want to re-raise, doesn't want to fold. The call is going to be the best option here. He is dominated though, so he's gonna be happy he wanted to keep this pot small. Looking for that 5. Look at that flop. Queen, Jack, Jack.
Backdoor flush draw for the ace.
But Marcus might consider calling a flop bet if Harrison does continuation bet here. You know, he's got the backdoor flush draw. He's got ace high. I think Marcus is going to check call here. You guys think he's going to check call?
I think that's most likely, yeah.
I mean,
the backdoor flush draw on just a paired board with ace.
And you can easily have the best hand. Even if your opponent has like pocket 4s, a queen rolls off and you counterfeit him, like I really don't see Marcus folding this. He's got enough chips where like if he makes the wrong decision, it's not too bad. He is going to make the call. Harrison's probably a little bit worried that his opponent might have a jack, so he might consider slowing down on a turn. The turn is a club, so it gives Marcus some more outs. Is Harrison going to... Harrison's got to decide. Do I bet the turn and then probably check back the river, or do I check back the turn and decide on the river? What are you guys' thoughts on which one's better?
I think betting turn is like pretty standard here. I mean, because if he bets turn, he's like maintaining that initiative. So if there's even if a club bricks, Marcus could check back a lot, and then he gets a free check back too, right?
Right.
Especially knowing that he has the nuts, right?
I mean, that hand is really good. He could get 3 streets out of it. I wouldn't want to forego that.
Well, Harrison does bet again. I don't think Marcus is going to fold now that he's picked up the extra club draw. he still beats hands like King 10, 10-9, things like that. So
without the showdown value, I would think maybe bluffing here might be more likely. But
thinking the same thing right now.
Ace high still could be good.
Well, if someone is betting, if he's betting the flop against you and betting the turn against you, he's probably not bluffing too much though, so that you can really move him off of hands. But I think a lot of people would have a weak queen here to just check back the turn.
Right.
So I think it's hard to really imagine you bluffing someone off of a hand. River is a jack, so Marcus has got ace high. He's going to probably make the check. I think this is an interesting spot from Harrison's point of view, because actually betting here really doesn't get called by worse.
Yep.
I actually would like a check back or a big bet to... No, actually I like a check back better, because your opponent can easily have a jack. I think it's very possible you slow play the flop, saw a flush draw on a flush coming on turn. It's kind of like, I'm just going to check and, just check call the turn. I think
though is that Marcus is deep enough to where if he can bet like kind of like small-ish, and then like if he gets raised, just fold,
Right, but then you're only putting in chips while behind, in my opinion. I feel like if you're betting a queen here, you're never getting called by worse.
I think you might get called by worse.
Do you really think someone's calling worse here?
Not very often, but you just got to give people a chance.
You could have tens here.
I mean, if he has,
but is tens really going to think that? I don't know. I really don't think you're going to get called by worse. This is my. I mean, you guys are welcome to your opinion, but it's like, okay, I bet the flop, I bet the turn on this board, I bet the river. Who check calls three? Who's trying to bluff someone off of a queen?
I think it's still too strong to just check back.
I'm thinking that it's so hard for someone to call you. Why bet? If you're only putting in chips when you're only going to either lose chips or chop, what is the point?
Yeah, of course. But I think that people call a lot looser than you are estimating. I think he's considering it right now with ace five. He's really considering calling.
I mean, if he is considering calling, yes, betting is going to be the best play. I'm finding it hard to see some bluffs here. If someone, I don't know, if someone's calling me two streets on queen jack, what do you put them on?
It'd be pretty dirty to just rip it right here, to be honest.
See the thing.
That'd be like the play.
So that's the thing. If I'm betting, it's to bluff. If I'm betting,
I think you get snapped too.
I'm trying to bluff him off of a queen. Is what I would do from Harrison's point of view. I like betting to either move him off of a queen or checking to kind of be scared of the jack. I think these are much better options. I don't know the exact stack size of Marcus right now.
He started the hand with I think 45 bigs or something like that.
Looks like Marcus is reaching for chips, trying to decide what to do here.
Is he gonna raise?
Well, he's got 29 big blinds.
He's gonna call.
Well,
he might too.
If Marcus is gonna make a play, I think he needs to go all in to kind of like give him.
Though he has the ace of clubs, so like, I don't know.
I wouldn't like.
I
this
really
call.
don't like calling here, to be honest.
No, I don't like it either.
Yeah,
but
I really don't like it. I think you might though.
I think you got to give people a chance to make mistakes.
That's for sure. I agree with that totally, Tyler. You're right. When Twitch chat.
No, he's gonna let this one go.
He thought about it, though. I don't think he's the kind of guy that's thinking like.
I think he was actually thinking about making a move, actually, all in play. I don't think he ever had any intention of calling, because it just really makes no sense. But it looks so strong when you move all in there.
Yeah.
But he's just kind of like, what happens if he just crying calls?
I mean, he gets snapped, right?
Yeah, he's probably gonna get snapped because even if he's wrong, it's only like 25 more bigs or so. But hey, he takes that pot down.
Harrison's moving up.
So Hafiz is in last place right now. Russell Garrett is the first chip leader, has not lost that hold, and looks like he's got pocket aces again. He hasn't gotten much action from his big hands, but he is getting dealt them.
Yeah.
Yes, this event is at Thunder Valley in Lincoln, California. I must say, again, I said it earlier, I really enjoy playing here. Thunder Valley is an awesome place to be. A lot of passionate people running this poker room.
That's definitely true. We're about, I don't know how many miles, maybe 35, 40 minutes from Sacramento.
Harrison's probably going to fold this Jack 9.
Queens one time.
You just want blood.
Well, come on, man. I haven't seen any blood yet, you know.
Well. Poor Russell. 6 of aces just gets no action.
He always gets him under the gun, but in no action. But hey, it's a little pot. It's better than nothing. Better than losing one.
He didn't tank before opening this time like he did with the ace-king. Just beating him up.
Yeah, he's crushing. When you go in with chip leading or up 15% in the first few hours, including after losing an all-in. That's so sick.
Wow, yeah, it's true.
Someone said this dealer's Chris Moneymaker. I promise you the dealer is not Chris Moneymaker. Kappa.
So Hafiz is going to go ahead and fold the 10-8 offsuit over to Harrison. Ace-4. Under gun +1. Just going to let that one go.
Wow, his range has changed so much since the first break.
Yeah, I think he's just making a little bit of adjustment.
Yeah, it's smart.
And actually, when he raised a bunch, I think people defended a lot, so he was kind of like flopping terribly and stuff like that. I think he lost that little pot with the 7-4 suit against the jacks earlier that he was just kind of like, oh man, kind of got out of hand and
that was such a sick hand.
lost some chips.
Yeah, that was a wild hand. It could have gone a lot different. If he would have bet the turn, the hand would have changed a lot.
Flop comes ace jack 8.
8 of diamonds, jack of spades on the flop. Motion back first.
He doesn't have much, and he's going to go ahead and fire out here, but Russell's not going to fold mid-pair in the blind versus blind battle. Should see a call.
And call.
Motion looking for the queen. There is the queen right there.
Bink.
Now motion's deciding. Well, it's a blind versus blind. I limped. He didn't raise me pre-flop, so my opponent probably doesn't have an ace, so my queen is probably the best hand, but I'm a little bit scared just because it's getting kind of connected. I think if this goes check-check, motion is definitely going to bet the river. I think Russell probably should just check back this turn. If he does bet here on the turn, just check back the river, and it looks like he's going to go that option instead.
Wow, he bet big too.
And Russell wagered at 175,000.
Yeah, that's a big bet. I'm not too sure why he decided to go with a really big bet. But, I mean, we've seen Russell make some plays that you thought he wouldn't do, trying to bluff people off of hands when he had pairs. So he could potentially be thinking he has the best hand, or he's trying to bluff people. It's really all. It could be either way. River is a 3. So motion's got the queen 7, second pair. And Russell's showdown value is pretty solid, but when you get snap called on turn, it's probably a good chance your jack's no good anymore, unless your opponent has like 10-8 of spades, 8-9 of spades. So Russell's trying to figure out, does my opponent have...
Wow.
He is going to take the stab here, and he is going to bluff. I think he's correctly identified that his jack is no good right now.
So that means motion has either a queen or a weak ace. He's trying to get him off of it.
Well, I don't think Russell is trying to move him off a weak ace. I think he's putting motion on like Jack 10, Jack 9, maybe Queen 10, 8, 9, hands like that. He's trying to move him off of those middling hands. And it worked, so pretty quickly. And Russell is playing great poker.
I mean, that's a great one.
Sometimes people they just have pairs and they just try to get to showdown quickly and whatnot. But Russell's really taking it to the next level. He's like, well, I'm going to try to identify that my pair is just no good anymore and turn them into bluffs. So he's playing some great poker right now.
Oh, guys, there's
That
a
was
grill.
really good.
A grill.
It's a grill, guys.
A grill.
Hey, guys. Grill. Oh, emote's coming.
I do not understand this Twitch language that you guys are speaking.
It's like,
don't worry, we'll speak it for you.
Oh, how does the girl's back, guys?
What's the wager? That's the first time anyone's talked about a grill on a WPT broadcast.
Yeah, Tyler's like, what the? Are we having a barbecue later today, guys?
I get it now, but it took me a minute.
Over to Marcus, 6-2 suited, should be laying this one down. Motion's gonna lay that one down. Russell, he's playing. I like Russell a lot. He's playing some great poker.
Yeah, that last hand was.
He's on pace to take this one down at the rate he's going.
So I have an interesting one for the chat. The WPT Champions Challenge, where you can vote for certain players to be invited to this event. They sent us a list of some close matches, and I think Twitch chat will find this interesting. Right now, JC Tran and Elke are very close in votes, and I know that Twitch chat probably loves Elke a little bit.
They probably love Elke, yeah.
So just so you guys know, Elke
Wait,
could use
he's
your
up against
support
JC
right
Tran,
now.
is that what you said?
Yeah, he's up against JC Tran. They're
JC
close.
Tran, the local hero of Sacramento, and you're just plugging Elke?
Of course I'm going to plug Elke. He's a Twitch warrior, man.
Oh, man.
I got to plug Elke.
Sorry, JC. JC's going down for sure now.
No
good.
The Royal Flush Girls have gone missing, guys. Do you guys like the left one or the right one? Oh, my God. Not like this, guys. Not like this.
Oh, crap. Now they're going to rate our smiles.
Please, no webcam on. Save us. Well, Derek has picked up King 10 suited in an early position.
How do they put that graphic up there? The Royal Flush Girls have gone missing.
Well, they are missing.
No.
Should we maybe leave the commentary booth and
Amazing.
try to help find them? I mean,
you can go on a solo mission, Randy. We can take it from here if you
yeah.
go hunting.
Randy's got to go on a grill hunt, guys.
Hunting for a grill. So Derek has opened here with King 10 suited. Hafiz, Ace 10 offsuit.
Derek
in the
under the
small
gun?
blind. This is like a weird situation.
Really tough.
You're like, man, my hand. I haven't seen a good hand in a while. Ace 10 looks pretty good, but then like a short stack is opening in first position.
Doesn't he have 12 or 13 bigs?
Yeah, Hafiz is like, God, why don't I get like the easy hands like Ace King or like Deuce 7?
He actually hasn't picked up any of those this whole final table yet, has he?
No, just pocket 6s and 7s, I believe. But Ace 10 offsuit.
I'd be really impressed if he finds a shove here. That'd be really tough to do.
This is a tough spot, but this would be the correct play if he can make it. Hafiz is playing some pretty solid poker right now. Can he figure this one out? No, he's going to let this one go. Over to Harrison, the big blind with Jack 9 offsuit. It's definitely a playable hand. Your opponent doesn't have that many too many chips, but it's playable enough for him to make the call, which he does.
These are two hands that can both hit the board hard.
Well, one of them is flopped in. That is Harrison. Now, is he going to check the pre-flop raise or just bet out? He is going to check.
What does Derek have behind here?
Derek doesn't have too many big blinds from what I remember. I'm guessing like 15 big blinds roughly.
Well, there's no pink chips, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So it looks like 560, 570.
So
I would love to see like a 90,000 chip bet and then ripping the turn potentially here.
Well, he does check it
on
back.
A lot of random turns, like yeah.
Turn is a 10. Harrison now has a pair of 9s with a straight draw. He should think he has the best hand a lot. The question, does he bet or does he check? He needs to try to figure out what Derek has and decide what is the best play. If he knows his opponent has like Ace King high, he should probably just be betting or just trying to like take it down, not get free cards, knowing those hands are going to just check it back. So Harrison is identifying that he thinks the Jack 9 is good. He doesn't want to let free cards roll off. But Derek, what does he do here? He's turned top pair, top kicker, second top kicker. He should think he has the best hand. The question is, does he raise here and just kind of
to try to end the pot?
End the pot and like not let your opponent draw to a flush draw or a straight draw. There's definitely merits to calling, definitely merits to raising. Do you like a raise here ever, Tyler or Scott?
It's
or
really rough. I don't know.
You gotta remember he's pretty short stacked. So if he raises here, he's got to call it off.
Committed, yeah. You can just blast it in, but you're not getting called by worse, so it kind of lets your opponent play.
I think when my opponent bets only, what, 85,000 into 210, my opponent probably doesn't have me beat here on a turn. I think it's my logic.
Yeah.
You know? So I think I like a raise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
And here we go. All the chips going in there. He's like, gosh, I've got it outs. That's why, like, when you have, like, this middling hand with a lot of outs, sometimes you don't want to bet because you get moved in on and you have to fold your hand or just call off and be upset you're behind.
I really like the shove too, because if you think about it, like there's so many hands now that are just gonna like want to, or not want, but have so much like have enough equity where they just can't really fold.
Well,
Fortunately for him, Harrison has one of those hands that like totally, you know, doesn't have a ton of equity, obviously.
I mean,
In
it's
comparison.
not. It's not. If you
It's
can't,
30%.
he can't see Derek's cards, so he doesn't know that his. You know,
And Derek could totally be doing this with the flush draw too, right?
if Derek could. That's. I mean, so Derek has gone all in rather than raising it small, so it looks like I might have like ace 2 of hearts here.
Or
ace 4.
5x of hearts or 8x of hearts.
Yep.
I mean, now normally I would agree with you about 5x of hearts and things like that, but he did raise him under the gun and a weak position. So these are things you want to do to narrow down someone's ranges more. It's just like, well, what kind of stack size does he have? What position you raise from? So I'm going to rule out a lot of those hands and start putting in a lot more like Broadway type hands. So like, let's see, Queen Jack potentially to check back to flop. What, King Jack suited, Ace X suited, like the Ace X suiteds, like even the weak ones, like Ace 2 suited, Ace 3. I don't think I really expect him to
It's a
open
little
that.
bit harder to come on a Queen Jack, King Jack with when you have a Jack 2 though.
Definitely true, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah,
you know,
possible,
it's
yeah.
possible. Yeah, I'm just saying like when Derek raises from first position, doesn't start to hand up that many chips. He probably has stronger type of cards, like big cards and like pairs. So he's gonna make the call. So he's gonna be upset to see that one. I think that's what he's figured out. Like a lot of times he just doesn't have too strong of a hand, but he does have King 10.
I mean, to check back the flop, he kind of has to have, like.
I mean, he needs to hit. He needs to catch up. I'm looking for a queen, a 7, a jack, or a 9. That's a lot of cards. One card to go.
So much drama.
And the river's a 9.
Oh.
And Harrison is going to go ahead and river that one. And
man, Derek played great.
Derek's our first bust out here.
I kind of felt it coming, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know why my gut was just like, oh, this is gonna be gross.
I mean, he correctly identified, had the best hand, King 10, moved all in. Harrison, made a little mistake there, but he still had 30% chance to win, so he won the pot. And Derek Walters are eliminated in 6th place, $54,970. I mean, you're sad that you got sucked out on, but that's still a nice payday.
That's
today.
a lot of money. First WPT final table. It's a pretty cool day.
Was it Derek's first WPT final table?
I think so.
I believe that is.
I think that's what his
that
bio
is correct. So adding $55,000 roughly to his tournament earnings.
That's a good day.
I think we'll see him back here next year.
Yeah, I think so.
He's going to want to improve. So now 5 players remaining, guaranteed $68,712. So $14,000 pay jump for all these players.
Wow, you see Harrison with that big old smile.
Harrison's like, man, I made the bad call, but thank God I got there. So Russell's going to go ahead and continue to drive the action, opening King 7 offsuit. Hafiz is going to go ahead and fold. Harrison's had a decent hand here, Ace 9 offsuit. Out of position, though. So he is playing from small blind. A lot of people don't like calling from the small blind so much because they have to put in more chips than if they're in the big blind and, playing out of position. Even though they suspect they might have the best hand a lot. So it's kind of one of those tricky spots when you got Ace 9 offsuit, Ace 8 offsuit. So he's going to let this one go.
Harrison's been very tight from the small blind so far today.
Yeah. There's no way he was folding that from the big blind, but because of small blind, he still has to worry about one more player to act. It's kind of the factors that goes into a professional's mind when they're playing, from the small blind. So Marcus, I don't think he's folding a 7-3 suited, but is this a bigger raise? No, it's a pretty small raise. So yeah, he's not folding 7-3 suited. Suited hand it can make a straight. The odds, the pot odds are pretty good. I mean, it can make a straight.
Whoa, it might.
It can still make a straight. Just looking for that 5.
It can, and now we'll show you how it does.
They'll be chopping if that happens.
Well, let's see if Marcus decides to check or lead out. He is going to check, and over to Russell with inside straight draw. Now, I've seen Russell bet a lot of flops, so I expect him to bet this one too. Even though you can have merit to checking back these flops too, just to make sure you see your draw. But
He's really balanced that stuff well.
I think Russell is going to bet. He's a better. Here it comes.
I like a check raise from Marcus here.
You think a check raise is good? I feel
like it. You just win the pot so often. They have overcards and ace highs.
Now the problem though with check raising is that if you're wrong and you got a stack size like Marcus, you're hating it pretty bad. So I'm not sure how much I'm in love with a check raise with this kind of stack size.
So what you're saying is you're a scared poker player?
Oh, yeah. I'm scared poker player to just check call just like Marcus did. Now Marcus just has an inside straight draw and he just check called the flop. Like he just has 7 high, but I think he recognizes that Russell is just betting a lot of flops, and if it rolls off blanks, he can just bet out and just take it down 7 high. And of course, if he pairs up like this or he hits a straight, he probably thinks he has the best hand. I don't think he expects Russell to continue bluffing here. And he goes check, check. And now that they both have a pair of 7s, I expect this to go check, check on the river. And Marcus just shows 7-3 into the loser.
Yep, sounds like what's going to happen.
Marcus is tanking a bit, it looks like, trying to make sure he doesn't get bluffed off his hand. Neither player wants to see another bet on this board. It's like, let's just see who wins. So check, check. Marcus is probably like, I got the best hand, man. Nope. So Russell's going to take that one down.
Russell has that king kicker. Pair of 7s with the king. Will take down the pot.
Keep stacking.
He's playing good poker. No one's like contesting him. They're not re-raising him or anything. So even though you're sometimes raising worse hands and playing worse hands than your opponents, if they don't retake the initiative, you can really win some pots that you normally shouldn't be winning. So there really is no downside if no one's playing back at you and you got a big stack.
Now there's only one short stack, just a fees.
So Russell's going to be the first one to act, and he's going to fold. Hafiz, 6-3 suited. He's like, gosh, give me some cards.
Starting to get a little frustrated.
Harrison, ace-2 on the button. I do not expect him to fold this hand.
To be
he's
sure,
going to go ahead and open.
He shouldn't be frustrated at all right now. He just moved up in the pay ladders, right?
Right.
I mean, that's true. Marcus here. Small blind, Jack-10 of hearts. Everyone loves a Jack-10 suited. What is he going to do here? I think he's counting his chip stack, deciding, well, can I call here? Can I re-raise here? Do I go all in? I don't think he wants to fold this hand, so he's basically trying to figure out what is the best play.
With Hafiz being so short, he's kind of locked up a little bit here.
But he also knows Harrison's probably raising a lot on the button. And he's like, do I really want to give him an opportunity? He's probably going to fold a lot if I go all in here. It's like, it's probably what's going through his head right now. So let's see. He's going to make...
He has too much to just go all in, doesn't he?
I don't know his exact stack, but he does just make the call because he doesn't want to let Harrison just get away with opening the button with when he has a hand as strong as Jack-10. So he's like, let me at least see a flop.
Motion calls as well. 3 players now. 3 players.
There's a jack on the flop, Jack 9-6. So only Marcus has a big piece of this one. He is out of position, first one to act.
So this is 3 ways, and if you check to the razor here and you don't get a bet out of them, it's not good for you seeing a card roll off right now.
Right, so that's probably what's going through Marcus' head. Do I just lead out here because I don't want to see it get checked through? Now, this is a board you don't expect pure air to just continuation bet on. If someone's got like ace too high, they're probably just going to check back here because usually someone from the blinds is going to hit this board some way and just not going to fold to the flop.
Especially with 22 big blinds.
Yep, so I think Marcus has identified like people aren't going to continuation bet light here. Let me just bet out so that they don't get free cards. And wins that pot. Marcus Gonzalez. 1.25 million chips. Starting stack was 1.125, so he's down a little bit of chips starting of the day from San Diego, California. Tournament earnings just shy of 1 million, but with this cash, he's going to go ahead and move over to million mark. Guaranteed $68,712. Currently 5 players remaining, playing for $275,000 for first. Hafiz Khan is first to act here. And he's going to fold. He's running out of chips. Harrison's going to fold the 10 deuce here, most likely. Indeed, he does. And Marcus is going to give that one up as well. It's over to motion. He's going to fold his jack 3 offsuit in the small blind. The most interesting part was he didn't decide to limp that hand against Russell. I think he decided he probably would have before, but I think he realized that Russell was just kind of playing more aggressively than most players.
So I just got a message from someone listening to the stream. It's actually Chance Cornuth, and he didn't like that you wanted to check back the ace queen.
I also had a tweet from someone saying nano knit.
Nano knit. Well, I mean, I still think the checks. Personally,
I understand it.
You know, it's just a different way of thinking. I'm not saying that I'm correct. I'm not saying I'm wrong. It's just my opinion, I suppose. So it's good. You know, poker hands. There's a lot of different ways to think about playing hands.
It's nice when you get different opinions about the same spot from top players. You know, from successful players taking different lines on the same thing.
But now that you know that, I'll check back a queen there in the same spot. So when you guys have a queen, you're going to fold to my bet, right? So it's leveling you guys.
Yeah, you got us.
It's a big troll.
It's future level.
All right, so we got a raise from Marcus of ace-4 offsuit. Hafiz has got pocket nines. He's not going to fold here. He's going to go all in. This is no questions asked.
Good cinematography on the zoom in there for the all in.
So he is going to go all in.
Hafiz in the big blind will go all in.
The World Poker Tour production crew is pretty amazing at what they do.
They're good at this stuff.
They really are.
Total count for Hafiz.
Yeah, I mean, yes, his shove is not for that many big blinds. It's like 12.5, but Hafiz has been pretty tight, and I think Marcus is going to be able to figure this out and just fold the ace here. I mean, it's what, 420,000 more chips. If you call and lose this pot in a situation you're most likely not ahead often, you're going to be put as a pretty terrible stack. I think you just got to let this one go.
I'm surprised he's grinding on this one so long.
I mean, he's thought about a lot of decisions.
He doesn't like to fold, man.
That's true.
It's 26 big blinds.
He doesn't like to fold.
I'm pretty happy to fold this ace-4 to Hafiz right now, the way Hafiz been playing.
100%. I think you have to. I don't even think it's a thought.
But it's frustrating, you know? You're like, man, the guy doesn't have many chips left, but I think he's really got to fold this one.
I don't know how he couldn't. You still not a lot of chips. Still 12 big blinds, right?
I mean, yeah, it's not great, but it's not bad. I mean, it's better than less.
I think if he has something like 7 big blinds, it's.
You just gotta let this one go.
Decision. I think if you have
So.
it's not.
And Marcus going to lay down. He's chipping up a bit there.
Hafiz is in 5th place. We did have our 6th place finish earlier.
Back to 16 bigs. He's getting out of
Hobbies
the
is women, guys.
Good women.
Hafiz is the man.
Hobbies.
Poker, women, and sports. Wow, this guy. I like this guy too. Let's get some more hobbies up on the screen later. That sounds great.
What do you think Marcus's hobbies are?
Marcus hobby, I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing it. The Motion's gonna go ahead and open the King 10 offsuit right now.
We should make some prop bets on people's hobbies. Let me check the value sheets.
Motion's hobby, what? Busting JC Tran is what he wrote on the profile.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
But look at this. We got a raise. We have not seen many re-raises from most of the players here, but Ace King is definitely one of the hands to do it with.
If he flats, I think my brain will explode.
I mean, flatting's not bad here. You have Hafiz in the blinds that could shove.
That's true. My brain will explode, though.
No.
Thank
Russell
God
is
my
more of
brain
a
was
let's go
It's
for it
after
type
it.
player.
Yeah.
So, you know, if he, I think Russell's the type that's going to just ship this in if they want to go at it pre-flop. So, like, quick fold right there from motion.
We still haven't seen a light 3-bet. Not one.
That is correct. I'm liking the way Russell's playing. He's got this image of, like, I don't care. I'm playing pots, like, for all different sizes. So, if you want to play with me, then you just need to kind of risk your chips. So, it's kind of like people are like, when you see motion there, he's got king 10. It's like, okay, I raise, you re-raise me. I'm just going to fold because I'm not going to mess with you. You probably look like you're going to battle me a bit.
He's got a 43 big. That's a lot lower than...
I mean, he's down 545,000 in the last 10 hands. But I think Motion's aware that, you know, there's Hafiz of a pretty short stack. He doesn't want to get too out of line right now. And I think Russell just needs to keep on raising, and he's doing a good job, and he's continuing to do that. King 9 offsuit right now in cutoff. Hafiz and his button is going to fold this one. Harrison's been playing pretty well today.
Definitely.
Can fold this one.
Very tight from the small blind. Marcus not going to be folding this one.
I've got to be honest. I've been really impressed with, like, more impressed with the play at the table than I thought I would be before going into it. There's a lot of people playing really, really great poker.
I mean, the most impressive play to me was the Jack 6 that Russell played.
Yeah.
When he turned that hand into a bluff.
That was
got
great.
motion off the turn queen. I was pretty impressed with that one.
I mean, he's doing it to Mosin too, right?
Yeah.
That's like not an easy thing to do.
Oh, Marcus just jammed it. I don't know how many. Well, we got 1 million.
About 25 big blinds. Yeah. I mean, I think Marcus has figured out that Russell has been raising like these kings. He saw king 7 offsuit earlier in the cutoff. Like, yeah, you're putting yourself at risk to bust before Hafiz, but if you know someone's raising so often, you can't be playing super scared just to try to wait for someone else to bust first. So I think Marcus just knows that he's going to take this down pre-flop too often, and which he does.
Yeah, it's kind of an awkward stack size. I don't like putting in 25 bigs with ace 10, but you can't let him have the pot, and 3-betting this is not, you're not deep enough for it really, so.
That's a pretty
really
trophy.
the only way to do it.
What's it like taking photos with it, Tyler?
It's great. Thanks for the, I don't know, you gave me a little boost to that title.
I contributed to Tyler's WPT championship.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, man. I'd rather do it for you than some other people, so.
I'll thank you again after I win the Tournament of Champions, because it'll all because of you.
Because of my 120,000 chips, or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, yeah. I'm glad you see it that way.
Lots of people overplay Ace King, dude. It's not a big deal.
Sick zing. You're right. No one's ever played Ace Queen, overplayed Ace Queen in their lives. Oh, wow. That was awesome. You're right.
We got Marcus opening and motion defending, or is it the other way around?
Yeah, Marcus opening, motion defending.
A lot of nothings, though.
Exactly what I would expect, though, right? You know, from the way this table's going. Although, I do think Mosin just defended a bit wider than he has been, right?
Well,
I don't think he's defended this wide yet today, really, has he? He hasn't been defending very hard.
No, this is a limp pot because the big blind is, what, 40,000?
Oh, wow, yeah.
You're right.
So it's a limp pot. So I'm just checking this one down. Marcus is going to check this one. Motion's got 7 high, plays the board. Yeah, just play the board and lose.
He's just enjoying his tea. He's not really into this poker stuff right now.
Motion's like, can someone just bust already? Well, he's got 1 bust outs already so far.
you confirm Gus has 3 titles? Somebody just texted me he has 5.
Hafiz Khan is in 5th place with 600,000 chips, 15 big blinds. I mean, people are saying Gus has 3, some have 4. Hell, he might even have 20 at this point. Who knows? Hopefully someone can confirm with us.
He just won another 13.
Literally.
He won every single event at Vienna.
Harrison's go ahead and open King 9 offsuit.
Folding back to the big blind.
Russell
Probably.
in the big blind. He's not folding just Jack 6 suited.
Yeah, you're going to see him defend this one, I think.
Russell will make the call. Harrison and Russell heads up now.
They both flop nothing.
Deuce of hearts.
We seem to be saying that a lot.
Back to Russell.
Well, yeah, it's hard to make a hand in no limit Texas Hold'em. We did see Russell bet out before when you just had nothing, so he may consider this. He is the type that's looking to take down pots if he can figure out a creative way to do so. Harrison with 2 overs, probably a little bit interested to why Russell took a little bit longer to check, but he's still going to continuation bet here.
I think that would do it.
And Russell let it go.
I think that's the first bit of table talk we've had the entire day.
They're just starting to loosen up a little bit.
Absolutely.
Come on, play looser, guys.
Got one guy down.
Well, Russell Garrett's the chip leader, 121 big blinds. He's got 40% of the chips in play right now.
Mosen's only got 41 bigs now.
Yeah, I mean, he's lost some pots, you know, here and there, but you know, he's still playing all right.
It's crazy. There's a lot of times where 41 bigs feels like you just have a mountain of chips.
Yeah, it does.
Today in this tournament, he's got to feel a little tough with that right now.
Harrison's going to take down pocket threes really quickly. Now, a lot of stacks are eyeballing Hafiz's stack because it is short. Harrison Gimbal has been increased his stack 23% and really just been raising a lot of pots, taking them down post flop. He's playing really good poker.
We are back to hour levels. It was an hour and a half for a while, but now we're back to hour levels. So this 15 big blinds that Hafiz has is going to be challenged.
It's on the
soon.
clock, huh?
Yeah.
It's on the clock. Marcus has got king deuce offsuit. Should be folding this one. Well, maybe the graphics wrong. Who knows? Over to Russell. Ace queen. That's a nice hand. On the button.
So many premium hands for Russell today.
I mean, he hasn't had any big action with any of them, though.
Yeah, that's not how he's getting all the chips, really.
Oh, I know it's not how he's getting the chips, but he's had them, you know?
Yeah.
Hafiz, is he going to walk into trouble? He is going to walk into trouble. Pocket threes. Well, he's actually got a coin flip. He's all in. It should be a snap call. Quick call, and we've got ourselves a coin flip here.
Oh man, when Hafiz wins this, his final table is going to take forever.
He's got a 53% chance to win this hand. He needs to dodge an ace or a queen, or he's going to be the 5th place finisher here.
I'm rooting for Hafiz. I want to be here till 2 in the morning, at least.
And Russell, he doesn't flop, but he does pick out some extra outs. A 5 will counterfeit the pocket threes right now. Hafiz with a 60% chance to win.
He's sweating bullets right now.
And queens.
Turn card. It's a 5, so he's been counterfeited.
Wow.
But it's not over yet. He can still hit a 7, a 5, or a 3 to stay in this tournament, or he's going to be our 5th place finisher.
Looking to be the favorite.
I mean, It's the heart of the cards now.
Three on the river, or pair the board to give a full house to chop that pot. Let's see the
Long
river.
dramatic sweat.
And that's not going to do it. Hafiz is out of here in 5th place. I mean, played some solid poker, looked for some good spots. This was definitely a good spot. Unfortunately, ran into ace queen, but he still had a 53% chance to win the pot.
He's got one ladder up.
So he's got 5th place there. Well done by Hafiz. Yeah, you didn't win the tournament, but cash for $68,712. Well done by him. He's got a lot of tournament experience and did pretty well today. I think he'll be back on the next tournament pretty soon.
Yeah, we'll see him in the California swing for sure.
Yeah, so we got 4 players remaining. Russell Garrett, 1st place, 5.5 million chips. Marcus Gonzalez is in 4th place, 30 big blinds, so it's a lot of chips still, but he is a short stack. It's kind of like 2 extremes. We got 2 guys over 100 big blinds, 2 guys at 30 and 40 big blinds respectively. So $91,616 for 4th place right now. And if they can last another position, additional $32,000 if you get 3rd.
Pretty big jump.
So we'll see if the dynamic is going to change now that the short stack is gone. Harrison.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some light 3-bets now. I think we've crossed that barrier.
It's very possible, but let's see if people are going to crack that shell. I expect it to as well, but I'm not going to guarantee anything.
Yeah, no one's really considered it.
So Harrison's open. Marcus is flat called with Jack-8. They both have flopped nothing. Harrison's nothing is a bit better, though. He's got a King-Jack, a backdoor straight draw, a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, that's miles better. I think this is going to be one of those times where it's just a bet fold real quick.
105,000 later, Marcus will fold and Harrison will take down those chips.
I wonder if they ever found the Royal Flush Girls. Randy, did you go find them?
Where are the Royal Flush Girls? Guys, can we find them?
Russell's got the ace-10 suited. He's still getting the premiums.
To go back to Marcus in the small.
So Marcus is probably going to peel here. Is Marcus in the big blind or the small blind? Hard to tell.
I believe, well, I don't know. Generally, Marcus has been the big blind, though, when Russell.
Oh, he was the small blind this time, actually.
So Marcus the short stack right now.
And motion makes the call as well.
Well, actually, 2 people have caught a decent piece of this. King-Jack versus Ace-10 right now. A couple checks happening. Also, probably the pre-flop raiser. Ace-10. He checks it back.
Checks around. 8 of diamonds now on the turn.
Interesting card. It kind of makes it look a lot more connected. The King-Jack is probably going to want to protect his hand and bet out now.
Motion's got a double gutter now.
He does have a double gutter, but he is against 2 additional opponents, so he's not going to enjoy
and the nine's not very
the hand
pretty.
so much. Marcus does bet. Motion should be getting away from this one, and I think Russell's going to go ahead and call here. You know, he hasn't put in a bet post flop yet. It's got Russell's playing great poker. I think he's quick. He's like this is a spot where you expect to call with ace-10, but he's just like, you know what? I know my opponent's not going to bet into 2 people
2 of us, yeah.
without at least a jack here or like a really awesome draw or something. So he just snap folded. I think
he's on fire.
Russell is playing great poker right now.
He really is.
He's not playing like his cards literally. He's basically looking at the situation. It's just playing great. I'm really liking his chances right now. And his biggest cash, what, $35,000?
Yeah, this is a big difference. I mean, that last pay jump was that much. The next one is almost.
Now, let's see, Harrison, King 10 of clubs, a good hand. Looks like he's going to open this one up.
Harrison Anderson will make it 80,000 to go.
Marcus folds in motion with ace-5 offsuit. Looks like he's reaching for re-raising chips. And Motion's been looking for, you know, he's kind of been chilling, but he knows, we know he's capable of re-raising, and now he's going to do it. I think maybe with the short stacks going, he's like, okay, I can kind of get away with it a lot more now. I don't think Harrison's going to fold this hand. King 10 suited four-handed, knowing your opponent is capable of re-raising, even though he hasn't done it quite yet. I don't think he's going to fold King 10 of clubs. You guys think he is? It's close, right?
It's tough, yeah. I actually think he's probably going to call.
Yeah, it's just like I got enough chips here. I know my opponent is capable of re-raising with junky cards. I've got position. I mean, I've got 46.3% chance to win.
Those this type of hand, though, if he does peel, which looks like he's going to,
I mean, you got to play a little bit slow because your opponent is re-raising hands like ace, king, king, queens. But if you know your opponent's re-raising like junky hands like jack 10, 10, 9, and stuff like that, like then you make the call and it doesn't flop anything.
That's actually a really good flop for motion.
It's a good flop for motion, like
The dream.
Looking for a 4, a backdoor ace, diamond, and draw. You know, there's just a lot of potential that he can continue bluffing on.
Yeah, with the gut shot and overcard, I think.
If I motion here, I like betting the flop, and I'm looking to bet a lot of turns as well.
Yeah,
assuming there's a lot of cards I can bluff with.
Gut
right?
shot, overdraw, and overcard any diamond, right?
Yeah, but I mean Harrison's gonna.
If Harrison will bet a decent amount, I don't mind. I like check jamming that flop.
Well, anyways, he does give that one up and wins that pot. I think check jamming might be kind of a big jam though.
You're gonna take it down a lot though.
You are going to take down, but you are risking like 40-something big blinds.
Oh,
so
does he have that much? I thought he said
yeah, so I think I'm more into bet kind of style than
Yeah,
check jamming kind of style.
That's definitely too much. I didn't think he had that much.
So he does take that pot down.
He did have the back.
Look, increase the stack by 19%. So that's well done there. And he's got 46 big blinds, 1.8 million chips right now. Jack 8 offsuit on the button. I think he's going to open this one. Looking at some chip stacks, it looks like.
A little momentum going.
85,000. Indeed it is. And Harrison folds a Jack 7 offsuit. And a little bit interesting, because I think Jack 7 offsuit is definitely a playable hand, four-handed when you're really deep.
Harrison is definitely the
like,
tightest of the four left in the front blinds.
Right. He kind of like chooses his big blind defense depending on different situations, I suppose. Maybe he doesn't like to defend against motion as much.
Yeah, that could be a big part of it.
I expect him to open up again after the next break more.
Or just kind of like, the break is like at the time you get a cooldown, like, okay, what's my next strategy?
Yeah,
I think a lot of people are actually going to probably do that.
I feel like we're down to four-handed. You kind of like really need to actually. Like.
Well, and there's nobody you're waiting for anymore because they all have chips, so now there's going to be some more action.
Well, no, there's one more person without a lot of chips. Doesn't Marcus have like 25 bigs or something?
I mean, it's a decent amount of chips, though. It's not like you can just wait until he dwindles down to 15. He could dwindle upwards, right? So
dwindle upwards, I like that.
Motion has got 6-5 suited. He raises over to Marcus in the big blind, Queen 4 offsuit. He might defend this one. Nope, he's not going to.
They all got a couple of pay jumps. They're loosening up.
We're talking about Matt.
My favorite hobby is tweeting at Matt Salzberg. Expect his follower count to go up.
Pretty soon, hashtag GFY will be trending.
Go find yourself. That's what they say, right?
Yep.
Go find yourself.
Where's Russell from?
Russell's from Reading, I believe, isn't it?
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
He's
so he's a local guy too.
Well, he's definitely playing great poker, and I've seen him raise ace two offsuit every time he's gotten it, and then he's done it again. So, I think he's won it every single time. But king queen suited is good competition for him. But these are the two big stacks, so I don't expect Harrison to re-raise. I expect him to just call here. He is going to do that.
Do you think you'd raise king queen off?
I don't think so. I think that Harrison right now is like, I'm going to play smaller pots with Russell, and then against other guys, play bigger pots. Marcus ace-jack offsuit. He knows Russell raises a lot of hands, so he knows ace-jack offsuit is the best hand right now. I think Marcus is going to look at his chip stack and, okay, well, do I re-raise, call it off, or do I just go all in? That's what he's deciding right now. There's no way he's deciding to just call here. It'd be quite unexpected.
This is a nice spot to chip up for him right here.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah. The thing is, if he does re-raise, but not big enough, Harrison might come along.
Yeah.
So, and he is going to do that. So let's see if Harrison decides to maybe bring it in a little bit.
He only made it 250? Oh,
275. There is a chance that Harrison comes along here.
Yeah.
Harrison's probably looking at his chip stack. Okay, you know, let's see how much you got left to decide whether I can call king queen suited. I think Harrison's going to call here. Marcus doesn't have that many chips to start the hand, so but I think Harrison's also thinking like, man, my hand's pretty good, and I know this guy's capable of making some moves here and there.
I think he has to call.
I think his hand is just like too strong. But you're also hating life because like, oh man, the guy only has like 23 big blinds remaining. It's like, okay. But king queen suited to me is just too strong here.
It's too strong. You're in position. There's like so much that can go right.
And you know your opponent is capable of making some moves. We've already seen Marcus make a re-raise and fold already.
Exactly.
So.
Well, what about putting it in?
I mean, putting it in is definitely another option. He might be debating that right now, whether to call or put it in.
Because, I mean, you can get him off of hands like that might be bluff raising, like ace-5 suited or ace-5.
Definitely, yeah, that's definitely merit to that.
Or even ace-jack, potentially.
Or like pocket fives.
He does move all in.
Okay.
I think Marcus can figure out a call here, though, because Harrison, when Harrison just calls a raise and just jams all in here, a lot of times he's going to have a hand like pocket nines, pocket tens, ace-jack, and yeah, he's just going to make a good call here. So. So Marcus against Harrison. Marcus is a 56% favorite to win this hand. Looking to dodge a king or a queen, so he's not the fourth place finisher.
Ace-jack 3 all hearts. Oh.
There's the queen on the flop, but double gutter. Marcus, despite being out flop, still has 39% chance to win his hand. Looking for an ace, a king, or a 9. He's got a lot of outs here.
Don't you online guys all think the ace, king, queen is the nuts or something? Isn't that a thing?
The turn is a queen, so that's going to reduce a lot of outs right now.
Bad shape.
He's only got 4 remaining. Wow, that's pretty brutal. He needs a 9, or he's going to be the fourth place finisher.
That would be the full house, pardon me. Let's see that river.
The river card. There's a jack, and we're going to lose Marcus here. Played really good poker today, got 4th place.
Yeah, he never shied away. He was still getting after it even when he was short.
I like that he was always trying to fight for pots. He wasn't just trying to chill and wait it out. You know, he got it in good, just lost, and that's unfortunate for him. But he's gonna be walking away with $91,616 in 4th place. Well done to Marcus there.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, pretty good there.
100,000 back to San Diego, huh? Not so bad.
So look at this. The chip leader is Harrison Gimbo now. He's overtaken Russell Garrett by 20,000 chips. So they both have 129 big blinds, though. So that's like half a big blind. Molson with 49 big blinds remaining. 2 million chips. This is, they're playing for at least, what, 120,000, I believe, at least.
Molson already has a big come from behind win. When he won his WPT at the 5 Diamond, he was down like, I don't know, more than 10-1 in chips to Garrett Greer. Heads up. Came back and won it.
Molson's got Jack 9 of hearts. Let's see if he can show us how it's done. He's re-raising here. Molson's like, I'm 3-handed. Let's go to war. So Russell's going to go ahead and get out of there. And now Harrison, we see only one card, the 8 of hearts. Wonder what the other one is.
Let's get Twitch to tell us.
Should be an interesting Twitch. You guys can guess. They're probably saying like the 10 of hearts. I bet you right now.
Yes.
Like they just see a straight flush out there, and it's 10 of hearts.
Oh man, he's
you know,
playing.
at least one guy's like, it's a joker.
It's a joker, guys. What a joker.
I mean, Harrison's not folding here if he's taking this long. I don't know what he's doing, though.
No.
Wow, bad read.
He's probably had like ace-8 or something. King-8, I don't know.
Jeez, how could that be to take that long to fold?
All right, I think we have another 15-minute break coming up here, guys. So we'll have some awesome recap hands, especially with the recent 3 bust outs.
Is that right now?
We'll be jumping back into it.
Walking into the casino, they had the pictures of all the bounties, and my favorite, of course, is Daniel Negreanu.
Congratulations, sir. Nice job.
To meet him, I can't tell you how much that means to me. We did have an empty seat at our table, and all of us on the table were wondering who the bounty would be. It was Phil Hellmuth. It's an honor to be able to sit at a table with someone that plays poker as well as he does.
Club WPT, playing very well. So far, so good.
This was a true VIP experience. I've got to meet some pros, and I got to play with some pros. You know, one minute you're watching these players on TV, and then the next minute you're sitting at a table with them.
Good job. Congrats. What's your name? Rick. I made it today, too.
I would recommend anybody to join Club WPT. It's something I never thought I would be doing, I would get the chance to, but it could actually be you.
Raise or just bet out. He is going to check.
What does Derek have behind here?
Derek doesn't have too many big blinds from what I remember. I'm guessing like 15 big blinds roughly.
Well, there's no pink chips, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So it looks like 560, 570.
So
I would love to see like a 90,000 chip bet and then ripping the turn potentially here.
Well, he does check it
on
back.
A lot of random turns, like yeah.
Turn is a 10. Harrison now has a pair of 9s with a straight draw. He should think he has the best hand a lot. The question, does he bet or does he check? He needs to try to figure out what Derek has and decide what is the best play. If he knows his opponent has like ace king high, he should probably just be betting or just trying to like take it down, not get free cards, knowing those hands are going to just check it back. So Harrison is identifying that he thinks the jack 9 is good. He doesn't want to let free cards roll off. But Derek, what does he do here? He's turned top pair, top kicker, second top kicker. He should think he has the best hand. The question is, does he raise here and just kind of
to try to end the pot?
End the pot and like not let your opponent draw to a flush draw or a straight draw. There's definitely merits to calling, definitely merits to raising. Do you like a raise here ever, Tyler or Scott?
It's really rough. I don't know.
You gotta remember he's pretty short stacked. So if he raises here, he's got to call it off.
Committed, yeah. You can just blast it in, but you're not getting called by worse. So it kind of lets your opponent play.
I think when my opponent bets only, what, 85,000 into
210.
My opponent probably doesn't have me beat here on a turn. I think it's my logic, you know? So I think I like a raise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
And here we go, all the chips going in there. He's like, gosh, I've got it out. That's why, like, when you have like this middling hand with a lot of outs, sometimes you don't want to bet because you get moved in on and you have to fold your hand or just call off and be upset you're behind.
I really like the shove too, because if you think about it, like there's so many hands now that are just gonna like want to, or not want, but have so much like have enough equity where they just can't really fold. Fortunately for him, Harris has one of those hands that like totally, you know, doesn't have a ton of equity, obviously.
I mean, it's not. If you can't, he can't see Derek's cards, so he doesn't know that his. You know.
And Derek could totally be doing this with the flush draw too, right?
Yeah, Derek could. I mean, so Derek has gone all in rather than raising it small, so it looks like I might have like ace-2 of hearts here.
Yeah,
ace-4.
5x of hearts or 8x of hearts.
Yep.
I mean, now normally I would agree with you about 5x of hearts and things like that, but he did raise him under the gun and a weak position. So these are things you want to do to narrow down someone's ranges more. It's just like, well, what kind of stack size do you have? What position you raise from? So I'm going to rule out a lot of those hands and start putting in a lot more like Broadway type hands. So like, let's see, Queen Jack potentially to check back the flop. What, King Jack suited, Ace X suited. Like the Ace X suited, like even the weak ones, like Ace-2 suited, Ace-3. I don't think I really expect him to open that.
It's a little bit harder to come on Queen Jack, King Jack with when you have a Jack too, though.
Definitely true, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
possible. Yeah, I'm just saying like. When Derek raises from first position, doesn't start to hand him that many chips, he probably has stronger type of cards, like big cards and like pairs. So he's going to make the call. So he's going to be upset to see that one. I think that's what he's figured out. Like a lot of times he just doesn't have too strong of a hand, but he does have King 10.
I mean, to check back the flop, he kind of has to have, like...
I mean, he needs a hit. He needs to catch up. I'm looking for a Queen, a 7... a Jack or a 9, that's a lot of cards. One card to go.
So much drama.
And the river is a 9. Oh. And Harrison is going to go ahead and river that one. And
man, Derek played great. Russell's got the ace-10 suited. He's still getting the premiums.
Back to Marcus in the small.
Marcus is probably going to peel here. Is Marcus in the big blind or the small blind? Hard to tell.
I believe, well, I don't know. Generally, Marcus has been the big blind, though, when Russell.
Oh, he was the small blind this time, actually.
So Marcus is the short stack right now. Well, actually, two people have caught a decent piece of this. King Jack versus Ace 10 right now. A couple checks happening. Also, probably the pre-flop raiser. Ace 10. He checks it back.
Checks around. 8 of diamonds now on the turn.
Interesting card. It kind of makes it look a lot more connected. The King Jack is probably going to want to protect his hand and bet out now.
Motion's got a double gutter now.
He does have a double gutter, but he is against 2 additional opponents, so he's not going to enjoy
and the nine's not very
the hand
pretty.
so much. Marcus does bet. Motion should be getting away from this one, and I think Russell's going to go ahead and call here. You know, he hasn't put in a bet post flop yet. It's got Russell's playing great poker. I think he's quick. He's like this is a spot where you expect to call with Ace 10, but he's just like, you know what? I know my opponent's not going to bet into 2 people
2 of us, yeah.
without at least a jack here or like a really awesome draw or something. So he just snap folded. I think
he's on fire.
Russell's playing. That was a coin flip here.
Oh man, when Hafiz wins this, his final table is going to take forever.
He's got a 53% chance to win this hand. He needs to dodge an ace or a queen, or he's going to be the 5th place finisher here.
I'm rooting for Hafiz. I want to be here till 2 in the morning, at least.
And Russell, he doesn't flop, but he does pick out some extra outs. A 5 will counterfeit the pocket 3s right now. Hafiz with a 60% chance to win.
He's sweating bullets right now.
And queens.
Turn card. It's a 5, so he's been counterfeited.
Wow.
But it's not over yet. He can still hit a 7, a 5, or a 3 to stay in this tournament, or he's going to be our 5th place finisher.
Looking to be the favorite.
I mean, it's the heart of the cards now.
And three on the river, or pair the board, full house, chop that pot. Let's see the
Long
river.
dramatic spot.
And that's not going to do it. Hafiz is out of here in 5th place. I mean, he played some solid poker, looked for some good spots. This was definitely a good spot. Unfortunately, he ran into ace queen, but he still had a 53% chance to win the pot.
He's got one ladder up.
So he's got 5th place there. Well done by Hafiz. Yeah, you didn't win the tournament, but cash for 68,700 re-raise. I expect him to just call here. He is going to do that.
Do you think you'd raise king queen off?
I don't think so. I think that Harrison right now is like, I'm going to play smaller pots with Russell, and then against other guys, play bigger pots. Marcus ace-jack offsuit. He knows Russell raises a lot of hands, so he knows ace-jack offsuit is the best hand right now. I think Marcus is going to look at his chip stack and, okay, well, do I re-raise, call it off, or do I just go all in? That's what he's deciding right now. There's no way he's deciding to just call here. It'd be quite unexpected.
This is a nice spot to chip up for him right here.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah. The thing is, if he does re-raise, but not big enough, Harrison might come along.
Yeah.
So, and he is going to do that. So let's see if Harrison decides to maybe bring it in a little bit.
He only made it 250? Oh,
275. There is a chance that Harrison comes along here.
Yeah.
Harrison's probably looking at his chip stack. Okay, let's see how much you got left to decide whether I can call king queen suited. I think Harrison's going to call here. Marcus doesn't have that many chips to start the hand, but I think Harrison's also thinking like, man, my hand's pretty good, and I know this guy's capable of making some moves here and there.
I think he has to call.
I think his hand is just like too strong. But you're also hating life because like, oh man, the guy only has like 23 big blinds remaining. It's like, okay. But king queen suited to me is just too strong here.
It's too strong. You're in position. There's like so much that can go right.
And your opponent is capable of making some moves. We've already seen Marcus make a re-raise and fold already.
Exactly.
So.
Well, what about putting it in?
I mean, putting it in is definitely another option. He might be debating that right now, whether to call or put it in.
Because, I mean, you can get him off of hands like that might be bluff raising, like ace-5 suited or ace-5.
Definitely, yeah, that's definitely merit to that.
Or even ace-jack, potentially.
Or like pocket fives.
He does move all in.
Okay.
I think Marcus can figure out a call here, though, because Harrison, when Harrison just calls a raise and just jams all in here, a lot of times he's going to have a hand like pocket nines, pocket tens, ace jack, and yeah, he's just going to make a good call here. So. So Marcus against Harrison. Marcus is a 56% favorite to win this hand. Looking to dodge a king or queen, so he's not the 4th place finisher.
Ace, jack, 3, all hearts. Oh.
There's the queen on the flop, but double gutter. Marcus, despite being out flop, still has 39% chance to win his hand. Looking for an ace, a king, or a 9. He's got a lot of outs here.
Don't you online guys all think that king queen is the nuts or something? Isn't that a thing?
The turn is a queen, so that's going to reduce a lot of outs right now.
Bad shape.
He's only got 4 remaining. Wow, that's pretty brutal. He needs a 9, or he's going to be the 4th place finisher.
That'd be the full house, pardon me. Let's see that river.
The river card. There's a jack, and we're going to lose Marcus here. Played really good poker today, got 4th place.
Yeah, he never shied away. He was still getting after it even when he was short.
I like that he was always trying to fight for pots. He wasn't just trying to chill and wait it out. He got it in good, just lost, and that's unfortunate for him, but he's going to be walking away with $91,616 in 4th place.
No, 5090. Yeah.
Go all in. For the first time ever in the U.S., don't miss the greatest on the World Poker Tour channel. Weeknights at 7, 6 Central on Pluto TV.
There's playing, and there's playing big. There's also plugging in and turning it up till the stacks beg for mercy. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Well, you know what they say, Mike, practice makes perfect. Now, I'm not sure that you can become a perfect poker player, but the more you do play, the better you do become.
And ClubWPT.com is a great place to practice, and practice some more. Just ask Edward All. He's had a VIP membership at Club WPT for the past 3 years, and he plays every day.
On Club WPT, I've won about $10,000 in cash and prizes combined. There's a lot of cashes, so I won a lot of $5 prizes, a lot of $10 prizes, $20, $100, $200. You know, there's actually something to win for at the end. Club WPT really trains a player to be a lot better in tournament poker. You know, I don't have a big bankroll. This is the only shot I would have coming here. It's a great opportunity just to win a seat and make it. Listen, if I can win, anyone can win.
Yeah, Edward has won over $10,000 worth of cash and prizes by playing on ClubWPT.com. Isn't it time you started your own winning streak? Start playing at Club WPT for a chance at real rewards that can really add up.
In every battle, there's the hero, the guy who wins riches beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Then there's everybody else. Which one are you? Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Walking into the casino, they had the pictures of all the bounties, and my favorite, of course, is Daniel Negreanu.
Congratulations, sir. Nice job.
To meet him, I can't tell you how much that means to me. We did have an empty seat at our table, and all of us on the table were wondering who the bounty would be. It was Phil Hellmuth. It's an honor to be able to sit at a table with someone that plays poker as well as he does.
Club WPT, playing very well. So far, so good.
This was a true VIP experience. I've got to meet some pros, and I got to play with some pros. You know, 1 minute you're watching these players on TV, and then the next minute you're sitting at a table with them.
Good job. Congrats. What's your name? Rick. I made it today too.
I would recommend anybody to join Club WPT. It's something I never thought I would be doing, I would get the chance to, but it could actually be you.
Go all in. For the first time ever in the U.S., don't miss the greatest on the World Poker Tour channel. Weeknights at 7/6 Central on Pluto TV.
You take care of it.
Yeah. I'm all lonely over here.
Yes, you brought it upon yourself.
Me and Mr. Anthony.
I like that.
You guys, new announcers.
New announcer. What's the levels gonna be?
2550.
With 10 or 5 Annies?
Yeah,
So
5.
Annie's gonna be?
I do not know. But I know that somebody. Let's make it 7.
Yeah. Negotiate. I'm done with those thousands. It's so much harder to calculate what the next minimum rate's gonna be.
Fuck those guys.
Yeah. We're just gonna play with pink. 45K Annies. Let's go, boys.
I got his own little area over there.
25K Annies. Still 5K? That would have been a pretty sick jump. 10K?
Yeah.
That would have been fun.
20% annual.
Oh, sweet. Who's this?
Annies, but what? They would have equaled up almost more than the blinds.
Yeah.
All right, we're ready to get the cards back in the air.
What?
3 players remain WPT Rolling Thunder.
Here you go.
And we are cards in the air.
All right, we're back. Cards are back in the air. There's the WPT trophy. This is what we're playing for. Down to just Harrison Gimbel and Mohsen Charania and Russell Garrett, the final 3.
So it's going to be me and Tyler for a little bit. Nanonoko had to take care of a couple things for a few minutes, and he'll be joining us again in a little bit.
He's probably like 40 tabling on some.
Yeah. He just flew to Canada real quick to 40 table, you know. Thing to do. That's the thing to do. Apparently.
Isn't that what he's famous for? Like playing a zillion tables at once or something?
Yeah, it is. He plays a ton of high and mid stakes cash all at the same time and crushes somehow.
Crazy.
He's a beast. So Russell opened 7-10. Is Russell on the button? I don't know where everything started this time.
We'll figure it out in a second. They'll give us some graphics.
I didn't count it, but they told me we were 20K apart. So maybe I'm chip leader now.
I'm chip leader now. Sick needle.
Got him.
I was 20K in S. Now I'm chip leader. Let's go. Only 103 bigs now, though.
Yeah, the level went up. So 2 guys with 100 and 1 guy with probably 40.
No, I think he probably has like more like 28, 30 now, actually. Because I think he had 40 before it went up, right?
I thought it was 49. So yeah, there you
41,
go. 41
yeah.
now.
Damn, you're too good, Tyler.
I'm so good at counting big blinds.
Too good at counting big blinds.
That's how you get a title, you know?
Oh.
You guys can do it at home too. Just practice counting big blinds. Oh man, it's gonna be fast action now.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Raise and take it, and then a walk. It's really getting out of control.
Out of control. That's the first thing I think of. This is what I kind of expect if someone like Mosin can just double up once.
They could go on forever if that happens.
Yeah, it definitely could go on forever, and I definitely expect him to be pretty aggressive here. I expect everyone obviously to play a lot of hands and have a very wide range that they're opening and calling with and whatnot, but I think that Mosin will probably get after it pretty hard here.
Yeah, I hope to see a little bit bigger pots. These guys have been pretty careful. They're all pretty good at pot controlling, so they do play a lot of hands and they defend a lot, but everybody kind of has that pot control mentality. And that might have only been because there were a bunch of short stacks. Now that there's not, maybe it'll get a little more spicy.
I definitely think that when you're three-handed like this and the stacks are what they are, like kind of being the first guy to get after a little bit and take down some quick pots is definitely a pretty significant advantage.
And Russell makes it 125.
What do you think with the limp here with 5-6?
Mo limps 5-6, just wants to play a pot, and Russell does raise it. How much did he raise it?
Wow.
Flop is on 7 of spades, queen of clubs, 4 of spades.
This is
That's a
actiony
big flop. Yeah, it's a big flop. Now, Russell's going to check back. I was going to say, if Russell bets here, he could get check raised there.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
Because I like to, when you have that open ender, you can check raise. They might put you on a flush draw, but then you can rep the flush draw when it comes in, you know? So you kind of have, it's kind of basically like flopping a wrap. So I like the limp with the 5-6. If I get raised to 125, I think it's okay to just fold. You don't have to play that hand out of position.
I agree. I think he's probably calculated his edge versus players too and whatnot, but which to me I don't think is necessarily the best thing to do because Russell's actually played phenomenal so far.
Really, really good.
And there's no way Mo doesn't know that.
Yeah.
Like Mosin knows that. Now he bet turn. That's a pretty not great river to just blast off again though.
Yeah, I don't expect a bet here. I mean, you could try to get him off of ace high.
You know, like the. I mean, so what's actually folding here? Do you think hands like ace high? I think are actually folding for sure.
Not for sure. Ace high might even find a call.
I think it's tough.
And we're going to get a call.
Russell picks up another pot. Now he's super chip leader. Crushing.
Yeah, the hands. If he does check back an ace, which he'll check back ace high a lot. Mo can probably get him off that on the river.
Man, can you imagine taking $275,000 back to Reading? Go a long way in Reading, California, can't it?
You probably can, yeah. There's a lot of great poker talent in Reading. Bob Mather and Candace Collins live there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I know that.
And now we know Gary Russell. Or Russell Garrett, sorry. Russell Garrett.
So Jack 9 suit.
I'll remember his name after this.
Jack 9. Jack 9 clubs.
Russell makes it 105 on the left.
So I would kind of like just a call here from us on the small blind. What do you think?
No, I would like to be 3-betting more often than has happened so far today, and you don't always want it to be aces and pairs. So I think you should mix in a king queen in there.
I'm weird. I think I'd be 3-betting king queen off. And
yeah, no, I get that because it's not so bad to bring Harrison in if you have king queen suited.
Absolutely.
Another open ender for Mo. He's going to have to hit one of these. This would be a good one to hit. You can give Russell a pair.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. What do you think about the lead here?
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I think that you do lead that flop with pairs a lot, with 6s, 8s, and 10s. So your hand is still plenty disguised. But it'd be nice to... and you do get folds. You get folds from some ace highs, and I don't know. I guess there's a lot of kings and queens that you're trying to get to fold, and you have those, so that's not good.
Think if he barrels here again, Mo ever finds the raise here?
Yes.
I do too.
It's...
What do you think Mo's going to fight
I
here?
would probably...
Like 250, 260?
Yeah, I think
Some
I like...
kind of big, right? Oh, maybe smaller.
I think you need 2 streets if he did. If Russell did have anything, you're gonna need 2 streets to win the pot. So a smaller bet's probably okay.
Yeah. Takes it down.
And if he doesn't have anything, you don't need it to be bigger either.
What do you
so
think
I
of
like
not check raising that flop? Or not? I'm sorry, not check raising. Not raising the flop. He just flatted the flop. I mean, granted, he can just turn the nuts, right? But
I like raising the flop for sure.
I do too. I don't dislike the way he played it either.
Yeah, the hands that just quickly fold to you raising on the flop are probably going to fold later anyway if you just call.
Yeah.
So it might not do that much good. 4.7 million. God. Hero.
I know, right? The dream, man. I want to be in the final table with over 100 big blinds, 3-handed. It's like playing cash.
It is, yeah.
Granted, these days it's shallow stacking cash, but.
Whoa. Ace King for Harrison. Raises it up to 125 and motion calls. I gotta pronounce Mosin better. I'm just gonna call him Mo. It's too hard to pronounce.
There you go. I bet he's been called the wrong name for a long time.
Yeah, it's the H. I know it's before the S, but I'm looking at it on the screen and I just can't say Mosin.
It's almost like dyslexia. Like, like I'm not even kidding.
I think this has gone pretty standard so far. That ought to shake things up a little bit.
It's a tough spot for really either player to get too creative, though, right? I don't think they really can too often.
Yeah. I mean, Mo could try to bluff Harrison off of a bigger ace, but there's not a lot of those.
Yeah.
Harrison would like the pot to end. He's not really trying to bluff Mo off of anything, I don't think.
And Harrison will bet 180,000.
I mean, it could just be
Gets
a
what he
value bet,
wants.
yeah.
Harrison takes on the pot.
Look at Ben in that pink tie. Man, that is sharp. Thing's flashy.
It is.
Now past 3 years goes by.
103 bigs.
Great to see that final table after in-panel halt. And Harrison will be first on the button.
Harrison might have been the only guy on the final table that wasn't from California.
No, Mo's not from California.
Oh,
is
yeah,
he?
that's right.
Harrison will fold.
Where's he from?
I don't know.
Well, Chicago cards won, so maybe
Maybe
Chicago?
Maybe Chicago.
Maybe Chicago?
Yeah, he's a big Bulls guy. I remember that.
Yeah, for sure.
He just check raised me on the flop yesterday while he's just like watching a Bulls game. Didn't even raise his head up to see what I did or anything. Just check raise and then starts talking about rebounds or something.
That doesn't feel good.
It feels terrible getting owned when the guy's not even paying attention.
Mo's really starting to limp a lot more here. I like it though.
Yeah, three-handed and the stack size, you don't have to worry about playing super shallow pots if it ends up being a 3-bet pot.
Yep.
25,000, 50,000 blinds that
Oh, there's the commentators, Randy Lou and Scott Ball. Actually, Randy stepped out, so. Oh, I'm the guest.
That means you're no
so
longer
it's
the
me.
guest anymore. Now you're officially commentator.
Right. I moved up in the rankings.
Moving on up.
ended for quite a while. Quickly. The last one got down to the final 3. And Mosin folds on the left. Back over to Russell now in the small blind.
Raised 125.
He's going to make it 125,000.
Another tank race on him.
And
Harrison keeps his mantra of playing pretty tight in the blinds.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't defend the Jack-4 in that spot. That's one of the hands that I'm definitely going to fold. But
For sure.
It seemed like a lot of the guys at this table were comfortable playing hands like that.
Those hands get real tricky really fast.
Yeah, I agree.
I like the fact that all three of these guys act fairly quickly when there's no real decision to be had.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'm sure Russell's going to open here. No doubt about that.
Are we going to mix up the sizing again, or are we going to go back to this 125 every
I
time?
think he's going to go back to his 125.
Raise 125.
Granted, I totally saw him reach for green chips, so I totally cheated.
It's not cheating. This is a good read. King 4 suited, small blind, three-handed, with lots of chips. Didn't really give it much thought.
No, he didn't.
Mosin will do the same. Russell picks up the pot.
He's probably trying to avoid potentially playing big disastrous pots too, because of his chip stack and because there's a significant pay jump between the second and third, right?
Yeah, I mean, that could be a big part of it.
That's the only thing that really makes a ton of sense to me, to be honest.
Yeah.
Sometimes I try to make sense of stuff and it, doesn't always work.
We are live from Thunder Valley, just outside of Sacramento. This place is awesome. Really, really nice casino. Really, really nice hotel. A couple of awesome restaurants. Always like coming out here.
I agree with that very much. The rooms here are so comfortable. They're big.
Yeah.
100,000.
So Harrison's going with a min raise, when other guys are going to 125.
Mosin folds in the small blind. Harrison's gonna
That
make
probably
it
doesn't
flop.
affect things too much.
Here we go to the flop.
Except the min raise gets the call from the 7-3 off, and I bet the 125 doesn't.
Queen of diamonds, 8 of spades, queen of clubs.
True.
I don't know which do you want. When you're playing that deep, do you want guys peeling with hands that are that bad, or do you want to just win the blinds more often? What do you think?
Just win the blinds.
You'd rather just win the blinds?
Yeah, when you're that deep, it's like, why play massive pots unless you just have it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Like
it's
to
not
slow
necessarily a
chip up.
massive pot, but
Well, yeah, can be, but I think I'd rather just win the blinds.
yeah.
Harrison picks up the pot.
I think when you're that deep, I think I would rather my opponents be defending with hands like 7-3 than win the blinds.
Yeah.
But that might be like cocky arrogance in me that like I think I'm gonna,
Yeah, no,
win a lot from them. So I'm not sure.
You feel like you can outplay them for sure.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think most professional poker players feel like they're going to outplay people. I think that's pretty standard.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
part of being a professional is being confident.
You put 7-3 off in Phil Ivy's hand out of position against me, I'm probably gonna do okay. You know?
Yeah, for sure. So actually, I take that back. You're actually totally right, but I'm okay with both. That's what I would say. I'm like not disappointed to take down the blinds.
Right.
So this is kind of a cool little spot because like Mosen's got to be so confident that he's just gonna make the right decisions, right? Now, let's see how much Russell makes this because I mean, he's got to be raising here, right?
Yeah.
And then let's see if Mo decides that he's just gonna make the difficult decisions, you know. Doesn't really have a huge stack, but he also. Oh wow!
Wow.
If Harrison calls here, this gets really interesting.
I think Harrison folds here, but I'm not sure. We haven't really seen these situations yet. We haven't seen Russell be 3-betting.
Exactly. That's why I think Harrison's going to give him a lot of credit.
I would think so too.
But at the same time, it's Queen 10 of spades, 3-handed.
I know.
Like, that's a big hand.
I mean, there's not a lot of great spots to cold call 3-bets, but this could be one, really.
And then we'll just be greedy and ask for a Queen 9-9 flop.
Oh, they both just folded.
Russell's picked up the last few pots.
Yep.
Kid's really impressed me today, man.
Yeah, me too. It's been unbelievable.
He looks so young too.
So his bio said he owns a gaming site called Plus EV Gaming. I think they coach like how to be Plus EV and all sorts of things, not just poker, but it said like sports and maybe even casino games and stuff like that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Man, seeing how young these guys look makes me feel so old.
Mo and Gimble are probably close to the same age as us, aren't they? 30 at least?
Yeah. I hit 30 in this year.
33 here. I'm just putting myself in your guys' category.
Oh no, you're so old.
Getting up there.
Russell bets 100,000.
I don't think Mo will be folding here.
Russell calls the 100,000.
No, not at all, especially that size.
Wow.
Bink.
It's a very quick check. But Mo plays quick almost all the time, so I don't think that's necessarily a tell.
Now, I don't think Russell really slows down here at all either. I mean, he has an ace 3-handed. That's a pretty big hand.
Yeah, so maybe they're getting rid of that pot control mentality. 'Cause they've been checking back in this spot most of the time.
Yep, guys, Twitch Police is here.
Whoa. I think Mo just went all in.
Wow. That's such a boss play right there. Because, like, it's really hard for Russell to put him on it now, right?
Russell bet 250 or 225. It's a pretty big bet. I mean, there's not really that many bluffs that are going to be doing that. The only ones would be 5x of clubs and
yeah,
I guess some gut shot clubs also. So maybe like
think he's going to
wheel
find the hero call here?
I don't think he's going to call.
I don't think he can. But I mean, most capable, right?
I think so. I've never seen it, but yeah, he's got to have it in him.
So you got to think about it, like.
Yeah.
As easy as this looks from our end, from this decision, like 3-handed, it's top pair is a big hand, big hand. Now, Grant, that's a terrifying board for Ace 9.
Yeah.
So, like Mo could totally just have King Jack here a lot too.
King Jack is definitely one of the likely hands, but I mean, he's in the blind, so I mean he could even have King 5.
Yeah, King 5. I think the only 2-pair hand he really can't have is Jack 5.
Shouldn't.
Actually, no, when he opened that earlier, he could.
Well, he defended this one. He's a big blind. So I guess he could, if he would defend Jack 5 suited, then it's in there.
Gonna be 1,090,000. 1,095,000. Make the call.
Wow, he really wants to call. I wonder why he wants to call so bad in this spot.
Someone in Twitch chat says, Mosin runs like a god. I got news for you guys. All the players that are beasts that win a bunch of money like that, they all run good sometimes, but the key is to be able to capitalize on it when you do run good and make those decisions that get you the most value out of running good. Running good's a part of it, but you got to make all the right decisions too, or a lot of them at least. Or just get there a bunch, right, Tyler?
I mean, he's done it so many times that it can't just be that.
Exactly.
He's already got
exactly.
2 titles and other stuff, a bunch of final tables. But yeah.
Wow. He called. He found the call.
Wow.
Wow, what
this
a sick bet by
is
Mosin.
Changed a lot.
Queen of diamonds and 10 of spades. And Russell.
When these guys know to just go for all of it is amazing to me. I played a pot with, or I wasn't in the pot, but Ankush, he had all the chips in this tournament. I don't know, he got like maybe
I knew you were going to say this. You were going to say because we were at the same table.
Oh yeah, the king's hand? Is that, you know? Is that the one
The
you
aces
remember?
and kings?
No, not that one. No,
Okay.
I'm not talking about running good. I'm talking about when you just go for all of it. There was a hand where he opened, a guy 3-bet him, and this guy is the guy that won the 1K tournament. So, I mean, they have some history because Ankush saw that. But so it's like the 4th level of the tournament. He opens, the guy 3-bets, and Ankush just goes all in for like 200 big blinds, and the guy tanked for a little while and called it off with ace-jack, and Ankush had kings. Like, instead of like just 4-betting to a normal amount to try to get some value out of kings, he just blasted 25,000 in, and the guy called. And to recognize that guy would call with a weak hand, I don't know how he did it.
Ankush is so good, man.
Yeah,
he really is really sick.
I mean, that's kind of the spot that it's a similar spot for Mo to know that he's more likely to call all in there than to like call a small check raise and get it all in the end. You know?
Absolutely.
That kind of recognition is it's really important.
He started that day with all the chips. He was chip lead. And then like 4th or 5th hand of the day with another reg, he played like a 300,000 chip pot with aces versus kings.
Wow.
He's so good though.
Well, it's an 8 of spades, 10 of hearts, 5 of diamonds.
Let's see if that decision. Russell seems like he's very mentally strong, but I could see that decision potentially getting into his head a little bit.
Yeah.
Because he definitely. Not trying to insult. I just don't know how you call there. Like Mo just knew.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he had some idea of what Mo could be doing that with that we don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he thinks.
He's just thinking flush draws, like
I think
flush draw pair maybe.
Gut shot and flush draws, or pair and flush draws, I think, are most likely. But there's not enough of those available.
It seemed like one of those spots, and I'm sure you'll know what I mean as a player. Like when he's sitting there thinking at first, he's like, "Wow, I'm beat. I should fold," and then you kind of talk yourself into making the other decision because you really think about things a little bit. And afterwards, you realize your initial thought was right, and you're just like, "Oh darn! Like, why'd I do that to myself?"
Yeah.
I've done that way too many times, man.
And
I'll admit
poor Russell now, he loses 9s to 10-6.
Yeah.
I mean, he just picks up an absolute monster. They're 3-handed, and right after losing that big pot, he picks up a monster in 9s, and he's gonna lose this one too.
Jack of diamonds.
So yeah, we're gonna see if Russell gets rattled, because after this pot, that's gonna be 2 in a row.
It's always one of the things you think about with inexperienced players. I shouldn't say inexperienced because obviously a great player, but less experienced players in high pressure situations. Will they get rattled or will they not?
Yeah.
I mean, making a WPT final table is a big deal. It's no joke, you know. Like, it's a big opportunity.
Both players check.
He's played awesome today too.
Yeah, he really has.
10 of clubs, 6 of clubs. We're going to pair of 10s up against Russell's pocket 9s. 9 of spades, 9 of clubs.
I'd like to see the chip counts again. I want to know how far he dropped to. That graphic would have been better one hand ago. There we go. 76 big blinds. That's what he's down to. I mean, if you can just like zen out and realize you have 76 big blinds three-handed,
yeah,
you should be able to get over that.
You're right.
I think he might be able to.
And the cards back in the air. Russell will be first.
Moson's gonna get pretty active, like we talked about, especially now that he has some more chips.
Yeah, I can see that.
Man, doubling him up, doubling him up is scary.
105 is the raise round by Mosen. And Harrison makes the call.
Everything standard so far.
Flop is out. Deuce of diamonds, 8 of hearts, 6 of clubs.
Pretty great flop for Mosen, obviously.
Harrison checks.
Well, I don't think Harrison really can continue much here.
Yeah, I think he just gives this one up.
That is 90,000.
It's weird when you defend a hand like King 4 off, because you kind of have to now three-handed. If you just check fold when the flop is bad for you, you can't really be defending King 4 off because it's so bad so often.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a pretty tough hand to play.
It is a tough hand to play, and Harrison's also at the point now where he's been kind of giving up a lot of his big blinds, and he really, I think, realized that he can't do that now that it's a short. He kind of has to defend wider and make those right decisions, and that maybe that's potentially one of his not stronger suits, I would say, maybe. He definitely played very, very tight in the blinds earlier. He's been playing great too, though, of course.
I mean, that flop is so bad that, yeah, you do have to just check fold, but you got to throw some random stuff in there.
Yeah, you do.
100,000. Harrison folds. 100. Over to Mosen now. Small one. Makes the call of 100,000. Here we go to the flop.
Call with 5-9 in the small blind.
I think that was the big blind. I'm pretty sure Ben said
blind, right?
small.
Yeah, he's the big blind because I can see the button.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Mosen checks.
It's kind of an interesting flop. We both have open enders.
And Russell checks.
Close.
First card is the 7 of clubs.
I was thinking about this one. This is a weird spot because
I think you have to double barrel if you bet this turn. I think he's got to bet river too.
He's got to be checking back the flop. He pretty much has to have something. People just don't check back 7-4 on that flop, you know. Wow, he just folds the open ender with the on the top side.
Because I think he knows potentially that Mo's going to double barrel there and probably just doesn't want to be a part of it, have any part of it. You know what I mean?
Wow. I mean,
I think it's pretty. I don't know. That was pretty tight.
Yeah.
I think he drank 3 more bottles of water.
Yeah, I don't like that fold.
Yeah, one thing to add about this tournament is whoever wins this is also getting a seat to play with you in the Tournament of Champions.
Yep, they get to play with me.
Why don't you tell everyone about the Tournament of Champions?
Yeah, sure. Tournament of Champions coming up in Hard Rock in April. It's 15,000 buy-in, but if you win one of these, you just they just give it to you. Well, that's not true. It comes out of the prize pool, but you do win entry into that if you win one of these WPTs. And the Tournament of Champions is open to not everybody who won just this year, but who has ever won a WPT. So, but if you want a different year, you're gonna have to buy in. So, yeah, and there's definitely gonna be some fish in that because, as Scott, as Scott can tell you, some of us will just put 45 bigs in with Ace Queen, you know. So it sounds like it'll be a super tough field, but there's gonna be some goofballs like me in that tournament. So it's worth trying to get into.
I mean, There's nothing wrong with putting 45 bigs in with ace queen if you just know a queen's coming in the window.
Right.
or it's versus a maniac like me, which probably is probably not.
Yeah. Look at this monster, and a good flop for him.
Russell calls for 105. Here we go to the turn. Turn card is the 8 of spades.
8 of spades, changing nothing on the turn.
Russell checks.
I don't know if Russell is going to fold here or not. I kind of doubt it. It's pretty innocent card. I think Harrison's going to get some value out of this. Also, the WPT is adding $100,000 to the Tournament of Champions prize pool. So, if you thought it was going to be tough because it's all champions, at least there's some splashed pot.
Yeah, that's pretty. $100,000 is a lot of money. That's no joke.
Yeah. Well, he is getting at least 2 streets.
And Russell makes that call of 200. Call of 220,000. Here we go to the river. Deuce of hearts.
What do you think of the turn?
The turn bet cause, it seems fine to me. I mean, that's a card that
shouldn't be really relevant.
Right, and if you're defending with like ace high or a 3 or a deuce, your opponent knows that's a weak hand. So Harrison could have been trying to double barrel him off one of those hands on the flop. So I think that calling on the turn is definitely the right thing to do for Russell. Now the river situation is going to be a lot tougher. $930 in there. How much are you betting here with ace king? You're trying to get called by a 3 or an 8. Maybe ace high, but probably just...
Honestly, I'm probably going to make it pretty small.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like 385 or 400.
It has to look like you want those 3s and 8s and ace highs to fold.
680,000.
So...
That's big.
Yeah.
By Harrison.
Yeah, 4 or 5 might have been enough. This is a lot of pressure on Russell now.
Yeah, well, to be fair, he just saw him make a huge call too, right?
Oh, wow.
He did it again.
Yeah. That's a rough spot. That's a misstep from Russell there. He could have gotten away from that one.
Yeah, I hope this doesn't just snowball out of control for him, man. I really do.
I mean, that wasn't just a complete punt. That was a difficult spot. So you can't. I mean, I don't think it's just getting away from him.
I agree. I don't think it's a complete punt, but I think as these difficult decisions keep adding up,
yeah,
and he keeps making ones that are quote unquote wrong, right, in his mind.
Right. Yeah.
After this, I hope he doesn't have a meltdown. You know.
Yeah. Well, now he's lost a lot of chips. Where's he at now? Like 50 big blinds, maybe a little bit less.
Yeah, we should see those counts up here again pretty soon, I'd imagine. Mo is ahead of him now, probably by a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Look at me, we're Binks has alone.
Yeah, for sure. So that's like 1.3 million at
first to third, real quick.
25.50.
Russell folds in the small blind.
Here's your 3-7 again.
They love 7-3.
Look, he took down the blinds that time.
Harrison just won. Well, he's the one that's tight in the blinds. He's not playing 7-3.
You're right, completely. Did you say the last hand at this level? It's about to go up again? Wow.
No, they were. I don't think it's the last hand. I think they were asking what the antes go to next level.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they care about that because an
There's
extra
the Champions Cup again.
There it is. Get on Club WPT, win your way into one of these things, and then get your name on there. It's easy.
Yeah, no problem.
Whoa. He's just folding the king 6 off on the button? I don't know about that.
Yeah. See, that's what I mean. I think there could be a little bit of a tilt right now.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to breathe a little bit for a second.
I hope he is. These are the situations where, like, the further it goes, the deeper you get, the more stressful it becomes, right?
For sure.
And
which is interesting because you've already locked up more money every time it gets deeper, but it still is more stressful.
yeah, it's a very interesting concept. In reality, any professional is going to be very hard on themselves. But you got to get over it when you're playing and think about it later.
So 25.50 now. Go up to 30.60, it'll be quite a bit different. It's going to be very stressful for Russell when the blinds go up one time.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like we got Mr. Nanonoko joining us again here shortly.
I hope they change the graphic, make him the guest commentator.
Yeah.
Another monster for Harrison. Man, the ace kings and ace queens are really flying around here. Welcome back, Randy.
Hey, what's up, guys? You guys miss me?
We did, yeah.
We did.
So still three-handed, I assume?
Yeah, so, but the chips stacks have changed very, very much. Russell's now third in chips.
So did a big all-in or something, or?
There was, yeah, big all-in and another. He made 2 big calls that didn't work out.
Okay. Well, you still got a chance, right? You
He
always
does,
a chance.
for sure, 100%.
Looks like over to Molson. First one, ace queen offsuit, right back into this. Big blind is 50,000.
He's got a lot of chips now too.
He's gonna open this one up. 105,000.
I'd like to see how many big blinds exactly Russell's down to.
Well, he's not folding an ace-9 offsuit in the big blind. I can tell you that. Who is the chip leader? They're both pretty up there.
Harrison is the chip leader.
Harrison's
by
chip leader.
A good amount, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. 127 big blinds, 67 to 48.
Russell's still got 48, so he's
48
really
big
not
blinds,
that
yeah.
bad.
It's pretty good. Yeah, you kind of make some missteps, you make some big calls in a wrong, but you still got 48 big blinds to kind of recover.
I think he seems like a guy who's strong enough mentally to not be, out of control right now.
Does that look like a re-raise? It is a re-raise. Harrison.
Wow, these are the big stacks too. You know that like the 3-bet, like you have an ace 3-handed, like, you know what I mean? It's not that absurd. Now the only thing that's a little bit crazy is that these are 2 big stacks now with someone else that's kind of meaningly not too far behind.
Yeah, I'm thinking Mosen, he needs to decide, do I 4-bet call it off here? He definitely does think he has the best hand most of the time. Or does he just call here? But Mosen and Russell, they have very similar kind of stacks.
Yeah.
And they don't really plan on busting anytime soon.
I mean,
either.
he has like 67, 70 big blinds. Like, I'm
So
probably not
pretty
doing
good.
this. Is 4-bet fold a possibility?
I mean, it's a possibility, but I don't think he probably expects to get 5-bet jammed on too often anyways. So I think it is fine to 4-bet here for value and consider a fold as well. Maybe even consider a call if there's some crazy history that they have, possibly not at the moment. He does make the 4-bet. I think Molson is 4-betting without really the intention of losing this hand, like you know, like folding this hand.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think he would call it off if he jammed.
I think so too.
I don't think he's going to jam though, especially because they are pretty deep still, at least 60 big blinds.
Yeah. What would you do now if you were Harrison and you had ace queen?
If I was Harrison of ace queen, I probably would call. I think at this point, I feel like you don't want to shove 70 big blinds.
Yeah.
In pre-flop, but he doesn't. He's got ace 9. I think the ace 9 is just going to lay this one down.
Yeah, I think so.
Out of position, unsuited is a big factor too. But no, I mean he just laid it down, right?
Yeah,
he does.
He did just lay it down.
That's a big pot right there. Finally starting to see his 4-bets come out.
That's the first 4-bet of the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, of the final table.
I mean, it was a good hand, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Up 460,000 in the last 5 hands, so
that's pretty strong.
Up 2,175,000 in the last 10
that was
hands.
so he hit a gut shot against Russell's top pair, and then he just check bombed the turn, and Russell ended up finding a call.
Well, he's got 77 big blinds now. Russell is down 3 million chips. But everyone...
Wow, so he doesn't have much then. He has like 2?
No, I mean...
2.4 maybe?
Russell?
Yeah.
Right, he did have like, yeah.
2.4?
He has like 40-something big blinds.
Yeah. 2.4.
Which is still good.
Yeah.
40 big blinds is still good. It's 3-handed. There's still a lot of room to play. But sometimes people, they look at their stack and they compare it to other players and they're like, oh, I'm the shortest of the 3, so I'm a short stack. And then they kind of make some mistakes that way.
Especially after being so deep.
So hopefully he can kind of just, you know, chill, shake it off a little bit, and just kind of recoup, get ready to continue playing. So we got Mosin here with the open-ended straight draw, Harrison with the queen high, but Harrison's the one taking the stab at it. He does have the best hand, but Mosin's not going to fold this straight draw here. It looks like he's going to make a call. Looking for that 4 or 9.
This is a limp prop pre-flop?
Should be a limp pot pre-flop when you see the queen 3 usually.
I mean, you see the queen 3 leading also.
Yeah, the queen 3 does pick up an inside straight draw, which is a 4. However, the 4, which looks like it would improve his hand, is actually going to make Mosin a better straight, so he does not want to see a 4. I mean, this board is getting pretty connected. It is a limp pot, so Mosin can really have like a random 5 or 6 that can consider folding to a bet. So this is why Harrison is reaching for chips, because it is a limp pot.
That's pretty specific to try to get exactly a 5 or a 6 to fold, and that's it.
But a 5 or a 6 is a large part of someone's range. And the reason is because when someone limps into you and you wake up in the big blind with an ace, a lot of times you're expected to raise those hands. And when you call a bet on the flop, most of the time you have a 6, a 5, or a king high, right? So I don't fault Harrison for considering the bet there.
I mean, you also have some...
Like, he's going to have, like, 5-2,
gut shots,
king 5,
like
yeah.
that too.
Of course, he's going to have the straight draws, like 7-8, like he has here, or, like, 6-8 that aren't going to fold, or 5-8. But there's just... A limp pot just has, like, all of the junky hands that normally aren't in there, right? So, Harrison, the river is a jack.
He did give up.
He did give up here. I wouldn't mind him considering the bet if he's going to try to turn, because this jack is pretty scary for someone to have like a 6 or 5.
Or a 6, yeah.
So nice takedown.
Wow, Mosin's on a heater.
He's playing good poker here. Pretty straightforward from Mosin's end on that pot, but he's catching up to the chip leader right now. Look at that. 83 big blinds.
Strong.
I mean, you know, when we started this final table, we did say Mosin's got, you know, pretty big advantage on, or just like most of the tournament experience. He's won tournaments before, and he's really showing right now. Russell in 3rd place. We still guaranteed a lot of money right now, so you can't count him out just because he's in last place. He's still got a lot of big blinds to go. Harrison's opening up the 10-4 of clubs. Not a great hand, but if you're 3-handed, you need to be looking to steal the blinds, otherwise you're going to get blinded away very quickly.
He scooped it up. Harrison's got, I mean, I don't remember his career earnings, but that PCA thing was 2.2 million, so he's close to motion and experience, and
he's got a lot. Yeah, just 2.2 million winning the PCA. Yeah. So 116 big blinds, 83 big blinds, and 47 big blinds.
Winning the PCA is like a big deal too. That's a hard tournament to win.
It's a big tournament too. Yeah.
A lot of players.
A lot of players, and a lot of good players, and a lot of recreational players in that tournament.
I mean, these guys are all playing great poker right now. I think they all have a chance to take it.
For sure. You missed a couple missteps by Russell, but still he was playing so great earlier.
And you know, he can prove to us, like, you know, yeah, everyone makes mistakes. The question is, how do you pick up yourself after the mistakes, right?
Yeah.
So Mosen's going to go ahead and open 7-5 offsuit right now. Harrison's not going to fold 10-8 offsuit. You need to be defending your big blind quite wide in three-handed play. Otherwise, whoever has the button is just going to gain too many chips for free. So he does defend with 10-8. Flops top pair here.
You know, this is one of the things that makes poker such an exciting game, is like, you know who the best baseball players are in the world, right? If you're a baseball fan, you know who the best, you know, soccer players are and whatnot. But when it comes to poker, like, there's so many like hidden just beasts out there that people don't know yet. And discovering them is so much fun, and figuring out, like, there's so many people out there that people don't really know but are really, really good players. It's just an awesome thing to, like, you know, see in the game, I guess. Makes it exciting.
Yeah, there's a lot of great players in this game for sure. Unknown players, known players, and I like that anyone can really win in this game.
Yeah.
I think it's a really unique feature about this, about poker. Really gets people to kind of get interested in poker. It's not like a extremely daunting experience to kind of come in and be like, oh, I get blown away, I'm just going to leave. You know, like, everyone has a chance.
And you can get in for even satellites and stuff, and get in and play with the best in the world.
Yeah.
For cheap.
There's a lot of, like, opportunities to, like, learn, you know, play, like, you can play really low, you can play for free and learn, play your buddies at home, and then, like, kind of step up. So
sounds like we're talking about clubwp.com.
yeah, that sure sounds like it, right? So definitely look into that, right, guys? So Russell's going to go ahead and open King 9 offsuit. Over to Molson. Ace-9 suited, dominating hand. Now, is Molson going to re-raise Ace-9 suited or just call? He is just going to call here. A different approach than Harrison's Ace-9 offsuit earlier. Look at this top two pair.
Wow.
Now, Russell actually has flopped pretty well here, too. He doesn't know that he's ridiculously crushed right now, but he is going to check back to mid-pair, and wisely so. Turn is a 6. That actually might save Russell a little bit from losing a lot of chips.
I really like this check from Mosen.
Mosen has checked it, yeah.
Russell's showing the tenacity to just get after it. So I really like that check.
Russell has bet, and I think Mosen is just going to call here. He does.
For sure.
He's not going to earn any more money. Russell should be checking back here on the river because his kicker does not play. He's just going to be playing the kicker on the board, so he is going to quickly check and lose the spot. But a nice little pickup for Mosen right there. Mosen's got to be feeling pretty good right now. Just like, yeah, I'm almost ship leader, getting up there. Russell's kind of like still losing some pots, so he's lost 10% of his stack in that hand. Third in chips, 2 million, 42 big blinds. Still a lot of big blinds.
These guys are also deep.
Pocket jacks, that's a hard hand to get.
A lot of big hands, he's three-handed
Yeah,
now.
this is a hard hand to get in three-handed. This is like a hand you would get like your whole stack in, even for like 70 big blinds.
Yeah.
So he is going to make the raise. Over to Russell. 6-4 offsuit. Oh, he's going to let this one go. Maybe because he is getting a little shorter stack, he's not inclined to call as much as he may have done in the past. Which trophy?
There it is again.
WPT Champions Cup. Do you ever find your name, Tyler?
No.
It's probably like the first thing to do on to-do list, right?
For sure. As soon as this tournament's over, I'm running.
Tyler's been asking for his name the whole stream. Put it on there. So Mosin's raising King 8 suited right now. We haven't seen any limps on the button, I assume.
Motion limped a couple times,
Yes.
actually, yeah.
Okay. So it is a strategy that some people do consider, but it looks like they're so deep right now, they're just going to kind of go this raising route in the moment. King 8. So what would you like to do here with King 8? Do you generally just check this back?
Yeah.
Like you just did?
Yeah, I think you induce some bluffs maybe, and
just kind of keep the pot a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
Well, they're both definitely happy to kind of get the showdown cheaply here. Harrison's going to continue checking.
I mean, the second time I don't mind betting just to try to get the pot over with. I mean,
Right.
it's still probably the best hand.
Now, some people just see Harrison's hands like, you just got king high, man. But I'm pretty sure he's going to call here on the turn.
Yeah, I think so, too.
It's like, it's just too strong of a hand. You only lose to an ace, really.
Well, just king high is pretty sick.
Yeah, but you know, some of the viewers out there are just gonna be like, "Oh, you don't have a pair. What are you doing? Why are you calling?" But you know, Harrison understands that king high is just going to be the best hand here too often, and should go check, and king 10 high is gonna take this one down.
That call is gonna win him the pot.
Mosin's like, "Oh yeah, the kicker does play."
It's a bad river. There's a lot of rivers to chop.
Yeah, solid amount, but yeah. Harrison Gimbal chipping up again. $6.2 million chips, 124 big blinds, just over half of the chips in play.
It's a good feeling when you have over half the chips. Doesn't matter how many players are left.
It's a good feeling when the first prize is also $275,000. Three-handed, 50% of chips. Russell, he's going to go ahead and make the open with queen 6 of clubs.
Russell's sizings have definitely been bigger with premium hands pre.
Well, let's see if they
As a
can
whole,
pick
for
up
the
on
most
this.
part.
That's true. It could be a change now that he's shorter, so he wants to open for less. But yeah, that has definitely been consistently true.
Mosin here with 10-4 offsuit. He's reaching for chips. He's trying
That's
to
a
punish.
re-raise.
He is re-raising here to about 300 and let's see.
This is just like a momentum thing. Like he just knows that Russell's a little reeling. Motion's been stacking chips, so his hand didn't really have much to do with it there.
And Mosin also probably realized, like, well, I'm probably not getting called too often when I re-raise, so I might as well do it for a really junky hand that I don't even want to call a regular raise with. So, you know, Mosin's playing great right now. It's 4.7. Makes sense why he has 4.7 million in tournament earnings right now. Over to Harrison on the button with 8-5 offsuit. He seems like the type that's going to open this one. No, he's going to let this one go. Now the small blind, big blind play is quite important. His size, they're going to go with the limping strategy right now. Russell, ace king, guys.
Wow.
He's going to raise here, and I actually think Mosin's going to call here. He's not going to limp fold queen 7. I mean, queen 7 is, seems like, oh, he did fold. I'm a little bit surprised because it's like 1.5 more big blinds.
Yeah.
I probably would be calling with queen 7
Well,
there.
to be fair, he also sized it bigger again.
No, it was 125.
Yeah, it wasn't too much more.
It was 125?
Yeah, it was.
Didn't make it 100 the previous hand?
Well, yeah, but this was blind versus blind. That was
like he limped in the small blind, and Russell raised ace king. Yeah. So I actually probably would call it queen 7 myself. I think it's kind of too strong.
He limp called the 5-6 off before that.
Yeah, so Mosin just decides based on how he feels.
I mean, he might have got a a hint of strength there from Russell, or
Right.
I don't know.
I
They
probably
were
would've-
deeper then.
Yeah. Well, no worries. You know, maybe you just kind of have an inkling like, oh. Well, look at this, though. 8 deuce offsuit. Flopping trips.
Wow.
And if I was Harrison here, I'm going to try to let Russell at least fire a random bet out. And he is going to fire a bet. 55,000. Now for Harrison here, you're just going to call? You're going to raise? What's going through your head?
That's interesting. I mean, I'm almost always just calling in these spots, but a lot of the time it just looks so bluffy if you raise. It just
So you
doesn't
might
make
be able
sense.
to induce someone to re-raise you again and
Yeah.
just kind of earn some chips that way?
Yeah, because it just does not. It's not normal, you know.
Yeah, I think the most important part is just figuring out who your opponent is, and is it better to try to raise him to get him to put more chips, or some kind of weird play? He does check. I mean, Harrison, he knows he has the best hand. The question is how to get paid off. He decides to bet, I suppose, hoping that Russell's picked up a 10, but he's going to quickly take that one down.
We still got 2 million. So it's 40 bigs.
Yeah, he is probably feeling like the world's crashing on him a little bit, like just
Yeah.
losing pot after pot after pot. But you know, if a little bit of momentum shift and just win like one medium-sized pot, can really get him right in the right mindset. He's gonna be the first one to act here. King Queen. It's a pretty good hand here. Let's see if he. Oh.
He only has 30 some odd bigs now too.
So we're gonna raise to 100,000. A min raise. Mosin in the big blind, queen eight offsuit. Nah, you really don't expect him to fold this one.
No way.
No, he's gonna go ahead for a call. And he's got we got a dominate situation here. He's got 22.4% chance to win. Does not hit it on the flop. Russell, king, queen high. It's going to continuation bet here. Should be the end of this hand. It is.
They're playing really fast.
Hey, that's good, right?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Great.
Yeah. Sometimes like when you're so deep, and some people like to play really slow, but like in these like 2 big blind pots or 4 big blind pots, and it's
Yeah.
kind of like it starts to add up. Kind of like it's getting kind of old a little bit. I mean, I don't fault them, but it can be tiring.
Yeah.
But look at this. We got 50%, 51% of the chips in play by Harrison Gimbel, 33% by Mosin, and 16% by Russell.
Could you imagine if Mo hypothetically busted Russell and he went heads up even, like just 50-50 chips?
I mean,
that'd be so sick.
It'd be a great matchup. Harrison ace 9 of clubs. So you're gonna take this pot down pre-flop.
Oh man, Randy, you're supposed to raise do 7, right?
You're supposed to re-raise. Well, there is no bounty in this game, so I don't know if they read the memo. Watch them try to go nuts with it. Where's my bounty? You're a busto. Mosin's going to be the first one with king jack offsuit. It's going to go ahead and open to 105,000. Now Russell in small blind. Has he picked up a hand? Ace-6 suited. He did pick up a reasonable hand. Is he going to call or re-raise here?
Looks like it's a re-raise.
That is a re-raise to about 300,000 roughly. 275,000. Harrison's going to let go of ace-7. Now, in my opinion, king jack is a really nice call here. With position, your hand just flops a pair pretty well. Like, it's pretty easy to play. I like to call here. I don't know what you guys would like to do.
Me too. I'm in the same boat.
I like calling. It's way too strong to just fold 3-handed, and You don't really want to rip it for 30-something bigs.
No, you're not going to rip it all. If you 4-bet and say he's got 8s and jams on you and you fold, like, you're just kind of losing the chance to kind of flop something. And they both flop nothing. Is Russell going to continuation bet, which will take this pot down, but he's got to be a little bit scared his opponent's calling hands like 8-7, 10-9, and things like that.
That's a rough flop.
So he does make the check.
He just checks. I kind of would like to see a barrel here from Mosen, just because I feel like if he double barrels here, you're just gonna get a lot of folds on a lot of random turns.
Well, I definitely think a flop bet is definitely very credible because you are going to call 3-bets of 10-9, 8-9. You don't have those hands, but you know we don't have them, but you can easily represent them. I think you should go for it.
I feel like to a degree, Russell kind of, not saying just turn his hand face up, but he's kind of like, what he has is not as disguised as it could have been, right?
Right. Yeah. It's
he just went
more
from
vague if he bets the flop.
Exactly.
He's gonna let this one out. And then you know if you got like ace queen or ace jack on a flop, you're like, oh god, what is this? Let me just. Some people they just snap check and they're just like, kind of showing their hand face up. And
I think Russell did that a little bit there. I think he, just because of the situation, he just kind of.
It's kind of like I'm making my play, like, and then like, oh well, I got another bad flop. Let me just lose the minimum, and that's kind of what went through his head. He probably is thinking like, yeah, I know I folded the worst hand. I know you had it, but in actuality, Mosen did not have it. So Russell now king 10 offsuit on the button. It is 60,000 now to play. So the blinds are up. He's getting shorter, and he's going to raise this one up to 130,000. Mosen with 5-4 suited, pretty good hand. I'm going to expect him to call here. Despite having 2 low cards, he still has a 41% chance to win this hand.
Yeah, he's so confident he's just going to make the right decisions anyways if he has to, right?
Well, there's the 4 on the flop. He does have the best hand right now, but Russell has picked up an inside straight draw, as well as, potentially hitting the king or the 10. Wow, so Mosen just folded to that continuation bet with bottom pair there. I'm not really excited about that play.
No, it's a pretty terrible flop though too.
It is. I mean,
it's like about as bad as a flop as possible with getting something on it. You know what I mean? Like, if that makes any sense. I mean, it's like the best. It's like the best. It's like the worst best flop you could have almost. Like.
I don't know if I would fold the bottom pair per se, but I'm more likely to fold like bottom pair on like. Well.
It's a pretty bad flop.
I'm trying to think of one. It's a little hard to explain.
I think that's about it right there. It has to have an ace and a Broadway card and 2 suits that you don't have.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty. He snap folded though. I thought he would think about it a bit more.
Yeah.
But Harrison's gonna go ahead and open here. 10-8 offsuit. And Mosen pocket 7s. Is he going to re-raise here?
I don't know.
Or is he going to call?
This is really interesting. With the dynamic with Russell going on right now, he might just call. Oh, he did.
No, he did a re-raise. No, he called. So Russell, though, ace-queen, this might... Well, we know Russell's going to re-raise his hand. If he does not re-raise his hand, this would be bizarre, especially with the blinds going up and he just lost some pots.
And Mosen's not folding for 25 bigs.
So I think Mosen, when it gets to him, will just he'll just shove all in here.
It's gonna get in here. Oh wow, that actually could make Mo fold.
No, I don't think Mosen's gonna fold this hand.
I don't think he's going to either, but that's a lot.
It is a lot, but it is 30 big blind shove. But the thing is that I don't know that Russell's not going to do this with 6s, 5s, 4s, and 2s, and like, so he's going to make the call. So we got a coin flip here.
Here we go.
54% versus 46%. Russell's going to need to catch an ace or a queen, or he's going to be the 3rd place finisher.
Wow, good sweat.
So an ace or a queen. Russell needs an ace or queen. He needs this one to get back in shape. Oh, the
slow
dealer.
flop.
Well, So he's looking for an ace or a queen right now. Maybe potentially a king or a 10 to pick up some additional outs. The king on the
we
turn.
do have a little more outs.
Now he can pick up a 10.
The sweat.
10 outs remaining. 23% chance to win, or he's going to be a third place finisher. The river is a 3, and Russell is our third place finisher.
We just talked about this.
Man, he played great.
He really did play great.
Russell played a great game. You know, just kind of fell apart a little bit towards the end of three-handed play. Unfortunately for him.
All right, guys, we're going to have a 15-minute break now while they get everything ready for heads-up play. We'll explain the adjustments, the timing of levels, and everything when we get back. So we'll see you all in 15 minutes.
See you guys.
There's playing, and there's playing big. There's also plugging in and turning it up till the stacks beg for mercy. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Well, you know what they say, Mike, practice makes perfect. Now, I'm not sure that you can become a perfect poker player, but the more you do play, the better you do become.
And ClubWPT.com is a great place to practice, and practice some more. Just ask Edward All. He's had a VIP membership at Club WPT for the past 3 years, and he plays every day.
On Club WPT, I've won about $10,000 in cash and prizes combined. There's a lot of cashes, so I won a lot of $5 prizes, a lot of $10 prizes, $20, $100, $200. You know, there's actually something to win for at the end. Club WPT really trains a player to be a lot better in tournament poker. You know, I don't have a big bankroll. This is the only shot I would have coming here. It's a great opportunity just to win a seat and make it. Listen, if I can win, anyone can win.
Yeah, Edward has won over $10,000 worth of cash and prizes by playing on ClubWPT.com. Isn't it time you started your own winning streak? Start playing at Club WPT for a chance at real rewards that can really add up.
Russell bets 100,000.
I don't think Mo will be folding here.
Russell calls the 100,000.
No, not at all, especially that size.
Wow.
Bink.
Check. It's a very quick check. But Mo plays quick almost all the time, so I don't think that's necessarily a tell.
Now, I don't think Russell really slows down here at all either. I mean, he has an ace three-handed. That's pretty big hand.
Yeah, so maybe they're getting rid of that pot control mentality, because they've been checking back in this spot most of the time.
Yep, guys, Twitch Police is here.
Whoa. I think Mo just went all in.
Wow. That's such a boss play right there. Because, like, it's really hard for Russell to put him on it now, right?
Russell bet 250 or 225. It's a pretty big bet. I mean, there's not really that many bluffs that are going to be doing that. The only ones would be 5x of clubs and
yeah,
I guess some gut shot clubs also. So maybe like
think he's going to find the hero call here?
I don't think he's going to call.
I don't think he can. But I mean, most capable, right?
I think so. I've never seen it, but yeah, he's got to have it in him.
So you got to think about it, like.
Yeah.
As easy as this looks from our end, from this decision, like three-handed, it's top pair's a big hand, big hand. Now, Grant, that's a terrifying board for Ace-9.
Yeah.
So, like Mo could totally just have King Jack here a lot.
King Jack is definitely one of the likely hands, but I mean, he's in the blind, so I mean, he could even have King 5.
Yeah, King 5. I think the only two-pair hand he really can't have is Jack 5. Actually, no, when he opened that earlier, he could.
Well, he defended this one. He's a big blind. So I guess he could, if he would defend Jack 5 suited, then it's in there. wants to call. I wonder why he wants to call so bad in this spot.
Someone in Twitch chat says, Mosin runs like a god. I got news for you guys. All the players that are beasts that win a bunch of money like that, they all run good sometimes, but the key is to be able to capitalize on it when you do run good and make those decisions that get you the most value out of running good. Running good's a part of it, but you got to make all the right decisions too, or a lot of them at least. Or just get there a bunch, right, Tyler?
I mean, he's done it so many times that it can't just be that.
Exactly.
He's already got
exactly.
2 titles and other stuff, a bunch of final tables. But yeah. Whoa.
He called. He found the call.
Wow.
Wow, what
this
a sick bet by Mosin.
Changed a lot.
Queen of diamonds and 10 of spades. And Russell.
When these guys know to just go for all of it, it's amazing to me. I played a pot with, or I wasn't in the pot, but and Kush, he had all the chips in this tournament. I don't know, he got like maybe.
I knew you were gonna say this. You were gonna say because we were at the same table.
Oh yeah, the king's hand. Is that you know? Is that the one?
The aces and kings?
No, not that one. No,
okay.
I'm not talking about running good. I'm talking about when you just go for all of it. There was a hand where he opened.
Chips not too.
He's gonna open this one up. 105,000.
I'd like to see how much, how many big blinds exactly Russell's down to.
Well, Harrison, he's not folding an ace-9 offsuit in the big blind. I can tell you that. Who is the chip leader? They're both pretty up there.
Harrison is the chip leader.
Harrison's
by
chip
a
leader.
good amount, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. 127 big blinds, 67, 48.
Russell's still got 48, so he's not. He's
48
really
big
not
blinds,
that
yeah.
bad.
It's pretty good. Yeah, you kind of make some missteps, you make some big calls in a wrong, but you still got 48 big blinds to kind of recover.
I think he seems like a guy who's strong enough mentally to not be, out of control right now.
Does that look like a re-raise? It is a re-raise. Harrison.
Wow, these are the big stacks too. You know that like the 3-bet, like you have an ace 3-handed, like you know what I mean? It's not that absurd. Now the only thing that's a little bit crazy is that these are 2 big stacks now with someone else that's kind of meaningly not too far behind.
Yeah, I'm thinking Mosin, he needs to decide, do I 4-bet call it off here? He definitely does think he has the best hand most of the time. Or does he just call here? But Mosin and Russell, they have very similar kind of stacks.
Yeah.
And they don't really plan on busting anytime soon.
I mean,
either.
he has like 67, 70 big blinds. Like, I'm
So
probably not doing
done
this. Is 4-bet fold a possibility?
I mean, it's a possibility, but I don't think he probably expects to get 5-bet jammed on too often anyways.
Right.
So I think it is fine to 4-bet here for value and consider a fold as well. Maybe even consider a call if there's some crazy history that they have. Possibly not at the moment. He does make the 4-bet. I think Mosin is 4-betting without really the intention of losing this hand, like folding this hand.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think he would call it off if he jammed.
I think so too.
I don't think he's going to jam though, especially because they are pretty deep still, at least 60 big blinds.
Yeah. What would you do now if you were Harrison and you had ace queen?
If I was Harrison of ace queen, I probably would call. I think at this point, I feel like you don't want to shove 70 big blinds in pre-flop. But he doesn't. He's got ace-9. I think the ace-9 is just going to lay this one down.
Yeah, I think so
Out of position. Unsuited is a big factor too. But no. I mean, he just laid it down, right?
Yeah,
he does.
He did lay it down.
That's a big pot right there. Finally starting to see his 4-bets come out.
That's the first 4-bet of the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, of the final table.
I mean, it was a good hand, so it makes sense.
Yep.
Up 460,000 in the last 5 hands, so
that's pretty strong.
Up 2,175,000 in the last. And Mosin pocket 7s. Is he going to re-raise here?
I don't know.
Or is he going to call?
This is really interesting. With the dynamic with Russell going on right now, he might just call. Oh, he did.
No, he did a re-raise. No, he called. So Russell, though, ace queen. This
Wow.
Well, we know Russell's going to re-raise his hand. If he does not re-raise his hand, this would be bizarre, especially with the blinds going up and he just lost some pots.
And Moson's not folding for
Nah,
25
this
bigs.
So
is-
I
this-
think
this is gonna get in.
I think Mosin, when it gets to him, will just
He'll
he'll just shove all in here.
It's gonna get in here. Oh wow. That actually could make Mo fold.
No,
bigs.
I don't think
I don't think
Mosin's
Mo
going
will
to
fold.
fold this hand.
I don't think he's going to either, but that's a lot.
It is a lot, but it is 30 big blind shove. But the thing is that I don't know that Russell's not going to do this with 6s, 5s, 4s, and 2s, and like
Yeah.
So I'm just going to make the call. So we got a coin flip here.
Here we go.
54% versus 46%. Russell's going to need to catch an ace or a queen, or he's going to be the third place finisher.
Wow, good sweat.
So an ace or a queen. Russell needs an ace or queen. He needs this one to get back in shape. Oh, the
slow
dealer.
flop.
Well, so he's looking for an ace or a queen right now. Maybe potentially a king or a 10 to pick up some additional outs. The king on the
we do
turn.
have a little more outs.
Now he can pick up a 10.
It's a sweat.
10 outs remaining. 23% chance to win, or he's going to be a third place finisher. The river is a 3, and Russell is our third place finisher.
We just talked about this.
Man, he played great.
He really did play great.
Russell played a great game. You know, just kind of fell apart a little bit towards the end of three-handed play. Unfortunately for him.
All right, guys, we're going to have a 15-minute break now while they get...
In every battle, there's the hero, the guy who wins riches beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Then there's everybody else. Which one are you? Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Okay, you're back heads up. Just about even chips. Most of the slight chip leader for the first time today.
And we're back. Sick first hand to get heads up.
Yeah, it could be over right now.
Well, Mosin's raised, and Harrison's obviously going to re-raise here.
Let's see
Pocket
the
aces.
flop come. King, 3, deuce of hearts, turn, ace of spades.
That should do it.
So Harrison's going to re-raise here. The question is, what is Mosin going to do? Is he going to call, or is he going to re-raise again? This is heads up, so ace-9 suited is usually a premium hand right now, but he only has 11% chance to win. They have exactly
Oh my
the
goodness.
same chip stack
What a
besides
battle.
one big blind. Now Harrison has re-raised to 410,000. I think Mosin's going to call here. I think when you just start heads-up play, you don't really go out of hand and start 4-betting and just calling off all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I expect a call. And he is
Hey,
gonna
Scott, I'll
call.
give you motion, and I'll take Harrison to win the tournament.
So sick.
Oh, no, wait, maybe not.
Well, so...
That's actually a really interesting flop.
You know, Mosin does have middle pair.
They
He's
both
got
have backdoor flush
backdoor
draws.
flush draw. And Harrison has checked pocket
Wow.
aces. This actually might cause Mosin to
I wonder why.
not lose a really massive pot, possibly. Mosin's probably going to bet the flop and reevaluate on the turn. Maybe Harrison actually has not checked. Well, someone's confused.
Yeah, the graphic said check, but he had.
Okay, so
I
he
was
is now
wondering
betting.
about that. That seems like a strange spot to check.
540,000. It's a lot of chips.
They tricked us, guys. They got us.
They got us. But
They capped us, sorry.
Mosin's definitely going to call here in position, looking for the 9, the ace, or the heart. He's also expecting to have the best hand most of the time. I mean, I like to see some fireworks, so got to call here. An ace would really, really change.
Wow,
the turn
that's
is
a big
eight
card.
of hearts. So more chips are probably going into this turn.
I don't know about that. Harrison might shut it down. That's
Harrison
such a bad
might
card.
check it down. He might bet it too. You can't fault him either way. If he does check though, Mosin might check this back on the turn too. So
this is ridiculous. This is the first hand.
This is really insane.
Mosin's like, I'm gonna hit that heart. So Harrison is going to check here. He's going to play a little bit slow because they're so deep.
If I'm Mo, I usually check here because a lot of good cards can come, and
so
you're also deceiving. You know, your hand can get paid better.
River is a king. The good thing about, well, your opponent can check better hands like aces, kings, and queens here. You're like a little bit scared, right? So ace 9.
It could also earn you a bet on the river.
Yeah. Now the river is a king. I would love to see Harrison bet here rather than check.
Me too.
You know, if someone had a bluff, they probably would have bet the turn. Wow, he went check, check.
Wow,
Mo knows. Wow. He knows that could have been a really, really big pot.
I really don't like the check there by Harrison, though.
On the river?
Because, you know, if your opponent has a draw, they're probably going to bet the turn, right? Like, so he has showdown value. You know this. You want to represent like you got ace-king, and like try to bluff like you're pretending you have ace-king, and maybe try to get hero called.
Exactly.
Because whenever we see a re-raise pot, people always put you on ace-king, right? Or like they always try to pretend.
Hey, look at those guys.
Hey, guys.
Those guys know what's going on.
But,
this guy knows what's going on.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I really would have loved to see a bet there with the aces on the river, and he might have not got called anyways. But I think it's just gonna be the best way to play your aces.
I mean, there's a lot of money in the pot. That's like a big spot. Like you can get 300,000 or 400,000 out of that.
Yeah, I think Harrison had a little bit kind of like missed some value there. Hopefully, it doesn't cost them. They are very deep though. It's gonna be queen 4 taking this one down pre-flop.
So sick. I can't believe that was the first hand.
Yeah.
I can't believe it didn't get more to hand either. They could have gotten really, really
Yeah,
out of hand really
I
fast.
think it's because Harrison checked the turn is why not that many chips got in there.
It's pretty sick.
So could have a bit of a more chip lead.
I mean, Mo could have value bet the turn also. I
Yeah,
like
kind of like, it's kind of like value bet slash protection slash, you know, every slash right?
Yeah.
But I think a lot of times Mosin could bet the turn, and the thing is that he probably usually doesn't get check raise on the turn, given they're so deep. So he can kind of bet, and if he doesn't improve, just check back.
Yeah.
Protect your hand. So, but you know, you can go either way. But ace queen here, it's gonna go ahead and make a raise. Harrison doesn't. Oh, looks like he was thought about playing that hand.
I mean, it's okay to have some folds.
Yeah, 5-3 offsuit, like 5 deuce offsuits, 2
Definitely,
4s,
yeah.
2 3s, 9 2s, 10. Those are probably the ones you don't want to play.
Yeah.
And heads up, otherwise your hand is going to be pretty good if they're going to be practically min raising on the button. So Harrison, he's finished 4th place in this tournament last year.
Man, that's amazing.
Mosin's going for his 3rd WPT title. And both of them have a weak ace right now.
Well, Thunder Valley, I think you've captured Harrison for the remainder of the existence of this tournament.
Well, yeah, he's definitely coming back next year. Whether he wins or loses one, he's coming back. I'll tell you that. And they both flop an ace here.
Wow.
Jeez.
But one of them has 2 pair. He can be counterfeited, though, if a queen rolls off. Harrison is going to continuation bet here. Mosin Is he going to check raise or is he going to check call? No, he's going to check call.
What hands do you check raise with there?
I think that's the reason why he just check called. Is that
if there was a if there was one more suit on there, like 2 of any suit, then maybe
he can represent a flush draw. But when you check raise on the flop, you're like, I only have good hands, and he doesn't want to like get
maybe some
Harrison
gut shots.
He checked back to ace-2, and they both he rivered 2 pairs. So we got 2 pair over 2 pair. I think it's pretty safe to say that Mohsen is going to bet this river.
I think he's just going to go bet call.
I mean,
these guys play so careful.
Is Harrison going?
Do you think it's really? You just call here ever?
You could just call here.
Oh, I think it's so hard to just call here though.
But I mean,
definitely see it's possible. But
I mean, I can see both ways. I'm not going to fault Harrison for raising. I'm not going to fault him for calling. I think he's going to put in a raise.
I think he's going to make it like 1 million and get.
And then if any
popped
action
again and fold or something like that.
I'll bet you guys a beer. He just calls.
A beer?
Yeah.
You're on.
Okay.
I mean, it's close. It can really go either way. They're probably like, well, I got a 100 big blinds. It can't be that bad if I raise and folded, right? Because he probably never expects to get re-bluffed, I believe.
Right. That's true. It is a safe spot for that.
It is looks kind of ridiculous though to be bluffing on a 2 all of a sudden. Like, say someone
what are you
bets
gonna
into
get called by?
So, let's see what Harrison is reaching
that's
for
a lot of chips.
Looks like someone.
Oh,
is
that's a lot of
winning
chips. I think I'm losing a
Am I
beer.
in a beer game?
Scott
in a
is.
beer?
That is a race right there, boys.
Beer for days.
It's only 1 beer. You don't get beer for days.
Come on.
you gotta drag it out.
To be fair, we'll count the coffee earlier as the beer, okay? So we're even.
No way.
Harrison's gonna raise. I think Mohsen is, especially with these facial expressions, just never gonna fold. He's just gonna call. There's no way he's doing these facial expressions all of a sudden gonna re-raise.
He could fold.
It.
I'm not betting a beer on that. He's calling.
Beer.
No, I think he's calling, but
I think he's calling too, because he beats random 2 pairs, right? Like 9-2, 4-2, like things that were checked, river.
And that's really the reason that Harrison is raising.
He only loses to pocket 2s right here. It's really just pocket 2s. I mean, I don't think he can put his opponent on like pocket aces, queens. If they were really trying to trap those hands, they probably would check the flop rather than check the turn as a trap.
Right.
So.
Dude, we've had some crazy.
What about a wheel?
Hands.
What about a wheel? That's a real hand.
A wheel is a real hand, 3-5. So I did forget about that hand, but let's be honest, Mohsen's not folding ace 4 here.
Nah.
Yeah, he's making the call here, and Harrison's like, I got ace 2,
yeah,
man.
gotcha.
Yeah.
How are we having these hands heads up this fast?
I don't know, it's crazy.
So it's a nice pot right there from Mohsen. Winning back the hand with the ace-9 suited. He's got those chips back and more, it looks like.
Oh, that was a much bigger hand.
So Mohsen should be the chip leader. He is 111 big blinds. He's got a 4% advantage.
Yeah.
He's got a 4% advantage.
Really though, props to all
look
the
at this new
table.
Look at this new little graphic up top. That's pretty cool.
Pretty awesome. It's like a Street Fighter.
You're gonna keep that there the whole time. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Just do
update.
little hearts.
Yeah.
Instead of 94 hearts versus 111
or
hearts.
just like a bar with a number in it, like a health bar.
Yeah.
So it gets red when you have like 12 bigs or less or something.
It's a really cool graphic. I just saw it adjust as the big blinds got in.
Wow, that's awesome.
So Mohsen is raising here with ace 4 offsuit. And Harrison's got a 9 with an unknown card.
I mean, to tie in the video game, the whole Twitch thing, they should definitely put some hearts or some life meter up there. I think that'd be really good.
It would be pretty sick, right? I'd be more entertained. And I'm already really entertained. I'd be jumping off my seat all the time.
So we only know 1 card here, huh?
So we don't know if Harrison has picked up a straight draw, a pair, or nothing. But Mohsen is going to continuation bet here. The ace high, backdoor flush draw, backdoor inside straight draws. But it looks like it was a queen 9 type hand or a jack 9.
It'd actually be so sick if you think about it. Like, how in Street Fighter, if you would like get a huge combo on someone, their life would just, like deplete all at once in Street Fighter 2. Like, if you could do it, it's like after someone busts, it's just like, and it like just falls down. Oh man, this could be so exciting.
Video game.
This could be so hype. Twitch chat, what do you think? Should we like try to like Street Fighterify?
Sounds like we're talking about my favorite movie of all time, Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Oh, I've seen that movie.
I haven't seen that.
Favorite movie of all time, though. What the?
What it is.
Sounds like I need to see this movie.
I mean, I'm not calling it the best movie of all time. It's just my favorite.
Okay.
That's fair. That's reasonable.
That's very fair. So, Raggedy Ace here.
Versus a premium 5.
It's like everyone gets those an ace pre-flop.
Premium 5.
It is a premium 5. It's as good as it gets for a 5. I guess 5-6 suit is a little bit more better.
That's a 6.
That's premium 6.
And
Gosh,
so we got
Randy.
a raise and a call. Pretty close in chip stacks, and it might be a little fun one.
Yeah, that's some action.
I don't know. Mosin only has 5 high, but he does have inside straight draw, and I do not actually expect him to fold here on the flop. Because when someone raises pre-flop, they see an ace on a flop. They like to represent that they have an ace, so they're going to have a lot of bluffs in their hands. So I think Mosin can really credibly have it, like if he goes check-check on the turn, he can represent an ace himself. Of course, hit his hand would be nice. So he didn't fold with just the 5 high.
I mean, he could also just make a pair. He doesn't have to have a
Exactly.
make a wheel.
So
or he would think that anyway.
He goes check. Now Harrison has checked back on these turns when he had the top pair. He does do it again. River is an 8, so he's going to win some chips here. There's no way he's folding to a river bet. And Mosin, I'd be very surprised if he checks here.
Yeah.
Check calling for a straight, the high, nut low straight draw and then not betting. So he does bet and should see a quick call here from Harrison.
Yeah, if you're going to appeal for gut shots, you got to be willing to bluff when it's a good setup for you.
He's going to take that one down. So it looks like what we've seen consistently from heads-up play, at least from Harrison, is he likes to bet the flop and check the turn even when he has, a pretty good hand.
Yep.
He did that with the aces in the re-raise pot. He did this with top pair of aces and several times now already in the 5-6 hands of heads-up play. So if I'm Mosin, I'm going to be a little bit careful when, usually you see someone check that's kind of like weakness, but against Harrison, I'm going to be a little bit more careful against him.
But it presents you an opportunity to call wider on the flop because you're going to see 2 cards instead of 1 a lot.
That is true. So I probably would never fold an inside straight draw ever. Whereas some people, you're like, well, maybe I'll just fold because it looks bad.
So now what do you think it means when the first time you see Harrison double barrel?
Well, I'm going to assume it's going to be a draw a lot of times, like a turn flush draw. But we'll see. Hopefully we get we will see. They're so deep.
Yeah.
We will see.
And he probably recognizes it too, so he could change it up himself.
Of course. So we got 8-9 versus Queen Jack right now. Queen Jack smashing it. He's going to continuation bet the flop is the question. Do you like to continuation bet here with Queen Jack, or do you like to check it back and try to see a turn card?
In most of the time, when you're playing full ring, I like to check it back and just keep it safe. But now when you're playing heads up, I think pot control goes out and you
not as important.
I'm firing away on my value hands.
Well, it does go check check. And when it's checked to you again, you gotta think your Queen Jack is now worth betting. Looks like he is going to make the bet. Should take this one down pretty quickly, unless Harrison wants to get really frisky. I was going to let this one go.
These guys are too good. I can't imagine either of them ever busting out of this tournament.
They're just going to play forever. Tomorrow morning, blinds, 10 million, 20 million. Where'd the extra chips come from? This really has, this final table started off pretty slow, but it really has been a fun final table to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, it did take a while to lose the first one, but they kind of
all
fell apart pretty quick after that.
So like Harrison is raised with a 2 in his hand.
This is kind of fun. I hope we get 1 card more often.
And the question is it a 2? Is it a 3? Is it a 4? Which one? What's your guess, guys?
A joker.
It's a joker. It's probably an ace, right? Everyone's been getting done a weak ace.
I'm gonna go with Queen of Hearts.
Queen of Hearts. All right. Well, I hope the Queen of Hearts comes on the flop. Prove you wrong.
I'm gonna go with 4 of spades.
Well, I think there's a good chance we're not even going to see a flop. Mosin has re-raised with King 3 offsuit, and Harrison's
It was obviously 4 of spades. Just saying.
Yeah, it was for sure. When you get the deuce 4 off and you're playing heads up against someone who you think is pretty good, do you ever just give a walk?
I usually would just give it a walk.
I would too.
Unless I have a limping strategy, then I might start limping with these hands. But if I'm going to like the just raising strategy as they are doing right now, I would give it a walk. It's too weak of a hand. And it may have been okay to play it like a while ago when people weren't defending their big blind so much. But now that people are defending their big blind so much, the weakness of the hand doesn't like your initiative isn't going to overcome how bad the hand is pre-flop.
No.
It's another ace deuce.
So Mosin's picked up ace 2 suited, and Harrison's got King 3 offsuit. Expect to see a raise and a call here. Indeed, that is what happens. Mosin's looking for that ace right there. There it is, guys.
Oh, and a 3.
And
it's perfect for Mosin.
They both flop a little piece. It's not going to get too out of hand, but there are going to be like at least one bet going into this one. Mosin's go ahead and continuation bet. Now Harrison's probably just going to check call here. He doesn't want to bloat the pot. Most people are raising the ace pre-flop, so they probably have an ace a lot of times. But, you know, he's going to have like jack 10 sometimes, so you need to be calling bottom pair. Look at that turn.
That's probably going to cost Harrison another bet.
Very well can, because if Mosin has a hand like, say, 10 jack of spades, queen 9 of spades, he would most likely bet again to try to bluff him off of like king highs, queen highs and things.
Yeah.
So Mosin is going to bet again. Now Harrison, he does have bottom pair. He doesn't love his hand, but he doesn't necessarily hate it completely either. He might be able to figure something out and make a fold though, but you can't really fault him either way.
You know what's really impressive is the pace that Mosin is keeping up. I feel like he's just kind of like, with how fast he's acting, I feel like that could almost impact someone. Just all his decisions are so quick and precise.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Well, Harrison does not fold like you expected. And the river is a 10 of spades. I do think that Harrison is not going to call one more barrel here because the hands that he was trying to pick off got there on the river.
Yeah, the backdoor spades
so
is a big part of it.
I don't expect Harrison to pay off here. Mosin's trying to figure out, okay, which hand is going to pay me off? I guess a 5 is this most likely hand. He should probably be sizing it to try his best to get called by a 5. It might be a bit unlikely. If he bets, say, like 600K, it's kind of a lot. I don't think I'd bet so big. But let's see what he does. It looks like he is reaching for a nice size bet, though, about what, 600,000 to 700,000. 675,000. It's a weird board to call down here with just a 3 or a 5.
I don't expect him to call here.
I don't expect him to call either. Yes, you have a pair heads up, but you need to look at the way the board is run out. A lot of times, you know, if you're really short stack, you're only like 15 big blinds deep, you don't put someone on the ace that calls in a big blind because, well, they probably would have went all in pre-flop. But these guys are like 80 plus big blinds deep. They're easily going to call with a random ace in their hand. So, like, Harrison can have an ace in his hand. So is Mosin really going to just hope he's firing and bluffing off someone off of a pair? It just seems.
Do you think Mosin
unlikely.
would value bet here if he had a king 10 or
I think
jacks or something like that?
It's definitely possible. I wouldn't. It's close though, I think, because it basically depends on whether you think your opponent will call you with the 5 or the 3.
Yeah.
If you don't think your opponent will ever call you with 5 or 3, you shouldn't be value betting
careful,
those.
yeah.
If you do think he's going to hero call you, then yes. So it's basically what you expect your opponent to do, and you know he wisely folds the 3 there. So nice pickup.
That's what I would expect Harrison to do. So I mean, I could even check back the ace deuce and.
I wouldn't fault it too much. I think but then when your heads up is so deep, you're like, well,
Yeah.
and I don't have enough history with you yet to assume that some of the assumptions that I guess that's why most decided to just kind of put one in there.
Yeah.
I am a little bit happier to value bet their ace two if this backdoor didn't come in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
because you know, say Harrison has like King X high with the backdoor flush draw, or Queen X high, and like he's probably gonna not fold the turn. Very, very possible. So Mosin really taking control right now.
Yeah, poor Harrison's all the way down to 85 big blinds.
Poor Harrison just wants, you know, he wants to win his tournament, right?
Yeah.
Fourth place to now he's got a chance to win it. Mosin's just wants to win his third WPT title.
Yeah, no big deal.
What a
Just
boss.
3.
Just 3. And he's picked up pocket jacks right now against 10-9 offsuit.
Same suits.
Pretty good hand.
This hand can get spicy.
Harrison usually is going to call here. And he is going to do that. Hasn't been much of a re-raiser from what I've seen. A lot of aces popping out everywhere. But anyways, Harrison has 10 high. It's going to check fold this flop.
Yeah, I think this is killing the action. It's fun watching it when you genuinely like both of the guys
Yeah,
left.
for
I
sure.
like these guys.
I don't know Harrison at all, but I like the way he's played today for sure.
So guaranteed 192,000 right now. 275,000 for first place. They're playing for about $83,000 right now, guys.
Wow.
So,
That's wild.
That's but they got a lot of chips to go for it. So you know what? Whoever wins this tournament is probably the rightful champion for this one.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're gonna feel, you know, the loser's gonna feel outplayed a bit. But you know, he's gonna be happy when he sees how much he got. But it's gonna be they're really fighting for this trophy right now. So another weak ace here, pre-flop. Mosin's folded king 3 offsuit. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I think king 3 actually fares okay in
He
heads up.
3-bet the king 3 last.
Yeah, I think
hands
he's
ago.
just sometimes he just decides to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, he just kind of takes one off. Just.
Yeah, I really think king 3 is strong enough to see a flop
Yeah,
min raise.
I do too.
You know, maybe Mosin's kind of playing more of a feel when he feels like it's a good timing. Making this, because sometimes he re-raises hands are quite weak, so it's like good timing kind of
Also
plays.
a balance thing too, man, for sure.
Yeah. So we got ace, another weak ace here, but Harrison's picked up pocket 3s. Is he going to call here? He is going to call here.
Wow.
3 on the flop, but Mosin is not improved, so probably won't lose a ton of chips here. Mosin might even check back this flop, which he does. Turns a 7, so actually makes Mosin's hand look a lot better, but it's really drawing
call
dead.
a bet here.
But Harrison needs to figure out, do I bet here or do I check? He's going to go for the check. I think I like this check because he can try to induce hands, bluffs to bet. But now when the river comes a 5, I think I'm just firing out at this point.
Yeah, just
like
as a prayer.
You know, I made my chance of getting the delayed c bet.
Wow,
It didn't
he's going
happen.
with the
He
check
checked
again.
And every time Mosin checks back, this guy's showing down aces and full houses and stuff. So when he's got showdown value, that's a great that's really good for you.
Yeah, I think I like betting the turn in that spot just because the board just paired, so you get ace high and king high calls a little bit more than if you wait. Then the river card's gonna be another card out.
I don't
there.
mind betting the turn myself. Now, if Mosin decides if Harrison decides, well, Mosin doesn't continuation bet like Jack 10 here or something. Some people do, some people don't.
Right.
Then you basically need to decide what does he do with those random airs. It's like, does he feel that this board is too connected to c-bet on? And then that's how to determine the best way to play your boat there.
Yeah.
Because you're not afraid of the boat, of course, but you need to figure out, is it better to get a bet later or bet myself? Now, if I know my opponent has ace high, I'm going to bet myself because they're going to check back there.
Yeah.
100% of the time. So yeah.
Yeah, but we didn't know that. It is possible that Mo had a hand that he was going to delay the c-bet, like a queen jack or something.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, as this heads-up game develops, we might see Mosin, check, say the same situation. He's got a queen jack. Does he bet? Some people bet, some people don't. Some people have like queen, 4 or whatever. So we'll see. Champions Club.
192,000 per second. They already locked that up. That's not so bad.
It's not so bad at all. An ace king suited. Well, someone's picking up like a pretty solid hand every hand. Gonna go ahead and open.
Versus Jack 6. That's a special hand in my home game. We have had some ridiculous spots with this
With
exact
Jack 6
matchup.
offsuit?
Jack 6 versus Ace King has caused a lot of havoc.
That makes no sense, but that's awesome.
legitimate.
Wow. Okay. Did you guys hear that story, guys?
Sounds like you have a good home game.
It's a classic matchup.
Classic matchup.
Cool
Ace
story,
king
bro.
versus
Cool
Jack six.
story.
It's an image post.
So over to Harrison Gimbel on the button. Two amazing players going at it. Dealt ace king suited.
Twice in a row.
A lot of really nice hands being dealt.
Be a left-handed dealer.
It's kind of left-handed dealer. Is it?
I don't know.
That's awesome.
I mean, it's a superstition of Mosin. He might not like ace king right now. He might just call if he's left-handed, but well, we do know he's going to re-raise here. I'm guessing around 400,000. 400 what? 50?
This could be a hand that Harrison defends.
It very well could be. It's not a bad hand to defend with. It's not a great hand to defend with, but it's not a bad hand either. But he is going to let that one go. If you think your opponent is re-raising too often, then 10-9 offsuit starts to become a call. I think initially it's not, but yeah, I mean, if he knows Mosin sometimes re-raises like king 3, 10-4 offsuit,
Yeah,
and I think
he has.
then I'm probably going to start looking. I may not do it this very moment, but I'm going to start paying attention to maybe play back at him. So Mosin's really chipping up here, picking up king-queen offsuit this time. This heads-up deck doesn't seem to have bad cards in it.
Playing with a pinnacle deck.
Harrison with 9-6 suited. He hasn't been re-raising from what I've seen. Maybe he's going to change his mind this time. He might feel he's getting a little poked at in these last few pots and might want to make a move. The normal play is to just call here, but yeah, he does go for the re-raise. As I kind of, just the timing just seemed perfect.
It's interesting because he just folded to a re-raise of the hand before.
Yeah. It's a very psychological game, like the timing of when to re-raise and things. It's not really the hand itself sometimes. But anyways, we got a flop coming out, and he flops the straight.
Three bets with the 9-6 and flops the straight.
Sick life.
Now, Harrison has shown some signs of, strong hands and showing some weakness here. This would be the perfect time to do it this time. I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's going to bet, but, man, it would be great if he does one of his checks right now. And we've seen Mosin, when it got checked on re-raise pots, fire out when he just had, like, king-jack high and things like that.
They're so deep that when the stacks get short, I like checking in these spots. But when you're this deep, like,
you're trying
you
to look
need
for
more
ways.
than one street.
You are looking for ways to try to get 3 streets in there.
Yeah.
So I'm not faulting this bet at all. I mean, because a lot of times they got like a 5 or a 7, they just check back the flop, right? And then you just miss out on a big value. But Harrison's like, God dang it.
148 now. 48.
So we're at next level. The blinds have gone up.
And the blinds have been reduced to, 30-minute levels, I believe.
Yep.
So 40, 80,000. This heads-up match can get, pretty middle stacks pretty quickly.
So when you hear that they change it to half an hour heads up, it sounds like the structure's not going to be that great anymore. But these guys play pretty fast, and you get a lot of hands in heads up. So it ends up being, I don't think it's so bad for the structures that they do that.
No, it's not a bad thing at all. It basically must equate like to very similar amount of hands, maybe even more, right, than normal.
Oh yeah,
it's more, right?
Then you're playing if you're playing like an hour with like 8-handed or something.
It would be really cool if they started bringing automatic shufflers for that too.
Well, I think it depends on probably the venue that they're at is when they decide to do that or not.
Automatic shufflers with heads up is you actually end up not using them very often because the hand ends before before it's done shuffling, you know. So then you have to use the hand shuffle anyway.
Right, you're all right. I've seen
like with
that.
just walks and.
Well, we've got Jack 5 suited versus King 7 offsuit.
Sorry, Tyler, I don't win events like you, so I don't know too much about it yet.
Mosen's going to raise here. Expect a call from Harrison. And we got both of them flop a little piece here.
Same flop as last time.
The question is, Mosen going to check back his bottom pair? He does. Turn is a queen, so kind of scary for both players. They don't like to see a queen. I think Mosen's going to check here again. Does. River is a 3. Now, if I'm Harrison here, I'm going to start betting. If someone checks twice on this board, they probably got either ace high or a random pair.
Yeah.
Like if they would have bet a queen or 8 by now. So let's get some value from worse 7s that are probably going to check back the river.
Absolutely. I'd probably bet pretty big here, too.
Just kind of polarize.
Like 300,000 or something.
Well, he's going for the smaller bet. Just under half pot, I believe. And he's going to get quickly called here. It's a nice value bet from Harrison.
Yeah.
You know, some like non-pros might be like, oh, there's too many overs out there. I'm just going to check down my pair of 7s, be happy to take it down. But this is what separates like pros from people who just play recreationally. It's just like finding spots to get extra value. Like there, you got third pair, and you're just getting called right on the river. So you need to look for these spots if you really want to be a world-class player.
I mean, neither one has really been raising or check raising as bluffs on flops. So I
pretty straightforward on the flop.
Yeah, so I don't think they need to pot control so much. They should both be firing away with it. When you flop a 5 on 5, 7, 8 with Jack 5, I think you just bet it. You know.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a very viable strategy. Like, you do have more incentive to check it back when people play their draws, aggressively, or their random whatever cards aggressively. So definitely a very good point. Not sure if one of them are going to make that kind of an adjustment. Now they're getting dealt the heads-up hands that usually happen. The junk. Mosen of 10-3 offsuit.
It's actually pretty incredible with all the crazy hands that have happened. They're still almost virtually tied.
Right.
And they have been trading blows. Folds to Jack 4, so wins of the worst hand, 10-3 offsuit. Harrison Gimbal, 3.5 million tournament earnings. You guys were saying how he had a 2.2 million score, so still has 1.3 million earnings elsewhere, which is still amazing. Guaranteed at least 190,000 right now. And he's dealt 7-5 offsuit on the button. Looks like he's going to go for a raise.
Whoa, block.
Mosen with a 10-6 offsuit. Just going to let that one go. So they're opting not to play some of these hands that some people would play. Some people don't like to play those hands heads up, but some people would. Looks like we're going to see folds with like these Jack 4s, Queen 4s, 10-6s. That's what it looks like to me. It's definitely nothing wrong with calling those hands. I actually think I'd probably defend the 10-6.
I think I would defend the King 3 and the 10-6, but I think I am a little bit tighter against another good player than a lot of the pros are.
Well, pocket 10s is a good hand here.
Wow.
Got a raise from Molson. A re-raise from Harrison is coming up to about 4. Well, he's been doing it 410,000. Well, that was at the last level, I believe. So maybe about 450, 470. Got any predictions here?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think maybe 475.
Maybe 4 million. Maybe 4.
Just rip it.
And the question is, does Molson call here pre-flop ever? 8-4 suited. It's not a great hand, but it does have flush potential, straight potential, pair potential. Nope, he's not even going to consider it.
That's just too bad. I mean, when you're at the bet, it's actually at the near the bottom of his opening range, so you don't need to defend that way.
You're defending like a 8-5 suited, maybe, or
I'm probably not.
8-6 suited.
Not until 8-6 suited. Yeah.
So 8-6 suited is probably like your cusp.
Look how even it is.
Like even stacks here, but now they have 78 big blinds and 76 big blinds each. When the blinds go up again, it will be like more of a 50 big blind game. Harrison's going to go ahead and fold the 10 deuce. So they're kind of grinding each other out is the style. They're not really like going fireworks, like let's just blast people off the hands. They're kind of like, okay, hit some pairs, get some value, and checking. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a slow heads-up match.
I think
right
Mo
now.
is more willing to get after it.
I think so. You know,
maybe
when I
4-betting an ace-5 or something like that, which I don't think I see Harrison ever doing.
Yeah, well, Harrison hasn't been really re-raising with junky cards. He's kind of just been seeing flops. So I actually wouldn't want to 4-bet Harrison at the moment.
That makes sense, yeah. Well, he did do it with the 9-6 suited.
Right, he did do it with the 9-6
suited. But he didn't
suited.
get to see that.
And so we got a raise from Molson. Maybe Harrison's going to make another move here. 7-3 suited. He likes some suited numbered cards. I think he is going to reach for chips whenever he does this kind of motion. So he is now getting out of line. But Molson's got a good hand here. He's definitely not folding. 530,000 chips in the pot.
Yeah, it's the second time he's pretty much gotten out of line.
Molson should be calling here. You don't want to re-raise and to get blown off your hand when it's this good. So they both flop nothing. Harrison is definitely going to continuation, but if he's re-raising 7-3 suited, you're not going to hit too well. And when you flop, a paired board that's low, you should just be betting here.
Sure.
Get your opponent to fold like Jack 10, Queen Jack, hands like this.
Do you think motion folds?
That's the question.
Sure.
Is does Molson? I don't fault him for ever calling here because you got the backdoor flush draw helps a ton. Now he can also be thinking, well, I'm just going to fold because I just got queen high. I hope he doesn't instant fold, which he doesn't. So this is good to see that he's at least aware and thinking about it. He is going to make the call, so. So now we've got some real poker going on here. Like they're just like duking out with really bad hands. And the turn is a jack. That's great for Molson. But Harrison doesn't have anything. I think Harrison's giving up here. If he at least had a heart draw, he can consider barreling again, just with an overcard coming. But he has nothing.
Yeah, he has no.
Yeah, he's giving up here.
No draw at all.
Now, if I'm Molson here, I'm betting. Like, usually when someone 3-bets me and bets this flop and checks this turn, they're not looking to check raise.
Right.
They're usually either check folding or they got like a hand like a pair of 8s, 9s. They just want to like kind of calm down a little bit. You know your queen jack is the best hand. You need to be betting here. You don't want to give a free heart a chance to suck out. So he is going to fire here. 720,000. It is a 1/3 pot size bet. Something to take note of. But Molson is really doing pretty well in its heads-up match. It seems.
Would have been nice to see how they reacted to deuce or a 10 or something. Well, 10s gives Molson more outs.
Maybe give Harrison like a inside straight draw,
yeah,
but then
5,
give the other guy like a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah.
But
I just wanted to see what a complete airball would do to both of them.
Harrison's picked up ace-6 offsuit.
So this is one I probably just fold if I'm most.
Yeah, I'm not playing Jack-Deuce offsuit here.
Especially now he just actually took a substantial lead. It's like a 30 big blind lead now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack-Deuce, it's just too weak of a hand regardless. But you never know. Mosin might re-raise his hand. He might. But he's gonna let that one go.
momentum thing. Just, yeah.
Momentum is really, really powerful, man.
Especially heads up, because everything that happens good for you is happening bad for your opponent.
Exactly. Just the mindset too, you know. When everything's going your way, it just feels good. Feels good, man.
It does feel good. Well, Harrison is in second place, but he still has 63 big blind slot. Ace-9 versus King-602. Pretty decent hands. They're not premiums per se, but they're pretty solid hands for heads-up poker. It's going to see a raise. Harrison's probably going to call here. You know, he's only re-raised like good hands and then like the really junky number hands so far. So like this kind of like suited paint, he's decided to call. He's going to make the call. And he flops the nut flush, guys, and top pair.
And Mo has top pair. Wow.
Well, good thing Mosin didn't flop 2 pair.
Yeah.
So Harrison is checking his check. So Mosin is actually seeing the turn card now. It's actually going to save him some chips here.
He's got a gut shot, too.
Does have a straight draw, yes. Inside straight draw. But Harrison, I think he needs to be firing here.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like this start getting called by like 10s and 8s that have like a diamond draw. And Mosin's going to call here on the turn. Mosin basically needs this this river card to be nasty, like a diamond, you know, like a. It is a diamond, so he is going to save him some chips. Now it's a little bit interesting what Harrison's got to do. He does have the nut flush right now.
I mean, I don't think checking makes any sense. You got to bet here.
Well, Harrison has shown signs to check in some interesting spots that we didn't expect him to.
That's true.
So he might, if he's checking, it's basically with the intention of hoping he turns a red 8 in his hand into a bluff. You know, like he's got like 5-8, right?
Exactly.
But I think that Mosin, when he checks back the flop and calls a turn bet, a lot of times he's going to have like a diamond in his hand, like 10-9 offsuit with a 9 of diamonds, and that's probably might consider checking back the river. So just bet and get the value out of those hands. Don't give Mosin a chance to keep this pot small. And look at that. It's a pot-sized bet. Harrison is making his hand look like he doesn't have anything, but Mosin's like, I've got an ace. Doesn't even think about calling here with that scary board.
I love it, though. He's got that lead. He wants to maintain it, you know?
Yeah, no, I mean, I like the fold there, but I mean, if you're gonna call a pot-sized bet, like he probably wasn't gonna call a regular size bet at all because it's very easy for Harrison to value bet, you know, any kind of strong diamond. But if he was gonna call a bet, it might have been a really big one just because it makes it look like you got a diamond or you don't, like a really big diamond or you don't.
Yeah, I mean it takes a lot of hands out when you make it that big.
They're definitely they're thinking about ways to get their opponents to make mistakes. And Mosin's picked up ace king again.
He gives him a walk.
It's actually gotten like no action of ace king like 3 times now. So we got dominated 7s going on here, but both not great hands. Harrison's significantly better in this situation.
I think Harrison just calls here. His 3 bets seem to be suited nonsense.
Yeah, so like the offsuit, like straight draw cards, he just calls.
Yeah.
Oh, they both flop nothing. Mosin's got to decide if he wants to try and bluff here or not. He is going to fire. Should take this one down pretty quickly. He does. So nice little bluff there with the 7 high.
4.7 to 3.7 career earnings. So
they both have a lot of career earnings.
Yeah, whoever wins is going to get real close to the next benchmark, the next million.
Well, Harrison's not going to overtake Mosin in this tournament, but you know, there is 275,000 for the taking. Harrison's got a 5 in his hand. He should have Mosin outkicked right now. Nope, I'm wrong. That's funny. The one hand he can't have him outkicked with. So we're going to go ahead and see a flop here.
All right, let's both flop a straight, give one of them a free roll. That'll be fun.
It's hard to get a free roll here. They both don't have anything. Who's going to want it more? He's got 5 high. If a bet comes out, let's just muck this hand. Mosin plays fast, right? Fold this one. There we go. So Harrison with a nice little pickup.
I love the big blind ticker on top. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's a very cool feature. And yeah, my name is Randy Liu, joined here by Scott Ball. And we also got Tyler Patterson in the booth.
Having a good time. This is a good show to watch.
We got 2 amazing players battling for 275,000 for first.
I feel like I'm just sucking it up, you know. I'm just getting better through osmosis watching these guys.
Well, our heads-up play is definitely going to improve pretty quickly. And if you know, a lot of viewers out there, they probably don't play heads-up too much, but you're definitely in for a treat. Like, you're going to learn so much, and when you finally get to the final table, you're going to want to know how to play heads-up eventually, because that's when you're going to be playing for thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands, who knows.
And it doesn't come up very often. You don't get that opportunity very often. I mean, I play live cash a lot, and at the end of the night, sometimes there's heads-up battles, but not.
It's the best.
Not very often, you know. You can't find it very.
That's
very
the best.
So it definitely pays off to know how to play like short-handed heads-up as a tournament player, just because that's when the payouts are the biggest.
Yeah.
And some people don't really worry about that. They don't think about that. They're like, how do I get to the end?
Yeah.
But it is important to kind of train for the end as well.
And that's one of the reasons why at a lot of smaller tournaments all over the place, when you get down to 5-hander left, people all want to start talking about chopping because they're scared to play.
Because they've never played it before, so you can't really fault them either.
Right.
Yeah. So we got 2 pretty good hands here. One has a straight draw, Mosin, and Harrison's got mid-pair. He's going to continuation bet here.
Yeah, this is a pretty serious hand.
A 9 would be quite interesting, wouldn't it?
The 9 would be the action card. I think Mosin's going to check call. Hasn't really played his draws by check raising at all. No one has check raised, really. So we got a check call. So he hits the straight there on turn, but look at that.
Wow,
a backdoor
flush draw. This is getting interesting.
However, I don't think Harrison's going to bet again, so the pot's not going to be as massive as it could potentially be.
It probably goes check, bet, call, but Harrison could get frisky.
Harrison does check here on the river. And now the river is
a
a 3.
I thought the action was backwards.
Yeah. So Mosin's got queen 10 here. I think he needs to value bet here. When your opponent checks the ace, you need to just start trying to get called by a king or good jack. He's just going to check and show the nuts.
Yeah, I mean, you're much more likely to get one bet if you just go ahead and bet, but he was really going for it, you know? He was trying to Johnny Chan, Eric Seidel, get him.
You just ship it all in for all the chips. No, but yeah, if the betting lead was reversed, the pot was definitely be a lot bigger.
Right, and that's what I thought it was. That's why I said that on the turn.
But, Mosin does have a 30 big blind advantage right now. The battle of the queens right now. So queen 6 versus queen 3. Should see a raise, and we do. Harrison has been showing that he likes to call these types of hands, suited hands with like 1 paint card. And instantly he does. So he flops a flush draw here, but Mosin actually picks up mid-pair of queen kicker.
Let's It's a good-looking middle pair because your opponent doesn't have an ace very often. You have a good kicker to go with it.
Yep.
Pretty dry board.
Now, we haven't seen any check raises yet, so it probably will be another check call, I imagine. It is another check call. So, let's see what the turn is. The turn's a 2. Actually gives Harrison an inside straight draw. A 5 will now make him the wheel. Mosin actually, I think, can bet here again and just check back the river. But he just likes to, opts to check back the river.
Both of these guys like to check back turns.
Yeah, they like to check back. They don't really like to fire, check back river style. Now, Harrison does have some showdown value, so he doesn't really need to always bluff this river. Yes, he should probably be bluffing here on the river too, because he does have queen high, but it does have showdown value, so I don't fault him for checking here. So we check, check. Had Harrison bet, I probably would snap it off the queen 6 though, from Mosin's point of view.
Yeah, I think so too.
This 7-8, you know, like 7-5 and some flush draws, right?
And it's just not an ace hardly ever, you know.
You can't really be worried about the jack too. Like, what guy has a jack in their hand, right? That check calls. So Harrison is losing some chips now. He's got a 12% disadvantage. He's got 7-4 suited this time. So it's going to be a raise and a call from the king deuce suited. Go ahead and see that flop. Any flop predictions, Scott?
Flop predictions?
You're the flop prediction
Red
guy.
or black, what are we betting?
That's what we got Scott here for, to predict.
Predictions.
Predict the flop.
Red for days.
That's red? Is it red? Getting us black.
Wow.
Dang, I stink.
Scott's terrible.
Well, so Scott's now busto from that. He just bet his whole roll.
Yeah, sorry guys. Gotta retire from poker. Lost my whole roll just now.
Well, Harrison's doesn't have anything, but it's a good board to continuation bet generally, although it is not going to work out for him this time. And Mosin's going to go ahead and check call. Top pair, no kicker. If a club comes off, he might bet again, but does not. So turn is an ace. I think we're going to expect Harrison to kind of just give up here. Again, like you said, they don't really bet the turn too often. They kind of bet the flop, check the turn, kind of do whatever on the river.
So when it's full ring, I think the ace is a good barrel card here because you can get your opponent to struggle with a king or a queen and probably fold. But heads up, they're just
people
not
are more
folding.
they're just so hesitant to fold like a king or a queen, right?
Right. So I just don't think that play is going to work in this spot. So I think it's a good move to shut it down.
So Mosin's, he knows he has the best hand. He just needs to decide, should I be betting here for value? He is going to bet. It is hard to get called here. But I mean, like, it's also probably hard to get bluffed at too. So he's just hoping he gets hero called by like Queen Jack right now.
Harrison did think about a bluff raise there. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but he has checked some big hands, so it could work.
Well, something good to know is that he did raise on the river, right, with ace-2, and it's a really random card to raise, and he actually showed ace-2. So if he really wanted to, he actually probably could get away with raising a random river when it goes check-check on a turn and just represent 2-pair. Like, I showed you I did have 2-pair.
Yeah.
I probably have 2-pair again. So something he might want to look for if he can. I think that's the last thing on his mind, to be honest. But
it might jump into his mind when the situation is presented, you know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got to open with the 9-6. 7 deuce suited. This is an interesting one. I think it's a fold, but it is suited. And
it is suited junk numbers, right?
Yeah, he likes to 3-bet the suited junk. But I don't think he's going to do it just because it's 7 deuce.
Hey, man, this is a sick hand, okay?
You know, he's thinking about it. Suited junk really is his cards. I think he might.
That might be the way he balances. He just always suited junk, just always 3-bets.
Suited junk numbers.
Wow.
Suited junk numbers is. I've got to read on Harrison, guys.
Yeah.
Let's go play heads up for rolls.
Amazing.
So 530, then quick takedown. Didn't even look. No bounty for him though. He didn't show his hand. If he showed his hand, he might get an extra little little bounty right there for 7 deuce game, but nope.
So my final table at Jacksonville, from the very first hand, someone suggested that we show one card every single hand, and we did throughout the entire show.
At the final table?
Yeah,
That's great. That's
Tell heads
great.
up we didn't do it anymore, but
right. No, that's great. You
I
get to
was
choose
amazed.
which card?
Yeah, you pick it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Really, like, it's always cool to see like fun ways to kind of keep the game fresh.
Yeah. Well, it's just surprising that everyone agrees to do it when there's that much money on the line. I was
That's, like,
surprised.
shocking.
What was the like the first prize?
$370.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Yeah.
So what about if you raised pre-flop and took it down?
I think you're supposed to show one. Yeah.
Wow. So like the aggressive people, they're getting like really
I mean,
obvious.
A little bit, yeah. They're showing down a 4 and stuff.
That's great.
Yeah.
The last Poker in America, we had like if it hits a certain dollar value, you have to show your hand.
Nice. I like that.
That's the whole one too.
Because if not, everyone will be watching the feed for 30 minutes later, right?
Stan Jablonski 3-bet another guy at the final table and showed a deuce. That was pretty good. It was a pretty funny spot. It was, it was like under the gun 1 too. It was crazy.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So Mosin with the chip lead right now. He's chipping away a little bit more. He's got ace queen suited. First one to act. He will get some action. Harrison's not folding 8-9 offsuit.
He's also not 3-betting because it's not suited junk.
It's not suited junk.
This would have been too good suited too.
If it was 9-8 suited, he probably went 3-bet. If it was 9-6 suited,
Yeah.
it's going in there. Or 9-5 suited. So we're going to go ahead and see a flop here. Mosin with a 65% chance to win this hand. Harrison's first one act flops to 8. And the way Mosin's been playing, he's been checking back his ace highs right now. So I expect to see this one go check, check. Oh, but he changes it up. He bets this time. A little bit interesting. Maybe because of the backdoor draw and the 2 overs, he feels like he's got more room to kind of put some pressure on some hands. So we're going to see a check call from Harrison. Turn is a 10.
That's the absolute nut card. The straight, and now we have the gut shot and flush draw.
So Mosin's looking for a 9, a king, or any diamond. Of course, he thinks an ace is probably good too, but it's not. Harrison's got a straight draw. He actually check calling now. He's leading here.
He's got to. Nobody barrels that card.
So basically, yeah, he's leading here because, you know, people don't really bluff unless they maybe have a diamond draw. Otherwise, they're just gonna check back. It's just kind of like turn your, I don't know, just go for some value, right? And he's gonna get called quickly here. So this should be interesting. Is he gonna hit? Is he gonna miss? He is going to miss.
Wanted to see a king there.
Harrison with 8-9. Is he going to value bet here or check? If he does check, Mosin's going to check back to ace queen high. I don't think it's a bad thing to actually consider a check to maybe try to get like the random diamond draws to bet at you. I don't know.
I don't think they bet very often.
Yeah, it's hard. It's kind of hard to get too much value when you hit the inside straight draw.
You could get called by a 10, maybe a jack.
So he is going to go to try to pick off the diamond draw or the king-queen draw. But it's going to go check, and Harrison loves to check it and show the really good hands on the river. The jack high straight.
And I think we're going up in levels again too, guys.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I just heard the timer. Yep, we did.
Yep, look at the ticker just drop down.
70 big blinds versus 53 big blinds. 123 big blinds in play.
That's a pretty big pot for Harrison there.
That was huge.
Yeah, that's a real nice
if he
one.
loses that one, he was down to 40 or something. That would have been a little rough.
Potentially could have made less if he didn't lead out. Say Mosin checks back the turn and it just sees the bet on the river. Like, oh, I just got ace high fold. You know, so one of the advantages of him leading out there. 50,000, 100,000, ante at 15,000 right now. These guys have got some heads-up experience of each other now. Time to go pick up some reads and like just go for it. Blinds are going up and queen 5 offsuit. Harrison's got queen 9 suited. I'm not too sure if Mosin's going to defend us. He hasn't shown signs he likes to defend these types of hands.
I would think he would call. But
I would probably call, but I've seen him fold like similar hands like this, so he does fold. So Harrison's going to go ahead and take that one down. 44%, 6% disadvantage right now. He's got a little trend going for him. Up 765,000 in the last 5 hands alone. Mosin with King Deuce offsuit against Ace 7 offsuit of Harrison. Looks like it's going to be a raise and a call is my best guess.
Raise 225.
So we are going to go ahead and see the flop. And he flops bottom pair. Mosin has caught up. He's got a 75% chance to win his hand. Like, let's see if he does continuation bet like you wanted to see him do, Tyler. And he is, like, you know, instead of just checking back here, because no one's check raising too often.
I don't think that Harrison's folding here.
I don't think he's folding either, because a lot of times people just don't have a 2 or 3 in their hand. They just kind of like fold them heads up, like 9 deuce offsuit, right? So actually, he's only worried about a jack, which is pretty hard to have in heads up play. So we do see a check and a call. He does pick up an inside straight draw. Mosin's probably going to check now, just try to get to showdown.
Yeah,
He does.
the 3 and the 4 are both.
Yeah, it kind of hits some of those straight draws out there.
Yeah.
And this should go check on a river. I don't expect Mosin to value bet too often because he's got to be a little bit worried. He might. No, he's going to check it back. King deuce.
King deuce for a pair of deuces for Harrison. King nine deuce spades. Flop a deuce, and he'll win this pot. Mosin strong and wins that pot.
All right, so Harrison's picked up ace king suited. It's going to go ahead and open this up. Mosin's definitely going to fold here. If he's folding queen 5 offsuit, he's not playing queen 4 offsuit.
I don't know, timing. He's a weirdo sometimes. I mean, he could probably mix in a 3-bet with some of those. He hasn't done that in a while.
He hasn't done it in a while. That was more of a full ring tape, a 6-handed game or a 5-handed game. But Mosin's probably pretty happy to kind of chip away right now. Guaranteed 192,000.
That takes a little bit of the stress away.
Yeah, until you find out you just made a bad play to lose $83,000.
Yeah.
Pocket queens, that's a good hand right here, but it's going to be over pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a 3-bet and win.
So about 600,000 is what I'm going to expect for the re-raise. Maybe 575, 600.
Yeah, I think I like 600.
All right, so he's going to reach for chips, and that is a total of
580. That's smaller than his 3-bets were before.
580. Well, they are getting a little bit shorter stack just from
the
increase in blinds.
680 was the bet, the raise amount, and that was a pot. 580 also was on it.
So first place is going to be 275,000. Runner-up is going to get 192,000. Action on Harrison, Queen 6 offsuit. He's going to raise here. I think Mosen's going to defend the king 3 offsuit. You know, he did fold like queen 4, queen 5 and things, but king 3, he might fold us though. I'm not too sure about Mosen. Nope. He is probably going to call here. So Mosen is going to do one of those kind of random re-raises that we're talking about. He's kind of just takes some momentum options to when he wants to re-raise a hand. He does do a good spot there. Re-raises king 3 offsuit to 650,000, takes that one down.
It's still so tight. It seems like Mosen's winning the battle, but they're still so close in chips right now.
Yeah, I think Mosen is getting a little bit, winning a little bit more of the pots, but very slowly, kind of like a big blind here.
Yeah.
2 big blinds here. It's going to add up slowly, but, you know, it's going to take some time. I would fold like a hand like this, I think, on the button a lot of times. But if you do know your opponent's, if it was reversed, I knew my opponent was folding like queen 4. I wouldn't mind raising the 8
I would
deuce.
definitely raise the deuce the 8 deuce if I saw that Mosen was folding all those times. Oh, he doesn't 3-bet. He goes to the 7-3 suited and he just calls
Yeah,
this
it just
time.
calls here. A little bit too strong, right? So he flops a pair of 3s, but Mosen's flopped a pair of 8s. So is this a lead out?
Yeah, he's tired of Mosen checking back so much.
That is definitely an adjustment that he's making. I don't mind it at all. I like that he's adjusting. But, you know, Mosen's not going anywhere with his top pair. Turn is a 10. Harrison's probably going to check here on the turn. Now, if I'm Mosen here, I'm going to value bet here. When someone leads out to me, into me, they probably don't have like top pair, just really strong kicker often, so I'm not too worried. Yeah, just let's bet out. Let's charge those straight draws. Let's charge those flush draws and those pair of 4s and pair of 3s.
I'd be a little bit concerned because you haven't seen too many leads, like some donk leads, so I'd be a little bit concerned that I might get check raised here.
I mean, I would be a little bit concerned, but let's not make too big of an assumption just yet until you see it, right?
Yeah,
I think
and it's not that big a deal. If you have to fold 8 deuce, it's not that big a deal.
Some people, they're like, oh, I'm afraid someone's going to do something, so I'm going to check. But it's not really the right thinking, per se, because you don't really have the proof yet, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So we do see a bet from Mosen. Now, Harrison's probably like, okay, I've got bottom pair. I played this hand a little funny. What do I do? But he's just going to give this one up.
That's a pretty good fold. I mean,
it's a nice fold.
You can definitely find reasons to call there.
Definitely could. It's a Mosen with 62% of the chips in play, 12% advantage. Harrison Gimbel still has 47 big blinds though. Go ahead and gives Mosen a walk. Mosen's going to be the first one at king 4 suit. He's going to raise, and Harrison's going to quickly give up this 7 deuce offsuit.
He only 3-bets the 7 deuce suited.
I mean, suit is a much better one to 3-bet with.
Yeah, that's
really is. On to the next hand, and Harrison Gimbel is going to be the first one to act here on the button. 2 junky hands.
We haven't seen very much of this, actually. It should be more of this.
Yeah, so he's going to give him a walk.
This has been quite the battle, really.
I mean, heads up really is about a lot of the small pots are important.
Yep. It's just slowly whittling down a few more big blinds at a time. Mo's doing a great job, man. Not that Gimbal's playing poorly either. He's just, you know.
No, he's playing great. He's
playing great.
You know, heads up. You just gotta beat the one last guy.
The end boss.
So, Mosen's going to go ahead and open 8-6 offsuit here. Now, is Harrison going to defend Queen 5 offsuit? We've seen Mosen.
I think he will.
We've seen Mosen fold these hands, but Harrison's got a different strategy here. He's going to go ahead and call like you expected. They both do not flop anything. Mosen likely to continuation bet here, but he does check back this time, going for a delayed continuation bet possibly. Now Harrison here, Queen 5 checks. Is Mosen going to fire, or is he going to wait again on the river? Nope, he's going to go ahead and reach for chips now. And Harrison folds the best hand. The little straight draw there.
Kind of surprised by that quick fold.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would have threw in some chips somewhere. Whether it's I bet out myself or call. I'm not sure which one I prefer.
I guess he thinks that Mo's checkbacks are always some kind of value. Or
Like,
not, maybe not always, but that he's not checking back air.
Well, my name is Randy Liu, and we got Scott Ball and, of course, Tyler Patterson in the booth doing the guest commentary for you guys here for the Thunder Valley Final Table WPT.
Rolling Thunder, the last event of the California Swing.
So a little bit dry action right now, a little bit of raise and takes, folds. Blinds are 50, 100,000.
Mo's almost got a 2-to-1 now.
Yeah, he's got a big chip lead on Harrison Gimbal.
These guys combined for $8.5 million in earnings.
Yeah, they'll get to 10 million soon enough, right?
Very soon.
By the end of the year, maybe. So more junky hands for both of them. Mosen wasn't. Well, he's the first one to act, so he's gonna go raise the Queen 5. I don't think Harrison's gonna play the 10-5 offsuit, but no, he's not gonna play this one. Harrison Gimbal, second place right now, 42 big blinds. He's got only 34% of the chips in play. The chip leader, 66% in heads up, 81 big blinds. It's really chipping Harrison down right now. Ace 4 versus Ace King. There should be a raise and a re-raise. I'm not exactly 100% sure that Harrison's going to fold to the re-raise of Ace 4, but Mosen hasn't been re-raising a ton. So he might be able to get away from this. But, you know, Harrison might be a little frustrated, too. He feels like I'm just kind of getting chipped down a little bit. Maybe I need to make a stand. We will see. But Mosen's going to make the re-raise here.
This, I mean, if you have any 4-bets in your range that are not for value, this is...
You want to use like a weak ace because it blocks the ace, right? The hands that people would get it all in with.
It blocks the ace, and it's a hand that you don't really want to call this 3-bet with. It's just hard to play. You don't get a lot of value out of it. So I don't like his stack for it because 30 big blinds is a good spot to just shove for.
Right, with 40, he's
40's
like...
40's a little awkward.
What's he got to make it like 13 big blinds and then fold and be left with like
ugly.
26? And
yeah.
So he just lets that one go.
I definitely don't do that every time or anything, but you do need to mix in some bluffs. Otherwise, the 3-bets just get away with it too much, and they fold to your 4-bets too much. So
right. I mean, it's important to kind of like always have the ability to do all the different moves. They actually show signs of it, right? So Ace 5 suited here. is going to be a raise over to Harrison with this 3-something. 3 of clubs and it's a call. We don't know his other holding, but
It's not the 9 of clubs because it would have been 3-bet.
and this also would have been top pair, so that's unlikely. He goes check, check. Turn is going to be a 10. Harrison, we don't know his other card. He doesn't even know his other card. He's going to check. Oh, I thought he was going to look at his cards. So we got 4-3 suited, pair of 4s, and it's going to check, check again. Wilson's getting to see all 5 cards very often with these like showdown hands. It's pretty good. Check, check on the river should be happening, and didn't have to put any extra pots besides chips in besides the pre-flop, right? So it's pretty nice when you got like a showdown value hand.
I feel like him getting to showdown so often with these hands that just have good showdown has been, for so cheap, has been a big part of this match actually.
Yeah, it's very important if you can do that. Over to Harrison Gimbal, Jack 5 off. So he's up against pocket jacks right here. Should be a raise and re-raise and fold. But I think he's Harrison's going to try to mix up his strategy and just call here on the button. The stacks are getting a little bit shorter here. Maybe he wants to kind of like keep the stacks a little bit deeper. And I like how you always love it when the first time someone limps, you pick up a hand. Maybe it looks like a bluff.
So that's going to probably shut limping down.
Yeah, I think Harrison's he needs to now either stick to this limping strategy or go back to what he was doing before. Really kind of like throws your mind off, right? Like I'm gonna do a counter. Oh, immediately countered, right? Like you didn't even like get a chance to kind of test it out. I mean, Mosin is picking up some of the better hands right now. He's not getting paid off with them, but he is chipping up slowly. Mosin's going to raise here.
This could be the one.
This could be a re-raise, but I think when he takes a little bit of time, this is when he considers it. Otherwise, he would have called by now, right? It's not folding. But 10 deuce suited. I think he is going to go for those re-raising chips.
He loves number, stupid.
Yeah, number cards that aren't really well connected.
I mean, it is actually an interesting way to balance.
Well, it's basically he either has a really good hand or he's got a really bad hand.
Yeah.
So it's a very polarizing strategy, and he is going to go reach for chips.
You might as well make it suited bad hands just to add a little bit.
Yeah, well, he is 3-betting here. 680,000. Now Mosin, he's like, no, he's gonna let that one go. King 9 also, so nice takedown by Harrison. 10 deuce suited. I'll tell you this: if Mosin had a suited King 9, he's not folding here.
No way.
He's not folding. But King. Sometimes when you just got an offsuit hand, you're like, fine, shrug. Even though my hand is okay, but it's not great. So Harrison Gimbal trying to prove to everyone right now, this is why I have 3.5 million in earnings. Mosin's picking up ace king suited. Now he hasn't ever gotten. Well, he just wins that.
He got 2 walks with ace king.
He's gotten like ace king
That's
like
so sick.
4 or 5 times in his heads up match, but really has not earned more than like a pre-flop raise.
Right.
He's got dealt jacks, but then just kind of. So he's getting dealt the better cards, and he's chipping up a little bit through that, but just not like ending tournaments with it right now.
Mm-hmm.
So we got Mosin, first one at Queen 7 suited. It's going to be a raise and take.
They're asking about the next blind level.
Yep.
Probably means there's a break coming soon.
The next blind level should be 120,000, I believe.
I would guess.
66% of the chips in play.
2-1.
Carson's getting dealt some really bad cards right now. Showed him a king, I believe. She's like, yeah, ace king, not.
Ace king again?
So Moson's got queen jack. Harrison's got a playable hand here. Ace 5 offsuit. Expect to see a raise and a call. So look at that.
Wow.
Quad buys for Harrison.
Oh, let's get a queen or a jack on the turn.
Wow. That is one sick flop. Flopping quads with just one card. Well,
and your opponent bets.
Oh, you should have lead out there, right? So your opponent has bet. Mosin has bet 150,000. Harrison's going to go ahead and check call here. Try to represent like queen high or king high. Looks like a weak hand. Turn is 6. Gonna see a check from Harrison. Mosin, I think, just needs to just check back this turn.
Probably, but you could get king high to fold if you bet the turn.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, queen jack has a lot of showdown value too.
Yeah,
because your opponent is probably gonna call like queen 10, right? Queen 9. So he's gonna have to show his quads pretty soon. Yeah, look at that smile.
Look at him, he hates it.
Yeah. It's like every time there's a ghost check on the river, like when Harrison shows a hand, it's like full house plus, right?
Yeah.
Or like something really crazy.
You really needed a queen or a jack there.
Mosin's done a really good job at not blasting off chips meaninglessly on those spots too, and just checking back when he has any.
Kind of like doing like a one and done.
Yep.
One and done style. Guarantee 192,000 right now.
And Harrison just kind of letting him do it. You know what I mean? Hasn't really.
Well, 8-6 offsuit.
Found a way to combat it yet.
Mosin's probably going to defend king 5. This is a tad better than queen 5 offsuit. We saw him re-raise with like king 3 or king 4 earlier.
Yeah, it was king 3. He both folded and 3-bet it.
Oh, we saw this one go. I'm really not in love with that one. I think queen 5, okay, maybe I can start to justify a little bit, but king 5 is a little bit. I'm not in love with that play. Maybe Mosin just doesn't want to play out of position too much.
I mean, he definitely doesn't.
Without the betting lead. I mean, momentum is on his side, though. Really seems to be one of the big factors of how Mosin's been playing. He's got ace jack. Should be a raise and fold.
Yep.
Raise 225. Raise 225 and win the pot.
Was they drinking out of a tin can or something?
He's got
He's
the nuts.
eating peanuts. Yeah.
Okay. You can eat the nuts, get dealt the nuts. Let's see if it works. Eat the nuts, get dealt. Come on, the nuts. Queen 9, okay, not quite there, but he's gonna open and Mosin's gonna fold this 7-3.
They're talking about talking with your mouth full.
Yeah. Year supply of
Did Jocko win it?
probably. Did you have some of his almonds?
No, I heard he got like a year's supply. Could be wrong.
They used-
year's supply of almonds.
They used to do that. They had like the Blue Diamond Player of the Day or something like that. I don't remember if it was.
Really?
Yeah, that was real. I don't know if it was World Series or WPT, but they really did have.
Well,
that
I heard a
promotion.
rumor that if you banked 275K, you could afford to buy diamond almonds for a year.
So Harrison's go ahead and call the 8-5 suited against a Jack Deuce. Flops a pair of fives. Is Mosin going to continuation bet here? Nope, he does not. Turn is a deuce, so I don't expect him to fold turn. But Harrison's
He
really...
was probably going to do another delayed seed bet like he did before, but...
River's 2-pair.
Then he hit a pair. So he
Harrison
didn't.
gave away some free cards and let him catch up.
Yeah, I don't really like that turn check by Harrison there.
Especially when a 2 rolls off, because it's just it makes your hand so much safer. So Mosin is bet 250,000. Harrison needs to decide what to do here. He's gonna let that one go. It's a flop bottom pair. Didn't put a single additional chip in post flop.
He did fold the river at least, but I would have liked to see a bet on the turn.
Like a bet somewhere.
Yeah.
Like if you're checking the turn, it's kind of like you think your opponent's gonna bet a decent amount.
Call. It was a
But
call.
Yeah, maybe he thought that the 3 flush would just induce a bet always, or a lot.
Let's see if he got the lifetime supply.
I got the 1 year supply. I don't think it was lifetime. It was 1 year.
1 year.
Over to Harrison. Gimbal of ace-4 offsuit. He's going to raise this one up. Now, I'd be quite surprised if Mosin folds queen-deuce suited.
I mean, I can't imagine he's doing that, but he has made bigger folds than we expected.
Yeah. Okay, no, he's not. He's going to go ahead and make the call.
Flops a flush draw.
Harrison does have ace-high and a backdoor flush draw.
And, yeah, gut shot, too.
Turn is 3.
Double gutter.
And Mosin's reaching for chips. He's gonna
Certainly going to get a call.
bet. Now Harrison here. What does he do? He's got ace high, an inside straight draw. That's not a good one. Like, are you calling here?
I would definitely be calling there.
Yeah, I mean, at least you beat some like straight draws like 10-9, Jack-9.
Yeah.
Room to improve.
An ace could be good.
Well, the club is not going to be good for Harrison. Mosin has rivered him. The queen high flush draw. If I'm Mosin here, I am going to bet though to try to get called by a 5, which Harrison doesn't have, but you need to be going for these value bets. So he's going to bet again.
He bet big. 6 or 7. 725. It's huge.
I mean, Mosin has done this in the past, these pot-sized bets, trying to like look like it's kind of a bluff. Though we do know it's a good hand. It's really tanking here.
Yeah, he's not just giving this one up.
He's going to lay that one down. So
Good
pot
fold
size
again.
bets have been working out in Mosin's favor. Wouldn't mind seeing him switching up to like a value pot size bet.
Right.
And we just hit level up.
20,000.
Well, it's not a break, huh?
120, 20.
It's a pretty commanding lead at this point.
Yeah, it's down to under 40 big blinds. Still has most everything in your arsenal when you're playing heads up. So it doesn't really change what you're doing with the hands as far as opening and 3-betting ranges, I don't think.
It's been a methodical match, though. It's been pretty fun to watch. Nothing crazy, just solid play all around.
Yeah. Like, it's pretty hard to call a 3-bet when you have this stack now, so
yeah,
that might induce Mosin to start 3-betting a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you do end up calling a 3-bet, the flop decisions become so critical, it makes it really tough to do anything but play straightforward. See if Mosin takes a page out of Gimbel's book and 3-bets here. I think he probably just folds.
Mosin does have those kind of moves, though. I'll fold that one. So Harrison Gimbel has picked up a little pot there.
Did the blinds go up to 6120 now?
They did.
Yeah, so 6120, the blinds shrunk. There's now 102 big blinds in play. 70 big blinds to Mosin. 32 big blinds for Gimbel.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, those numbers they just showed were pre blind raise.
Mm-hmm.
So Mosin with 8-6 offsuit. So Harrison with 8-6 offsuit is probably going to defend here.
Yeah, I think it ends up just being a call. It's if you 3-bet, the stack size is pretty weird.
61.
So we got 320,000. Raised at 260,000. I'm gonna go ahead and see a flop.
So he did just call.
So A6 versus 8-6, and
oh, tough
top
one.
pair both have a little straight draw there.
Tough one for Harrison.
I don't expect Harrison to fold the flop.
Right, having had him dominated, this is gonna be rough.
11.5% chance to win this hand. So Harrison decides to check call to flop. The turn is a king. There is no heart draw for either player. See a check from Harrison. I think I would like to see a bet from Molson because, you know, the heart he doesn't like to see. He usually has the best hand, but he just checks it back. He is going with that check back strategy. And the river is a jack. Probably going to be a check from Harrison. But, you know.
Moson's pot control has been so good in this matchup as he got a little lead. He's just been so solid.
Yeah.
He's literally not been playing any big pots at all.
So goes check and Molson's gonna check back here and he's gonna win this pot 8-6.
Yeah, we've been hammering on him a little bit about not value betting in those spots, but I think that one's probably okay. You're not going to get called by worse too often when the king and the jack roll off and the flush card too.
And like the other numbers are kind of pretty low.
Yeah.
So he's only got 28 big blinds now. This can be fireworks pretty soon.
Yeah.
The blinds have gone up to 120,000. Harrison Gimbel has been chipped away. Needs to look for a spot to make a move soon, or he's going to run out of chips.
He's been a little bit unlucky. I think he's run into a little bit.
Yeah, he's kind of been running into like, I mean, he's not out of the tournament, so he hasn't been spewing chips away. So that's a good sign when you're not doing so well. But it's not over yet. Still have a good amount of big blinds, 27. You know, he's got 4th place in his event last year.
That's so amazing. He was 4th last year, and then
at least 2nd place here. Mosen, he's going for his 3rd WPT title right now. So they are both got some goals right now, and of course, $275,000 for first is amazing. $190,000 guaranteed for 2nd place.
Entry into the Tournament of Champions also.
That's the real highlight, right? Just try to get your name on that trophy.
Yeah.
I mean, Scott's been trying to do that all stream. Still hasn't happened. Got a raise from Mosen here, and Harrison in the big blind. Don't see his cards just yet.
Well, they're pre-flop tanks. This is usually means a 3-bet.
But he is running out of chips, so this might be a real hand this time.
He hasn't had a big hand in a long time, it feels like.
Yeah, I don't see him 3-betting with
he's gone all in.
Junk when you're jamming.
Quick fold from Mosen. Don't know what Harrison had there. Maybe a little pocket pair. Make a lot of sense.
Yeah, he's 10 kind of hand. I mean, that's not going to be a 3-bet like with the suited junk anymore when he's talking when it's just a jam.
Yeah. I mean, he chipped up a little bit just there, though, so potentially. I think he'd rather do that when he's had like 40 big blinds plus.
Yeah.
Ace-9 suited, it's a good hand, but Mosen's not going to play back at him with 6-3 offsuit.
No, he's just going to pick up the blinds and antes.
No, Mosen's probably thinking like, okay, I'm getting real close to chipping him down even more, and then let's just hang in there. Let's not give away big blinds here and there.
Nah, he just wants to pick up a hand when
he
jams.
You know, catch him off guard and just win this tournament.
Both these guys have played so well all day today, just to get to this point.
Crazy thing is, if Harrison doubles now, they flip spots. You know,
totally.
He's got the chip lead, so it feels like it's an overwhelming chip lead or a commanding lead, but it's really a pretty close game still.
Yeah, and they definitely still have room to make some moves or pick up some hands. There's time still remaining.
Man, 30 big blinds is heaps.
Mosen with the Queen-6 offsuit. It's going to make a raise. Now, this is kind of a Harrison re-raising hand, but his stack is getting shorter, so he might not do it.
I don't think he'll do it. I'm not sure he'll even call. I think he'll probably call.
But it is that Harrison-type hand.
It is.
It is. If he's going to do it as this hand, oh, God, he's thinking about it.
Wow, is he? He might be.
He loves it. It's gonna work. Can he pull the trigger?
He does have enough to 3-bet and fold, so
he does.
It could still be one of those hands.
He wants to so bad. I think he's gonna do it. He's never done this and folded, right?
Right. So I like. I'd rather have a blocker when I'm gonna make this 3-bet and fold play, which with like King
Harrison
5
doesn't need
or Queen
blockers.
5.
He needs suited blockers.
Wow, yeah.
It's a heart draw blocker right now. He's gonna go make the re-raise here. So a re-raise.
Don't think Mo's really thinking about it, is he?
Well, Mosen's gonna let this one go. 790,000. It's a pretty big re-raise, actually.
All right, so for those of you at home, that's how you balance your 3-betting range. Just if you have two cards between a 10 and a deuce and they're suited,
and they can't be too closely connected.
Right. They have to be. It's
like
at least
like
a three-gapper.
Not even a straight draw potential.
That's how you balance your 3-betting range. Heads up.
Basically, that's the only way to do it, right?
Well, it's working for Harrison.
It's actually been so sick. What?
I mean, I like to mix in some light 3-bets when I'm playing heads up, but I don't really have a rhyme or reason. I kind of do it like motion. Like every once in a while, king 3 is a fold. Every once in a while, it's
Like
3-bet.
a good timing kind of thing.
Yeah.
No, but Harrison's actually more going on the type of cards he's get dealt.
Yeah, it's
different
it's
style.
random. It's randomized or it's balanced by that instead.
Well, Harrison has opened. Mosin has folded some hands like this pre-flop. Maybe he's changing his mind this time with the king 4. Oh, he's going for the re-raise. You know, you re-raise me, I'm going to re-raise you. That's what he's going to think. There's 700,000 chips. The Mosin really is that kind of game flow type player.
Yeah.
That's up.
Well, and he has the king blocker, which is nice. It's just one extra thing they can't have.
I mean, he made a re-raise with king 3, king. Maybe he's got a little game system going on in his head too. Just can't figure out what it is. But nice takedown.
In that
by
case,
Mosin.
it's a pretty sick system.
Yeah.
Every other king 3 and every other king 4.
Yeah.
I actually really might adapt Harrison's 3-bet balancing. I really like it.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on in that tie? Oh, how about the Champions Cup? Maybe we should look at that instead.
Bottom left corner.
Look close.
Oh, come on. Let's go down more. Oh, down more. Oh. So we got Mosin here, king 4 offsuit. It's going to raise this one up.
Does your defending range get tighter at this point when you're down to 30 big blinds?
It does and it doesn't.
Okay.
As weird as it sounds, because like when you get really short, you have reason to kind of like just flop something and just go with it too.
Right.
So there is a sweet spot somewhere where you just kind of get a little bit tighter, but then when it gets even lower than that, then you start to get looser again.
Yeah.
So it's a very interesting way to look at it.
I get that.
So Harrison has defended 10-6. So Mosin taking that pot down. So 2 premium hands right here. Harrison's got the better hand. Ace King. Mosin can play this hand multiple ways, either with a re-raise or a call.
The re-raise can even be all in. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't like it. But you don't want to re-raise and then fold.
Yeah, so it's kind of a tricky spot.
I think
it's
he's
kind
just
of
gonna
you want to
call.
look at your opponent's stack size to kind of determine the best play. That's what he's doing right now. He eyeballs it, and looks like he's going to go with the call play because of how many chips he has. It's a little awkward.
Right.
So actually probably saves him a bit here, unless he flops a jack. And actually flops pretty decent here.
He could end up winning this pot. This is going to be tough for Harrison.
I think Harrison's kind of like, man, do I continuation bet here? I do have a backdoor draw. Do I check? Both have merits. But if it goes check and say a 7 rolls off, Mosin's winning this pot.
Yeah, I think so too.
But Harrison's going to opt for the bet. So really is up in the air on who's going to win this one.
I mean, this is a great time for the first check raise bluff of the whole thing.
Yeah, for sure.
But you know what? I don't think it's happening.
No.
I think Mosin's going to check call.
I think so too.
So
actually, the check raise bluff in this spot could ruin your equity because if you get jammed on, you're gonna have to fold. And that's
yeah, and you're like,
no
just
good.
so I actually kind of like the check call here.
Yeah, me too.
And the turn is a 2. So we're going to see another check from Mosin. Harrison probably is going to check back here on the river, and it's going to get pretty interesting. A lot of different situations could happen. King Jack kind of has showdown value too, but it has a chance to turn his hand to bluff. It has a chance to catch up. There's many things that can really happen here.
This is going to be such a tough spot for Harrison to call if it's a brick here.
It's a 4. Now, Mosin, if he bets here, he might take. This doesn't guarantee he takes it down.
Betting is a little awkward though because you're only trying to get ace highs to fold. That's it. You know.
So he's gonna win this pot.
Yeah, because he has enough showdown value that he can just turn it over and win a lot.
Mm-hmm.
There's just not enough hands to try to bluff.
So I mean, he's gotta be happy he didn't re-raise that pot. He would have lost more chips.
Ace king.
Harrison's probably like, whoa, got called and flop and still won. Check down. That's sweet.
Yeah, that's gotta feel really good.
So 2-1 chip advantage for Mosin. From Chicago.
Ace king was king jack. What was there? Ace high was the
This thing could still flip flop 4 times. People could double up. I mean, this really could go on for hours.
It could go on for hours. And Mosin's going to go ahead and start with a raise. Now, Harrison has been calling with these types of hands, and he is reaching for chips.
calls for different.
And flops really well here. Trip 9s for Harrison. He's going to set the trap by checking. And Mosin has decided to check here. We've seen him do this with some 8 high type hands. He actually pairs up now in turn. So he's going to lose some chips. Harrison's going to decide, do I bet or do I check and try to induce? Last time he checked here, but maybe he's like, well, it didn't work out last time. I'm going to bet this time. He is going to bet. It's a really strong hand. Mosin's very unlikely to fold.
Wow, what a player.
Mosin's
God.
he's got great.
Live read maybe?
Yeah, I guess he's thinking like.
Harrison looks a little frustrated, to be honest.
Yeah, he's really outplaying him right now.
He just folded an 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, without even thinking about it. I mean, he's just really got a good intuition. Like Harrison doesn't bluff certain kind of boards, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
When it goes check check.
It's gonna be really interesting after the break to see how they both adapt their plays.
If they're, I mean, they're not necessarily talking to people about it. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, you would think though, right?
I would think they would be, but
yeah.
I don't know.
At least getting information right, how they utilize their information.
Well, Harrison's the first one to act. 8-6 suited. He's going to raise this one up. Mosin's been showing signs to just fold his hand pre-flop. It's okay to actually see a flop, but I think he's going to fold here. Yeah. He is.
Kind of surprised to see that Mosin is tighter in the blinds heads up than most players.
Mm-hmm. Like the more aggressive player, like when he's full. I mean, heads up, he's confused maybe. No, no, but Mosin's playing really well.
Wonder if either of these guys have any seconds in any big tournaments.
That he just one of them's going to get a second place today if they don't have one already.
There's a first time for everything.
Uh-huh. That's the first time they don't want.
That's what you're here for, Scott.
Boom, got him.
So Mosin's got 8 deuce offsuit here. He's going to let this one go.
That's definitely the worst joke I've ever said in my life.
No chance.
So Harrison is the first one to act. He's up against Ace-Jack. Ace-Jack's going to re-raise him. Should be the end of this hand. Pretty straightforward. Expecting a re-raise to around 700,000 is what he did last time, I believe.
Yep, that sounds about right.
You know, no one's actually, whenever someone has re-raise, they kind of just have always taken it down pre-flop, almost always, besides the very beginning of the heads-up play. So
there's a couple of like the Queen Jack and King Queen that Mosen defended. I can't think of a 3-bet.
But generally, it's been getting through like pretty easily. So like, it kind of looks like someone's making moves on you, but you've never seen their hand,
right?
Like, so you have no idea. So
I don't
really
think Harrison has opened and then called a 3-bet yet, but Mosen hasn't 3-bet very many times.
So Mosen should be taking this one down pre-flop.
Harrison played that hand so many times earlier. We were talking
7-3?
about that. Yeah.
When it was full ring, Harrison was actually the one that was the tightest of defending blinds.
Yeah.
So the moral of the story is these two heroes are very tight in the blinds, so we should all just
just fold the
start
big
folding
blind.
more. Yeah,
fold the big blind.
Go back to those days.
Now Harrison's picked up King Jack offsuit. Mosen big blind Ace 5 offsuit. Definitely going to see a flop.
Call.
Yeah, I expect Mosen to just call here, especially the way he's been playing. So he is going to make the call. Off to the flop. There's a 5 on the flop. So Mosen pairs his 5s. Harrison doesn't have any backdoor flush draws, so he's just going to give this one up on the flop.
And King Jack of diamonds would be.
Turn is an 8, so it gives Harrison a little straight draw, but Mosen does have the nut flush draw to pair his 5s, so usually you're not happy with pair 5s, but when you got a nut flush draw to back yourself up, feeling pretty good about it now.
It's an interesting spot to bet.
Yeah, I think there's merit to. We just showed him a diamond.
I think it's a diamond.
Yeah. I guess it's kind of like, yeah, I don't mind checking, to be honest, but maybe he thought he could make a better hand fold.
Yeah, maybe not on that street, maybe on the next street.
Yeah, it's a lot of, can't really fault it. So yeah, my name is Randy Liu, here with Scott Ball. Of course, our guest commentator, Tyler Patterson's in the house. The guest commentator. So Mosen here of King Queen offsuit. Harrison's got a pretty playable hand here.
This is going to be a raise and a call.
The way it's been going now, it's been raise and call. Indeed, that's what's going to happen. The queen would make it a little bit dicey. So they both flop straight draws here. They kind of need each other's card at the moment to make this straight. I don't expect them to. I don't expect Harrison to fold Queen 10 here. I expect him to check call.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a call.
Can easily have the best hand. If you don't have the best hand, you've got a lot of outs usually. So you can turn into a bluff later. There's a lot of ways to play this pot. So it looks like he is going to go for the check call. The turn is a 7. They both brick off here. We're going to see a check from Harrison.
Probably
Probably is check because you don't expect anyone to fold an ace or a jack right now. So the river is a king, so he makes it straight. But Mosen, he won't lose a lot of chips in this pot because he just has a pair of kings. So that's kind of the good news for Mosen. But let's see, is Harrison going to go for a check raise or a bet himself?
Well, the jack would probably pay off, but probably wouldn't bet. The king might bet.
Yeah, so he's trying to figure out, okay, what am I getting paid off with? Would they bet if I check? And he's decided that they wouldn't bet if he checks, so he's going to bet out himself to get value.
Yeah. Mo's made some hero folds.
I mean, yeah, Mosen's played great poker. No, he's going to make a call. He's not going to make this hero fold this time.
That's 2 hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit two hero. Your opponent could have like king 10, you know, and value bet worse.
There's not a lot of hands that he's betting worse, really. I mean, really only kings. I guess maybe he's value betting a jack, but I kind of doubt it.
He could potentially be turning the 4 into a bluff, but you don't know if they're going to do that. But if I'm trying to create a hand that's worse, that's like the only few hands.
So he really could fold.
So you could potentially fold if you know your opponent really well. But most things like, look, I got the second best kicker. I mean, I got the best
it's a
kicker.
Really good hand. So folding.
You know, I'm not going to make the best. I'm not going to make crazy folds all the time. Just sometimes. So Harrison is chipped up a little bit against Molson.
Folded the 8 and the mystery card.
Well, we know it wasn't suited.
I mean, it only takes one decent-sized pot, and now we're basically back to 60-40. I mean, a little bit better than that for Mosin.
So Mosin here with the ace-5 offsuit. Bringing in for a raise. Up against ace-10 suited. I believe Harrison's going to re-raise his hand. The question is, what is Mosin going to do to react to that? No, I guess Harrison's going to just call here. I kind of like a re-raise, but I don't know. Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I
think ace-10 suited is a little bit too good, right?
Yeah, I think a re-raise is
the dream.
Well, he's flopped really well here. But Mosin's going to check down his ace highs like he's been doing. And now he has got the nut flush. Mosin's picked up an inside straight draw.
That card is so small that if Mosin was checking back value, he might bet here.
He might, but I think the way Mosin's playing, he would, if he did get checked him, he would check it back. And
Yeah, he has been doing that a lot, so that's just no good for Harrison.
And Mosin just lets that one go really quickly.
Do you guys know who won the California Swing points? You know those points for that?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, I'm hearing Matt Savage is going to present that here in a little bit.
Yep. What is there like a prize for it? Do you know what the prize is?
I don't know what the prize is. I know there is one, and I know there. It's just the three WPTs. Whoever performed the best in all three of them combined.
And you have to play all three.
You had to play all
skip
three.
One.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's not one of these two guys then, right? You can't present to them while they're playing.
Yeah, well, I don't think so.
Well,
that'd be so sick.
Harrison go ahead and raises pocket threes. Mosin should be playing his queen 4 suited, and he is. They are just about a coin flip in this hand. So we got check on flop. Mosin doesn't have anything. Does he want to take a stab here? Nope, he's going to give it up. Harrison with a pair of threes is going to go to showdown. One more card to go. The king on the river. The way Mosin hasn't really been stabbing at these pots in his heads-up play, so I expect him to just kind of check it down.
I mean, you can get ace high to fold here and pocket threes.
Well, it looks like he is going to reach for chips. So I like this. You know, get like probably a 6 to fold too. Especially if you haven't been showing signs of bluff here.
Yeah.
So a nice bet from Mosin.
Physically, he did look different there than he has so far. I wonder if Harrison picked up on that.
It was like something was interesting.
There was like a weird tank. Huh?
It was like more aggressive too, the way he threw his chips out.
Yeah.
But I don't think Harrison was paying attention when he was actually. He kind of looked at him after the chips came out, so he probably didn't even notice anything.
We haven't seen anybody make this call or really even this bluff yet. Like this, after the hand's over, make a bluff
like
to
the
get
frequency has been really low too.
Yeah. Harrison really wants to call here, which is surprising.
Yeah, well, Mosin has correctly identified that he does have a weak showdown hand.
Oh, he raised.
He does the raise. It's funny, we're talking about like the random raise on the river with the weak action on turn.
I mean, it makes sense though, because that king is such a great card to barrel.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Sick play.
I mean, we've seen him do that with, you know, 2-pair on river with the ace-2 earlier. Makes sense.
Wow, look at this. All right, now we're going to have another 15-minute break, guys, and we'll come back. It's about a 10 big blind difference now, so it should be interesting when we come back.
In every battle, there's the hero, the guy who wins riches beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Then there's everybody else. Which one are you? Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
And we're back. Sick first hand to get heads up.
Yeah, it could be over right now.
Well, Mosin's raised, and Harrison's obviously going to re-raise here.
Let's see
Pocket
the
aces.
flop come. King 3, deuce of hearts, turn ace of spades.
That should do it.
So Harrison's going to re-raise here. The question is, what is Mosin going to do? Is he going to call, or is he going to re-raise again? This is heads up, so ace-9 suited is usually a premium hand right now, but he only has 11% chance to win. They have exactly
oh my goodness.
the same chip stack besides
battle.
one big blind. Harrison has re-raised to 410,000. I think Mosin's going to call here. I think when you just start heads-up play, you don't really go out of hand and start 4-betting and just calling it off all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I expect a call. And he is
Hey, Scott, I'll give you motion, and I'll take Harrison to win the tournament.
So sick.
Oh, no, wait, maybe not.
Well, so...
That's actually a really interesting flop.
You know, Mosin does have middle pair.
They
He's
both
got
have backdoor flush
backdoor
draws.
flush draw. And Harrison has checked pocket
Wow.
aces. This actually might cause Mosin to
I wonder why.
not lose a really massive pot, possibly. Mosin's probably going to bet the flop and reevaluate on the turn. Maybe Harrison actually has not checked. Well, someone's confused.
Yeah, the graphics said check, but he had.
Okay, so
I
he
was
is now
wondering
betting.
about that. That seems like a strange spot to check.
540,000. It's a lot of chips.
They tricked us, guys. They got us.
They got us. But
They capped us, sorry.
Mosin's definitely going to call here in position, looking for the 9, the ace, or the heart. He's also expecting to have the best hand most of the time. I mean, I like to see some fireworks, so got to call here. An ace would really, really change
Wow.
that.
Oh,
Turn
that's
is
a
an
big
8
card.
of hearts. So more chips are probably going into this turn.
I don't know about that. Harrison might shut it down. That's
Harrison
such a bad
might
card.
check it down. He might bet it too. You can't fault him either way. If he does check though, Mosin might check this back on the turn too. So
This is ridiculous. This is the first hand.
I
like that.
This is really insane.
Mosin's like, I'm gonna hit that heart. So Harrison is going to check here. He's going to play a little bit slow because they're so deep.
If I'm Mo, I usually check here because a lot of good cards can come, and
yeah, so
you're
he does
also
check.
deceiving. You know, your hand can get paid better.
River is a king. The good thing about, well, your opponent can check better hands like aces, kings, and queens here. You're like a little bit scared, right? So ace
It
9.
could also earn you a bet on the river.
Yeah. Now the river is a king. I would love to see Harrison bet here rather than check.
Me too.
You know, if someone had a bluff, they probably would have bet the turn. Wow, he went check, check.
Wow,
Mo
like,
knows.
wow.
He knows
Yeah.
that could have
I
been a
didn't bet the
really,
turn.
really big pot.
I really don't like the check there by Harrison, though.
On the river?
Because, you know, if your opponent has a draw, they're probably going to bet the turn, right? Like, so he has showdown value. You know this. Hasn't been really re-raising with junky cards. He's kind of just been seeing flops. So I actually wouldn't want to 4-bet Harrison at the moment.
That makes sense, yeah. Well, he did do it with the 9-6 suited.
Right, he did do it with the 9-6
suited. But he didn't
suited.
get to see that.
And so we got a raise from Mosin. Maybe Harrison's going to make another move here. 7-3 suited. Likes some suited numbered cards. I think he is going to reach for chips whenever he does this kind of motion. So he is now getting out of line. But Mosin's got a good hand here. He's definitely not folding. 530,000 chips in the pot.
Yeah, it's the second time he's pretty much gotten out of line.
Mosin should be calling here. You don't want to re-raise and to get blown off your hand when it's this good. So they both flop nothing. Harrison is definitely going to continuation, but if he's re-raising 7-3 suited, you're not going to hit too well. And when you flop, you know, a paired board that's low, you should just be betting here.
Sure.
Get your opponent to fold like Jack 10, Queen Jack, hands like this.
Do you think motion folds?
That's the question.
Sure.
Is does Mosin? I don't fault him for ever calling here because you got the backdoor flush draw helps a ton. Now he can also be thinking, well, I'm just going to fold because I just got queen high. I hope he doesn't instant fold, which he doesn't. So this is good to see that he's at least aware and thinking about it. He is going to make the call, so. So now we've got some real poker going on here. Like they're just like duking out with really bad hands. And the turn is a jack. That's great for Mosin. But Harrison doesn't have anything. I think Harrison's giving up here. If he at least had a heart draw, he can consider barreling again, just with an overcard coming. But he has nothing.
Yeah, he has no.
Yeah, he's giving up here.
No draw at all.
Now, if I'm Mosin here, I'm betting. Like, usually when someone 3-bets me and bets this flop and checks this turn, they're not looking to check raise.
Right.
They're usually either check folding or they got like a hand like a pair of 8s, 9s. They just want to like kind of calm down a little bit. You know your queen jack is the best hand. You need to be betting here. You don't want to give a free heart a chance to suck out. So he is going to fire here. 720,000. It is a 1/3 pot size bet. Something to take note of. But you know, Mosin is really doing pretty well in its heads-up match. It seems.
Would have been nice to see how they reacted.
So Mosin's got queen jack. Harrison's got a playable hand here. Ace-5 offsuit. Expect to see a raise and a call. So look at that. Flop buys for Harrison.
Oh, let's get a queen or a jack on the turn.
Wow. That is one sick flop. Flopping quads with just one card. Well,
and your opponent bets.
Oh, you should have lead out there, right? So your opponent has bet. Mosin has bet 150,000. Harrison's going to go ahead and check call here. Try to represent like queen high or king high. Looks like a weak hand. Turn is 6. Gonna see a check from Harrison. Mosin, I think, just needs to just check back this turn.
Probably, but you could get king high to fold if you bet the turn.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, queen jack has a lot of showdown value too.
Yeah,
because your opponent is probably gonna call like queen 10, right? Queen 9. So he's gonna have to show his quads pretty soon. Yeah, look at that smile.
Look at he hates it.
Yeah. It's like every time there's a ghost check on the river, like when Harrison shows a hand, it's like full house plus, right?
Yeah.
Or like something really crazy.
You really needed a queen or a jack there.
Moson's done a really good job at not blasting off chips meaninglessly on those spots too, and just checking back when he has any.
Kind of like the moves or pick up some hands. There's time still remaining.
Man, 30 big blinds is heaps.
Mosin with the queen 6 offsuit. It's going to make a raise. Now this is kind of a Harrison re-raising hand, but his short stack, his stack is getting shorter, so he might not do it.
I don't think he'll do it. I'm not sure he'll even call. I think he'll probably call.
But it is that Harrison type hand.
It is.
It is. If he's going to do it as this hand, oh God, he's thinking about it.
Wow, is he? He might be.
He loves it. It's gonna work. Can he pull the trigger?
He does have enough to 3-bet and fold, so
he does.
It could still be one of those hands.
He wants to so bad. I think he's gonna do it. He's never done this and folded, right?
Right. So I like. I'd rather have a blocker when I'm gonna make this 3-bet and fold play, which with like king
Harrison
5
doesn't
or
need
queen
blockers.
5.
He needs suited blockers.
Wow, yeah.
It's a heart draw blocker right now. He's gonna go make the re-raise here. So a re-raise.
Don't think Mo's really thinking about it, is he?
No, Moson's gonna let this one go. 790,000. It's a pretty big re-raise, actually.
All right, so for those of you at home, that's how you balance your 3-betting ranges. If it's if you have 2 cards between a 10 and a deuce and they're suited,
and they can't be too closely
right,
connected.
right. They have to be. It's
like
at least
like
a
a
3
hand here.
This is gonna be a raise and a call.
The way it's been going now, it's been raise and call. Indeed, that's what's going to happen. The queen would make it a little bit dicey. So they both flop straight draws here. They kind of need each other's card at the moment to make this straight. I don't expect them to. I don't expect Harrison to fold queen 10 here. I expect him to check call.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a call.
Can easily have the best hand. If you don't have the best hand, you've got a lot of outs usually. You know, so you can turn into a bluff later. There's a lot of ways to play this pot. So it looks like he is going to go for the check call. The turn is a 7. They both brick off here. We're going to see a check from Harrison.
Probably
is check because you don't expect anyone to fold an ace or a jack right now. So the river is a king, so he makes it straight. But Mosin, he won't lose a lot of chips in his pot because he just has a pair of kings. So that's kind of the good news for Mosin. But let's see, is Harrison going to go for a check raise or a bet himself?
Well, the jack would probably pay off, but probably wouldn't bet. The king might bet.
Yeah, so he's trying to figure out, okay, what am I getting paid off with? Would they bet if I check? And he's decided that they wouldn't bet if he checks, so he's going to bet out himself to get value.
Yeah. Mo's made some hero folds.
I mean, yeah, Mosin's played great poker. No, he's going to make a call. He's not going to make this hero fold this time.
That's 2 hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit too hero. Your opponent could have like king 10, you know, and value bet worse.
There's not a lot of hands that he's betting worse, really.
Before we get started, back up here, I want to congratulate our California swing winner with his 23rd place finish at Day 101 and his 8th place finish here. And Kush Mandavia. Give him a round of applause, everybody in the audience. Look at that audience out there. Big round of applause. He wins complimentary night stays at the Commerce Casino next year. Also, he becomes a shooting star status, and everything that comes with that. And here, 5-night stay at Thunder Valley, along with a $500 credit. So congratulations, Kush. Well done. Our California swing winner, Kush Mandavia. Speech. Thank you, ladies. All right, let's go back to the action. And that's 25 now on the ante. 5 K chips are now gone.
So welcome back, guys. This is Randy Liu, joined by Scott Ball and Tyler Patterson here. Big congratulations to Ankush Mandavia, who's just, did so well in the California swing. Was at LAPC, here at Bay 101, as well as a Thunder Valley event here. So
Did he cash in all three of them?
I know he cashed in this one and the last one, and LAPC, I don't know exactly. But, yeah, this guy's a good guy. And the blinds have now gone up to 75,000 and 150,000. They're about 44 big blinds, roughly, a person.
They're close again.
They are close. It's only like a 10 big blind difference. A really good flop for the Queen Jack of Hearts right now.
I think Motion's probably going to c-bet here.
This is a board that you expect someone to c-bet, and he is going to do it. Harrison is going to check call here. Like, no one has check raised at all, so.
I don't think that's happened at all at the final table.
I don't think
Even
this.
16.
Yeah, so I think the check raise button has been removed from these players'
Amazing
actions, and he turns the really strong flush here, but Mosen actually picks up a lot of perceived outs that aren't really outs. So Mosen might actually put in more chips here, trying to like bluff him off of an 8, like a 6 or jack. We know Harrison's never folding. He is going to reach for more chips.
You could also get him off of king
2,
high or
king
a
high,
deuce,
yeah. So a bet is coming out of Mosen right now. Or like a call here from Harrison. He knows he has the best hand, but just because you don't have the best hand doesn't mean you should raise. Sometimes you just need to call and kind of pretend you don't have an ace and like try to get someone to bluff you off of your hand. So I'm going to just call here.
Yeah, I think a check raise just looks too strong. There's some value hands that most would fold to a check raise.
So that is a check call right there. Harrison's going to set the trap again on the river. And actually, I think that's going to kill the action. I think Mosen's not going to continue bluffing here. Probably the best way for Harrison to get more action was if Mosen improved to like a straight. But I just don't see him betting again. So check, check. So Harrison's going to take down the first pot here.
He is now the chip leader. First time it's happened since it's been heads up.
Wow, and that's great. Harrison, like towards the end of the last level, just kind of slowly chipped up a little bit, and now the blinds are up. He wins a nice sized pot there with 2 bets that went in post flop, and these bets are adding up. And a chip leader, 44 big blinds. Remember, at some point the chip leaders had like 120 big blinds. I think when it started as heads up, they each had 100 big blinds.
Yeah.
So
they've been playing for a while.
They've been grinding each other out, but really couldn't like seal the deal. So now they're back to where they were, but the blinds have increased.
That's got to be pretty frustrating for Mosen running. I mean, he was kind of dominating. I mean, he wasn't really.
He was doing pretty well, kind of like just lost a few pots here and there, and it's just how it is, right?
Once the blinds go up, like it matters so much.
Yeah. So Mosen here with the 5-4 suited calls the raise. Blinds are really big now. Harrison, king 9 offsuit. There's a 5 on the flop, and Mosen has caught up. 73% chance to win for him. Checks to the pre-flop raiser. Is Harrison going to bet this flop? Definitely very reasonable for him to bet this flop, especially with the backdoor draws, right?
Yeah, and a little momentum of just becoming the chip leader, like want to keep the pedal to the metal.
A lot of times they just check fold this flop. We know Mosen's not going to, but there's a lot of cards he can bet that 5 probably will consider folding, like a jack of diamonds, queen of diamonds. I would bet again, but an 8 is probably not that card to do so.
I think he's probably going to shut it down now.
And they have been doing this kind of like one and done style. See, so we do see a check again. So it's going to be check, check, river. It'd be crazy if they just all of a sudden started doing these bets here as bluffs. It's just the way the game's been going. I don't think Harrison's going to bluff here.
Nah, it's not very credible, and the hands that called you on the flop that have any value, like a 5 or a deuce, are definitely calling.
Well, he's thinking. He's changing up. Maybe the break is when he's rethought his strategy. Like, I've been checking back a lot on the turn with, like, top pair. Maybe I can get away with doing that. He is going to fire out here.
Wow.
So Harrison, Gimbal has adjusted.
This is a tough spot for Mo, but I think he's going to end up calling.
Well, he's not going to snap it off. He needs to think about this. Like, just try to
Yeah.
figure it out. He's like, did Harrison really check a 10? Did he really check back a flush draw on the turn? I mean, that's what's going through Mosen's head right now. Like, does he really have, like, 2-3 offsuit? 5-3, that's, like, value bet here? Ace-4 would be a straight that would make sense.
Ace-4 is the one that makes the most sense to me.
Mosen's like, he's very suspicious. He
Yeah,
makes that call.
made the call.
Great call.
We kind of expected him to make the call.
No, it's a very good call. Just given like the thing is, he might not have made this call like very early in the heads-up match, but given the way Harrison's been playing and probably like during breaks he's been thinking about, okay, what does Harrison do in all these small pots? Well, he just checks. He kind of just checks, does one bet and done.
Yeah.
So like, wait a second, he's doing something different this time. Is he changing it up? And Mosen's like, yeah, I think you don't got it.
That's a big call. I mean, now the chip lead just switched back again.
Yeah, it actually didn't take that much time to make the call, so it's it's good to be like really confident about the plays you're making. It's a really smooth play there. And look at this, King 6 suited is a very playable hand.
We're gonna go right back to the chip lead's gonna switch back again.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know too much about Mosen, whether he'll call or re-raise or not, because like this is definitely a playable hand for a re-raise pot, but it's also the way Mosen's playing is he's kind of giving up some of these spots too. Like like he just kind of looks like he folds some hands you don't expect him to. So this will be a little bit interesting. I mean, Harrison's only got 34 big blinds right now.
Yeah, I mean, really, a bluff shove is not completely out of the question. I don't think it's happening.
We do know this re-raise is no questions asked. How much is the question? Maybe about 800,000?
Less, I would think.
So it's 875,000 there. And
he's going quickly to the call.
Wilson's like, yeah, I feel the momentum. I'm gonna flop that king in the 6 right now. Let's see if he can do it. Well, he flops the pair of 6s. That's bad news for him, because he will lose at least one bet, but he could catch up. He still has a 20% chance to win. He does have position in his hand. Depending on the run out, he could not have to put too many chips in there. Harrison should bet this flop.
He has 30 bigs. How much is that in? Do you know how many chips Harrison has?
In multiplication, that's tough, man. I don't have a calculator with me.
Well, they're playing 75, 150. Okay. So he's got 4.5
for 30. Yeah, okay, that sounds about right. Yeah, about 4.5 million
left,
remaining.
And there's 1.8 in there, so
I'd like to see like a 800 something thousand chip bet right now.
That sounds about right. We got 925 maybe.
925,000. No, 1,000,001. It's a big bet.
Yeah. This is a rough spot for him.
But Mosen's probably like, man, if I'm calling this hand pre-flop, I'm not folding this flop.
Yeah.
He's probably like, I'm suspicious a little bit. Like, you might have strong, but I'm just not folding if I'm calling a pre-flop. So he makes the call and turns a jack.
I don't want to mess with this pot anymore. I'm just putting it in if I'm Harrison.
Yeah, if I'm Harrison, I'm not doing one of those aces check right now. Like, it's
No way.
the blinds are shorter. You got 21 remaining. Hey, if you had like ace king of clubs here or ace king of spades, you're gonna shove all in here. Might as well do it when you got a big pair too. It's got 89% chance of winning. He does go all in here. I think Mosen's gonna get away from this. He hasn't seen Harrison get 2 out of line.
I think so too. It's I think really the only bluffs are going to be flush draws for Harrison at this point. I don't think he's doing it with just ace king high.
No, I mean, yeah, I agree. It's going to be like, whether it's spades or clubs, he doesn't know which one it is. Not like it really matters, but even if he's got a flush draw, it's probably got 2 overs to your card, so he's got like a lot of equity too.
Yeah.
And if you're wrong, you just have a pair of 6 and you're behind, you might as well just leave the room now you're pretty much going to lose this tournament. So looking at those two scenarios, like I don't want to call here for King 6. If you call and wrong, like
he'll end up with 2 million left.
You won't have many chips
like
left. I
13
think
big blinds if he calls and loses.
I think Mosen's going to give this one away.
Yep.
It's a nice fold right there. So Harrison's now the chip leader again.
We had 3 chip lead changes in the last 3 hands.
Every pot is going to count. There's no room for mistakes. They pretty much played those several hours before, just so like kind of feel each other out, learn each other's tendencies, and now it's the real game.
Yeah.
He lost 29% of his stack in that hand.
I wish the blinds would not go up anymore. I just want to watch these guys play the stack.
Yeah, it's a nice stack size. It's pretty like the pressure stack, right? Like, not too many where you guys you just pot control all day, but just enough. Mosen's like, man, they really just call 1 million on that flop and not even get to see what he had. So Harrison, first one to act. He's got 7-6 of diamonds. Expect a raise and take right now.
Yep.
Again, guys, they are playing for $275,000. Guaranteed about $190,000. My name is Randy Liu. We have Scott Ball here, as well as Tyler Patterson.
They're also trying to get a spot on that trophy.
They're both trying to get a spot on that trophy. There's only
Actually, Motion's already on that trophy
Dude,
like 3 times.
Do you know?
So
They write his name again? Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Well, I think so. I think they put the plaque with the tournament and the cards.
Right. So Mosen has won.
There's 2 of them already.
2 WPTs already. Harrison Gimbel has placed 4th place in this event last year, which is amazing feat to final table back-to-back events, like the same event. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But, he's improved on his performance. He wants to capture 1st place right now. We got a raised pot here. And both flop decently well.
And it goes check.
So
like
Mosen has checked back the top pair this time. It's a little bit different. He turns a flush draw. But Harrison's got to feel pretty good about his pair of 10s. When someone checks back king high, you're like, yeah, okay, my pair of 10s is good. So I'm going to bet.
Got to bet that for sure.
Mosen's going to call here on the turn. And, a funny card would be like a 7 of diamonds.
That would be a funny card.
Does not hit the diamond, but he does have a pair of 10s still.
For Mosen, which doesn't
2 pair for
change anything,
Mosen.
really.
The question is Harrison going to lose more chips? And if so, how?
I think so. I think he could even value bet there. I'm pretty sure he's going to call bet here.
I think he's going to put a bet in. I wasn't sure if he was going to bet himself or check, and he decides to check. Now, the only way Harrison's going to get away from this is if Mosen does one of his big over bets, and then it confuses Harrison, and he just kind of like gets out of there.
I don't think you should. I mean, half a pot bet right here is plenty, and it means a lot in the tournament right now.
I think that none of those pot-sized bets even like got called anyway, so let's start adjusting the sizing. He does bet, I think around 800, 775,000. I don't think Harrison's going to fold this one. Like, look, the guy checked back a king-high flop, and he's actually been betting top pair a good amount of the time, so, like, does he really have a king?
I think he's definitely good. Well, I'm not definitely, because he is out-kicked a lot.
He is out-kicked. I think if Harrison decides he's behind, he's losing to, like, ace-10, like, queen-10, I think is what he's thinking. It's not. He doesn't expect to lose to a king too often.
Yeah, he called.
So he does make the call. So nicely played by Mosen.
Yeah, good check back and good just call on the turn.
They're mixing it up a little bit, I think, ever since the break. So now's the time to mix it up.
And another lead change. 4 hands, 4 lead changes. Oh, there was one raise and take it in there too. Besides that, every pot matters so much at this point. And they're back to dead even, really.
This has been such a crazy heads-up match. Like, I remember when this table started, we were like, wow, we could have like an epic heads up, and because they're so deep, and it definitely didn't fall short of that expectation, did it?
Right. No, we did get an epic heads-up battle. They're not that deep anymore, but the next blind increase is very small. Right now they're playing 75-150, and the next one is 80-160. So it isn't going to get out of control on the next level. So they still do have an hour of 40 big blind battles, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Harrison opens the 8s. Can't see Mo fold in this one. Mo gets a piece, but the board is going to slow everybody down.
Yeah, it's a pretty dangerous flop. 8s can't feel good on that flop.
No. I think they're both just going to try to get the showdown here. Well, this is interesting. Is that bet really small? Yeah.
Think he's planning on barreling river then too?
I don't think so. I think he was just trying to end the pot so he didn't have to deal with like a one-card straight or whatever else could be out there. He thinks, you know, 6s are probably ahead, but now that he's been called, I don't think he thinks that anymore. But now they are. He makes 2 pair.
So sick.
Unless Harrison decides to try to bluff, I think this is the end of the hand here. That's kind of tough for Harrison when, I mean, you get pocket 8s heads up. It's just so strong. The board runs out so miserable that you're just folding to 1 bet.
Man, it's still so close.
Yep, 55-45, really close.
Randy was saying earlier, whoever wins this has definitely earned it. That's so true.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I mean, I don't know. They might just get it in with ace-king against ace-queen and a queen flops. Then you're going to say you earned it? I mean,
I mean, yeah, you earned it. You got to the position to get it at that point, right?
yeah, that's true.
I mean, and they can't quite do it for 45 bigs, right? So
They can. That's exactly what they have.
Dang, never mind.
I wish Scott would just let this hand go. He just can't let it go. What's been going on the Twitch chatter?
Dude, it's been pretty interesting. There's some people are loving the heads-up battle, and some people are getting a little more bored.
Yeah.
'Cause it's been a little bit of a slow-paced one, I would say.
Not a lot of table talk between the two of them.
Someone actually has a question for you. They say, "Hey Tyler, how do you feel with the first title this season? Saw you at Brocado last time on the final table."
I feel pretty good about it. Yeah, it's great to be. I mean, being part of the Champions Club is really cool. They get, we get invited to dinners, the tournament of champions at the end of the year. Whatever. It's just it's a prestigious title, something, a notch on my belt, So it does. It feels really good. Not going for 3 like Mosin over here. At least not yet. Look at this pot. Mosin just makes a full house. Heads up.
Sometimes you just do that,
Queen high might have value here. I think he's probably going to fold, but it's almost showdown value in that spot. Man, just 2 little pots in this swing so much now. Since every pot matters so much now, every chip matters so much, they're probably checking back and pot controlling less now. They just have to try to win the pot if they have any value.
Yeah, absolutely. Stacks are starting to get so short that I shouldn't say so short. They're really not that short, but you can't afford to just lose a lot of little pots anymore, you know?
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of boards that can connect with both of these.
And it's actually pretty terrifying when you see it from this way, huh?
Oh, we got a limp there. A limp and a check back. And they both did really connect, actually. Mo has a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. And Harrison flopped a pair. And a backdoor flush draw.
Oh my goodness.
What a card from Mo. He hits the gutter ball for a straight and has a flush draw now. Harrison doesn't have enough to lose a big pot here, I don't think. I think he's just going to... I don't know. This is a really tough spot. I think he probably calls on this street. Wow, he
what a
folds.
fold.
Man, these guys are so good. That was a pretty quick, easy fold.
Yeah, he didn't really think about that too long, did he?
No.
He knew what he wanted to do. So sick.
Limp pot, 2 barrels, and he just folds an 8. Jack, Jack, 10, 8 heads up. That's impressive. I mean, that's really similar to the one when Mo had a pair of 8s on a board like that and folded to Harrison.
Yeah. How many times have you played with Harrison yourself?
I probably only played with him 3 or 4 times, but I've hung out a little bit at random stops.
I don't think I've played with him at all yet. Actually, I take that back. I played with him here. I'm a donkey.
It's funny. So now Mo is defending the Queen Deuce when earlier he was folding as good as King 5. I guess it's the stack sizes. The pots just mean so much now.
Man, Mo's just been on the steady grind, just pick up chips slowly but surely over and over and over again. It's pretty sick.
We're back to 50 to 30 big blinds. Ace high and king high, these hands are not going in the muck pre-flop.
I just don't think anything crazy is going to happen pre-flop though either, you know?
No. These guys are playing
So
pretty
safe.
careful pre-flop.
It's such a safe matchup.
Usually if I'm in a heads-up match against someone that I think I'm better than, I have a considerable edge, I'm going to play pretty careful and just play small pots and try to stay in it as long as I can. But if in a spot like this where I think my opponent is my equal, I think I'd be a little more crazy. I mean, really try to apply pressure and
Yeah, definitely. It makes
stuff
a
like
lot
that.
of sense. If you believe you have a big edge, you want as much time as you possibly can to exploit it, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I don't think these guys, either one of them thinks they're much better than the other.
No, you can tell there's a lot of respect here. Mo picks up another monster.
Oh, but he gets another walk. That's 2 ace kings and jacks. He's gotten walks on.
And heads up, all heads up too.
It's crazy. Still kind of a light atmosphere. Mo's joking around with Matt Savage right now. I can't hear what they're saying, but
Do you know what year Mo won his first WPT?
I do not know that. I know he won the, I think it was the EPT Grand Final.
Yeah, he did that too.
Sicko. And I know that the Bellagio 5 Diamond, but I don't know what other ones. Mo's checking back pairs again. This is a scary enough board where Harrison might be able to get some of those value checkbacks to fold, and
Absolutely.
that's exactly what happens. I like that bet there a lot. The gut shot, the flush draw.
He won his first one in 2013.
Wow. So
My
it's all been
gosh,
the
so
last
he's
couple
won
years.
so many since this might be potentially his third since then.
He might be younger than we were talking about then.
That's so sick. I just have this gut feeling that's a hand like this that's going to cause a lot of ruckus.
Just like 2 9s flops or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Because with how safe they're playing, like it's kind of, there's other things that could cause fireworks too, right? But
yeah. Well, there's 1 9. Good read. Scott's back on the prediction train. I mean, Mo has to love his hand here.
top pair's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not like he has a bad kicker, you know. It's like
he's raising.
Wow.
Who's in position here? Was that a check raise? Was that our first check raise of the whole final table?
I think so. I can't see the button when they show the table.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the chips are going in right now.
I like how that's happening potentially right after I said, like,
Yeah.
I think this is the kind of hand that can get everyone in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, the stack's getting awkward for Harrison. Yeah, they got them all in.
King 9 versus Queen 9. King 9
Wow.
versus Queen 9.
So if Mo pulls out one of these 3 queens right here, it's all over. If not, Harrison's going to have a pretty big lead. 3 outs for all of it for his 3rd title. No help there. It won't do it, so now we're going to have a lopsided.
Well, I'm not going to open my mouth again.
So what are we at now, like 65 to 15 or something like that? Big blinds?
Yeah, something like that.
There you go. There's the graphic, 63 to 19. Seriously, that's my favorite innovation on the show. I really love the big blind
Yeah,
checker.
it's pretty awesome.
Really cool.
We just got to bring the Street Fighter effect on the further right. And left.
Yeah.
Then we'll be good.
So now Mo's under 20 big blinds.
Crazy thing is like it's really not over yet. Like
No, not even close to over yet. I mean, that's a huge shove stack. Like he's, you know, he can 3-bet shove and get folds. I mean, there's a lot of things that can still happen. 20 big blinds heads up, especially when the other guy only has, I mean, only 63 is a lot, but if you lose 20 when you have a 63, now everybody's all square.
Yeah. Ooh, levels are going up right now too.
Salzburg is ripping us for not knowing the Mo's history. So we should have done our homework.
Next time I'll DM Salzburg for all the details and everyone before I come in.
Yeah, that's a
now
good
I can
move.
get it all.
Isn't that one of Mo's hobbies? Wasn't it tweeting at Matt Salzburg?
Yeah, it was. It was. They're obviously buds. I thought it, you know. Mo's not going to be able to fold too much.
This was a limp pot. Harrison takes a stab with the gutter ball, and Mo does not give it up. Now Mo turns 2 pair. I don't know how much that's going to matter. I think Harrison's probably giving up.
I'd like a check back right here. Just try to get him to bluff the river.
I would. I mean, I like it because I see their hands, I guess, but
Yeah.
I don't know if you get a bluff on the river because he called the flop bet. I mean, you check it back to try to get your opponent to catch a pair or maybe a smaller 2 pair. I think just go ahead and bet in case he actually has something. Oh, wow. The levels just went up again?
Yep.
But was I wrong about the 8160? It went straight to 100K, 200K, huh? Oh, yeah, it was.
The blinds are big now. What's it? 9 million to 3 million.
Yep.
16 big blinds is getting a little bit desperate now, but he's still got room to kind of look for some spots.
Yep.
Moson's going to be the first one to act. We know he's not going to be able to. Or Harrison's first one to act. Got to raise. Expect to see a fold the way Moson's been playing.
Yep. So this stack is going to get in pretty soon here. I mean, I know it was just 1 pair and it's just a pair of 9s, but that really was a cooler. Just the 9-4-3 flop when they have king 9,
Super
queen
cool,
9.
man.
He could have decided to play it smaller like he has been. Like, he could have just gone with the...
It's kind of like the one time he check raises, loses his whole stack, right?
Yeah. I was thinking about it too. Like, if what's possibly going through his head is like, there's 2 9s that are better than I'm getting in with, and there's 3 that are worse. I'm getting in with 8-9. I'm getting in with 9-10. I'm getting in with Jack 9, King 9, Ace 9. Right? Like.
And there's some other. I mean, there's flush draws.
Yeah, there's flush draws and stuff too.
Yeah.
And even his 9 is like going to be good just so often.
So it looks like we have a limp pot here. Harrison's coming to first one to act. Moson's paired his king. Should be a quick takedown here. So it's like they're introducing limping now that the stacks are going a lot shorter. So actually something they both haven't experienced against each other too much, so it's kind of like they need to relearn their strategy, but there's not much time to wait around. They got to figure out the strategy sooner or they're going to be giving up too many chips.
They both threw a limp in already.
Yeah. You know, like they're playing for like hours, just trying to raise and fold, raise and take. Now they're doing this limping strategy. It's like, okay. So it looks like Harrison's going to be the first one to act here. Queen Jack offsuit. Looks like he's raised it up. Take that pot down. Wilson just needs to maintain his composure.
Yeah, I'm sure he's been in this spot before.
You know, he knows what poker is and ups and downs. Like, just really need to play good, pick up that hand and hold.
One double up and they're literally basically even again. It's just
Moson's going to go ahead and give a walk. Jack-6 offsuit. Did have the best hand there and gave a walk. Harrison Gimbel's like, I'm so close to winning. Come on, just let me hold. He's gonna try to chip him down a little bit more.
So close to getting into that 100K added Tournament of Champions in Florida.
They are playing for about $83,000 right now. The difference between first and second.
gosh, that's so much.
Now Harrison, it looks like he's just limped here with Queen-6. Oh, he's raised, and Mosen has called with Jack-8 offsuit. 6 on the flop, so Harrison does pair his 6. Expect him to continuation bet. Mosen folding, chipping down even lower.
He could check it back to try to get a stab out of Mosen.
I think the stacks are so short. Let's just take down pots if we have to. Don't let people get free cards.
Yep, I agree.
So I bet like 300K. I think it's pretty good. So he does take down one down. Mosen here, 12 big blinds, 2.4 million chips.
It's about to the open rip time.
Here we go. So,
Oh,
2
gonna be a
junky
walk.
cards. Mosen's probably going to give a walk. He's like, gosh, I really don't want to give walks now. Down to 11 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such a big... Just one walk is just brutal. It's close.
So Harrison Gimbel is going to be the first one to act here.
You could definitely almost see like some excitement in Harrison right now. He's kind of moving around.
He's
more,
like, I'm so
posturing up
close.
more. Yeah.
I'm so close. He's going to be dealt.
One cooler changes everything that fast. Poker is a sick game sometimes.
10-9 of spades goes for the raise.
Wow.
Quick call from
Wow.
Mosen. 10. They both have the same hand, but one is suited. They both flop a straight draw. This is a bit interesting because actually someone might take this pot down if they don't improve by the river.
I mean, I would probably just jam here.
Indeed does do that. Gets snap called
I think
by the same hand.
And there's no sweat.
Yeah. So I do like to just jam on flop. Try to get your opponent to fold like a better hand.
I think Mosen should have done it too.
Maybe just open jam.
Yeah, I know it looks weird, but I mean,
Right.
you're not folding. Might as well give your opponent a chance to fold a queen or something.
Right, like Queen 9, right? Or
Yeah.
like, you know, something that probably would put you all in.
Yeah.
You know, the pot that Mosen wins lately is a chop pot, huh? Can't be loving that, but still has a chance. It's got 18% of the chips in play. 82 for Harrison Gimbel. So close to improving on his 4th place finish last year in the same tournament. Mosen has decided to call on the button. 8-5 offsuit. He's going to get jammed on by Harrison. I think Mosen was thinking, you know, I've given him so many walks already. Like, I just can't keep on giving walks. I need to make some play at the pot somehow. And the one time he does it, you know, ace jack, just in the face right there.
Yeah.
So
that sucks because he doesn't get to see that. He just feels like, you know,
yeah,
maybe
he just kind of
Harrison
blew
could be
away.
jamming anything.
Yeah, he feels like he just lost half a big one. That's really valuable. 4.7 million tournament earnings. He wants to add 275,000. He is guaranteed 192,000 right now. Harrison's going to give up the 3-2. The Champions Cup. They're trying to get their name on there. They're so close. One more opponent to eliminate.
Trying to get his third plaque on that trophy, Mosin is. Harrison trying to get his first.
Mosin with Queen-6 offsuit. He's got 10 big blinds to start this hand. What is he going to do? He's going to just call here. He's trying to see some flops.
I mean, I think Harrison could jam there.
A King-8 is definitely a reasonable hand to jam here.
Jacked.
Maybe he wants to be a little careful because he's limped several times now. They both don't flop anything. But they have reasonable high card right now. It goes check, check. Turn is a 4. Harrison seems like he's the type to more check call than to bet himself. I expect Harrison to check. Indeed he does. Mosin, I think he's going to check too. He's like, I don't want to put a big blind in and be wrong. Like, if I can get the cheap showdown, I'm going to try and do that. River's the queen,
Wow.
so he overtakes him.
Harrison could have avoided that with a bet on the turn.
Harrison checks, and of course, Mosin's going to bet. Now, is Harrison going to be able to get away from the king high? I think he is.
I think he will fold, yeah.
I think he will fold given how he's been kind of playing.
Was that one big blind the bet? Oh, no, it's two.
It's 2 big blinds. It's a big bet. I think he's even more likely to fold now, so he does.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like Mosin actually had a hand like a jack in his hand, was just trying to get to the river and like, okay, I'm going to look like a bluff now. So Harrison Gimbel not going to make a hero call there. That would have been wrong.
I'm surprised with a no jam pre-flop and no bet on the turn.
Yeah.
These pots matter a lot.
I guess 10 big blinds it's getting real close. Like, yes, you can open jam 10 big blinds. Yes, you can limp. There's several kind of strategies you can go about it. I think they've been playing small ball this whole time. They want to keep that small ball kind of style.
Yeah.
Exactly. I totally agree with you. It just seems like both these guys are just so content, like trying to grind each other out so slowly and not risking anything, like not letting them back in the game. Although I do agree with you. I think that's much more optimal.
So we got 5 deuce versus Mosin's ace jack suited.
I think Mosin needs to limp here.
Yep.
If he's limping his other hands, then he needs to be limping ace jack suited.
Yeah.
No, but he's going to raise. So it's kind of...
Well, he does have 13.
He just call. No, he does call.
Okay.
Okay.
I got the graphic wrong.
I definitely think, yeah, he needs to be limping here if he's going to be limping the other ones.
Yeah.
But he is out-flopped here. This is one of the disadvantages of going to a limping strategy. You let your opponent see a free flop oftentimes. And it does go check, check. Turn is a jack, so he does catch up. Harrison's going to check. Mosin definitely has the best hand. He should be firing. He is. This is going to be an interesting spot.
You bet the minimum.
I think Harrison's probably thinking like, oh, what's he doing?
Oh.
Does call. It was a little scary.
It looked like he was grabbing a lot of chips.
The river is a king. So Mosin's going to be able to safely value bet this river. Not even have to worry about anything, really. He went all in. I thought he checked for a second. So he does go all in here.
I kind of like the all in because a jack definitely calls you.
A jack does.
Might get called by a 4 or 2.
I mean, it's an interesting all in. The thing is, every big blind is so important right now. I think I might just try and get like 2 big blinds out of the guy instead of making him hero fold like a 4 or 2 right now, or get like 1 big blind. Like, it's really important. And now I understand the all in here with the ace jack to try to get hero called, and like his line looks kind of funny. He checked back the flop. He
His
bet the
line
turn.
looks real funny. That's
But even though it's funny, it's like if he doesn't end up, if he like foregoes like an extra big blind or two he could have got, it's pretty massive when you only have like what 13, 14 big blinds right now. So it's kind of you got to weigh the two options. What is the smarter choice? Harrison hasn't shown signs of hero calling yet, and he continues to not do so.
Great fold.
Yeah, it's a good fold there.
I mean, there's no guarantee he would have paid off 1 or 2 or 3 big blinds, but he might have.
Yeah, I think but given the way we've seen the match and the kind of like final table and thing, he really hasn't shown any of those signs.
Right.
I think it's kind of hard to expect someone all of a sudden to be making big hero calls.
Yeah, he might have been a little bit hopeful on the on
Yeah,
the jack.
he kind of shoved all in pretty quickly too. It's kind of like I shove quickly, maybe it looks like a bluff kind of thing, but kind of wish he thought about it a little bit more. So Harrison, queen deuce offsuit, not a good hand here, but Mosen has worse, so he's going to be able to get away with this raise.
If I was Harrison, I think I would be opening any 2.
Well, I mean, that's probably a pretty good strategy. It doesn't look like Harrison's using the limping strategies. He prefers the raising style.
I think both of them. I think the limping is between like 9 and 12 big blinds, maybe 9 and 13.
Right, when they have more, they raise.
Yeah.
When they have less, well, we don't know when they have less. We don't know yet. Mosen, ace-7.
I think he's gonna go back to raising. I don't think he's gonna limp this hand.
Yeah, I think he's thinking that when I limp with strong hands, he just sees free flops. He doesn't try and punish me. I get value that way.
Right.
So I think he's going to go back to what he's more comfortable with.
This is the very end of the California swing at Thunder Valley. Heads up with the final event.
Ace-3 versus 9-4. Someone's going to steal some blinds here. Mosen's going to be first to act on this hand coming up. Looking to pick up a hand now.
They had such a great battle. I wish the blinds would stop going up.
He's got the suited 10 deuce, and he's going to limp here. Try to see that free flop. Harrison is taking the free flops when he gets the opportunity to do so. He's happy for a deuce here. They both don't flop anything. Mosen does flop a pair of 10s. Mosen's been checking these spots a lot, but looks like in the limp ones he decided to bet them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're too expensive, or they're too important now.
I think if he had like 30 big blinds plus, he'd probably be checking these. But it's like, what if he has a 9-2 offsuit, right, and you give him a free chance to hit a straight, like when he was going to fold anyways? Like, it's just better just to take it down. So Harrison Gimbel is going to be first to act here. King 9 of clubs. Pretty good hand. But, you know, the way he's been playing, we're not going to see a flop. He should be raising here. Possibly an all-in. That is an all-in.
Do you like the all-in there for the with 14 big blinds for Mosen?
Which hand was?
Do you like
King
the
nine.
Do you like
King
the King
9?
9
Oh,
suited
Harrison.
shove there? Yeah.
I don't think I just open jam. I think I either raise or limp or one of the two. I think those are much better than jamming.
Anything calling is kind of crushing you, right?
Yeah, well, it's just like you're risking a lot for one big blind.
For very little.
If you,
it's
if
not
you
as
raise
important when you have 14 big blinds. Like it's like a little too deep. So we got a call here for Molson. Okay, he's gonna see if he can see a free flop. Pretty good hand here. So he is kind of balancing his weak hands and strong hands here.
He's also trapping. He's definitely calling if he gets shoved on.
That is an all-in. That's a snap call of King Queen. So Molson needs to fade a 5 or a 4.
It's crazy that he has
64% chance to win here.
I mean, it's not even a 2-to-1 favorite. It's a really good hand against a 5 high.
Yeah.
Premium 5.
I mean,
Premium 5.
Premium 5. He needs to dodge a 5 or a 4. Let's see this flop.
Wow.
That's an open-ended straight draw
what a
here.
flop. Are they back
And
to even now? I want to see the percentage. It's got to be close.
so it's 53% for Molson. Needs to dodge the ace, the 4, the 5, the 6. The turn is the 5.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
He needs to dodge. Now he needs to hit the king or queen to
King or queen, or it's
survive
all
this
over.
tournament. It's all over, yes. The king or the queen, 13% chance. And it's
Wow,
over.
Wow, Harrison Gimbel is our champion.
Congratulations to Harrison. Wow. This is a real grind of a heads-up
Yeah,
match.
that was cool.
That was really great there. Harrison wins, what, $275,000? And improved on his 4th place finish last year.
That's so crazy. How do you get 4th and 1st back to back?
And now his about $4 million now his overall earnings are.
Yeah, it's just under $4 million, I believe, like with this inclusion. But wow, that's well played by both of them.
At least Mosen has some oatmeal.
Mosen's
That'll make
like
it feel better. 192,000 and some oatmeal.
Well, you know that oatmeal cost you 83,000, man.
I know. You could have bought a lot more oatmeal for the 83K, right?
But really well played here.
Ah, well, guys, he just asked if he wants to go out for drinks. They're gonna drink together.
All right. Well, I think we're ready to wrap all this up, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, yeah. Thank you.
Hey,
guys. So, yeah.
Thanks WPT for having us out, and thanks Thunder Valley for throwing on such a great event.
And Twitch, thanks for being a part of that.
Of course.
Cool.
Of course
All the guys on Twitch, all you,
all the
trolls.
All the trolls.
Hi, trolls.
There's way more, there's way less. There's fewer trolls. They're just louder. You know.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But thanks everyone for tuning in and stuff. This is a ton of fun. I'm glad we got to do this. And again, thank you Thunder Valley and World Poker Tour for having us out and just putting on such an amazing event.
All right. See you guys.
Cool. Take care, everybody.
See you guys later.
Kind of using the TV with the branding and all that as sort of our background. Jeannie, come on over on this side. There you go. Let's do the girls' mat and then I'll come.
It's my grandpa's.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not much of a jewelry guy. Yeah, I think it's like $50 usually. It says it looks like it.
Cards up or even older. That's good. All right.
Ben, they might be blocking. I don't know if they're still live streaming or not. But if they are.
All right. Here we go, girls.
In every battle, there's the hero, the guy who wins riches beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Then there's everybody else. Which one are you? Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Live out loud.
Walking into the casino, they had the pictures of all the bounties, and my favorite, of course, is Daniel Negreanu.
Congratulations, sir. Nice job.
To meet him, I can't tell you how much that means to me. We did have an empty seat at our table, and all of us on the table were wondering who the bounty would be. It was Phil Hellmuth. It's an honor to be able to sit at a table with someone that plays poker as well as he does.
Club WPT, playing very well. So far, so good.
This was a true VIP experience. I've got to meet some pros, and I got to play with some pros. You know, 1 minute you're watching these players on TV, and then the next minute you're sitting at a table with them.
Good job. Congrats. What's your name? Rick. I made it today, too.
I would recommend anybody to join Club WPT. It's something I never thought I would be doing, I would get the chance to, but it could actually be you.
Go all in. For the first time ever in the U.S., don't miss the